And that's how they got caught in the tractor's nuts.
That's just insane. I just didn't realize that they even had nuts.
How do you think those bolts get caught up, get left on, or
That's true. I mean, like once you pointed it out, it's ridiculously obvious. I feel goofy for not realizing it, but
yeah.
it's just something
Good
I don't
morning,
think I would have
everybody.
ever thought of. Yeah. The more you know, the more you
That's
know.
right. Blue Hellion, Cup of Comics, Izzyverse. Good day to you.
Good morning to all. I see that Blue Hellion's already making fantastic point. I'm sure a lot of people are probably scrambling.
Yeah, CGC price increase. You have to have their if anything you want to get in under the old pricing, which is especially important for any larger books you might have. Um, that you need to have your form processed, entered into their system. If you're doing electronic submission, which I don't know who's doing paper submission. Um, if you're doing paper submission, do it online. Save yourself $3. But the needs to be processed May 2nd, and then you need to get your books delivered to CGC by June 1st.
So you got like a two week window roughly just to at least fill out the form online, print it out.
Yeah. And then the interesting thing was then they turned around and yesterday I received at least an email yesterday with a sale going on to renew or upgrade your uh, membership status, whatnot. So it was like $50 off Premiere and $100 off, or 150 dollars off the $150 membership or whatever, and $100 off the $299 membership.
Nice.
So
Did you jump on any of that?
I did. I went ahead and took advantage of the $199 offer to go to their top to the elite membership, simply because that then included $150 credit plus the 10% discount on the services. That meant all I needed to do was get $50 in discounts over the course of the next year to pay off the membership.
Dude, here we
Whereas,
are at the end of April. I still haven't submitted a single time this year. I'm sitting on my credit and everything. Like, I mean, free submission basically right now. I just don't know why I haven't done it. I'm just,
you're not. It's not as big of a deal to you. I mean, I do more, obviously, and so for me, if I wouldn't normally, if I'm paying $299, I'm not going to do it because that's a much higher. The ROI on that isn't sufficient for me. I don't submit enough books to get. I don't feel I submit enough books that for the 10% discount off of grading fees only, that I'm going to get enough to garner
two
back,
thousand. Yeah, it's two
you
thousand
know,
dollars worth of stuff.
$150 in discounts necessarily. Um, but
I've had a CGC membership for years, and I always pretty much like when I renew it, I send in a submission just to take advantage of like the credit they give you. I mean, I don't. I think I did two submissions the first year. The one with the credit, and then another one when I sent like I think I sent like 25 books around there, and it was a lot of stuff for Bart, my buddy in Belgium,
mhm,
who like buys stuff, and it comes to me, and then I package it all together and ship it overseas because he'll buy stuff for months, and then I'll repackage it. But a lot of the books he bought, I submitted for him and got them graded and everything. Then the second year, I did the credit submission, and then right not long after that, they had the Perez event,
right.
and I participated in that. And now here we are this year, and I've got plenty of stuff that I have sitting out, like all those Silver Age keys that I was picking up last year.
Mhm.
Like it'd be easy to send a handful in. I already know off the top of my head what I would send in, like that first Silver Age Spectre for Silver Age Grundy, and that Justice League 2021 or something like that. The first
Right.
crossover of the multiverses.
It's it's one of those things where it's like it's still the morning. It's still the biggest ripoff I think in the whole system is the fact that it's you can only submit books to them if you're a paid member, and they charge you this much to become a member, and they're still going to charge you for submitting books to them. On top of that, it's like
Yeah.
I
Like
could understand if membership.
one or the other. One or the
Yeah, yeah.
other.
Look, if membership meant I didn't have to pay submission forms fees, and you then took that, then okay, cool. I get it. Then it's my choice. But the fact that you charge me a submission fee and you
And a
charge me to be a
membership fee.
member just to be
Yeah.
able to, I have to be a member in order to submit anyways. That's just double dipping, and that's like the biggest bullshit out there. But the problem is the everybody's built them up to be the de facto choice of choices, and so who are they to?
Well, it's because they were the
Why would they
first.
shut off the revenue stream?
They were just the first, no one else was doing it before them.
Exactly.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Is that the morning facelift?
Yeah, that's me trying to get up.
Oh, look! You showed up and
He just
scared
finished
off.
putting
You
it on.
scared
He had
off
to straighten
tie.
it out. Good morning, Zuzu. Oh,
I was. Oh, look at that! You got your Batman cup. I got my
I don't have a Batman cup.
well, Legion does.
Oh, I got Dr.
Yeah.
Von Hoot coffee from
There
the
you go.
Spiral Dimension
Oh yeah, that's that
And-
good stuff. I take it.
and the Parliament of Mowls.
Mine says Mister.
Are you sure about that though?
Yeah, I'm trying
So
to get pronoun
there's-
mugs.
So
Does your mug really identify as Mister?
I guess
it depends.
this morning it does.
that or love is magical.
But is it?
Unless he pours a White Claw into that mug.
Oh, that's not what you guys are drinking. That's what I'm drinking.
No, it's Friday. I do coffee on Friday.
White Claw.
Claw
Put it in the
mug.
microwave for 30 seconds.
We were talking about that the other day at work. Some of us, the people who work for me in my office are contemporaries as far as my age goes, right? And so we're sitting there talking. So somebody finally they were asking the questions. What the hell is a White Claw? None of us could figure it out. I said, dude, I'm gonna bet you it's like some kind of malted alcohol, and it's basically Zima. And we go look it up, and like sure enough, it was. And I was like, oh my god,
I remember Zima.
right?
I remember the commercials for Zima with the people in the apartment. They're all just sweating bullets and they're trying to turn the fan on and it won't turn on. And they drink a Zima and they start walking on the walls and stuff. That's a weird commercial.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, welcome to
I
their
honestly love White
comic
Claw.
chef.
They had me at white. Big fan.
Okay, Rangers, use your powers.
Freaky Louie.
No.
Tyler, you're a card person. Do you submit cards or do you just, the ones you have
Yes.
graded, you just purchase slabbed
I've
already?
never submitted a PSA, but I do submit cards. Same thing with PSA. What do you say?
Sorry.
Now there's a lot more competition. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of competition in the card community now. GMA, PSA, CGC. I mean, those are like probably the biggest. Beckett, those are the biggest ones. But there's a lot more than that.
Yeah, but they don't. It's not. It hasn't really. Is it really in that realm? Is it for people who really think like, well, yeah, there's competition, but this is the only one that matters?
No, because I'd say
That's not how we did that in
Beckett,
comics.
PSA, and CGC. Maybe CGC is like one step down, but they are right there. And you know how they got there? By making their turnaround times 2 days. 2-day turnaround times. Like people were getting them in and out instantly, and probably in PSA stop submissions altogether. So it's like, oh, let's get it, and that's how they got in.
Well, yeah.
So what it comes down to,
That's
it
what
sounds like
that's
it's
what
the same
CGC
thing
tried
as
to give
always.
CBCS a chance, but
Yes,
then CBCS
they did.
fumbled the ball, and
Yep.
then they recovered the ball, but then they fumbled it again. Then then when they picked it up, they actually handed it to the other team and let them run unopposed.
But that's a good point, Tyler, because we saw CBCS make that little meteoric rise when CGC turnarounds were trash. And that just lets you, like, really, when it comes down to it, people don't care about what they look like or how durable they are. It's just dominated by how fast they can get their gratification and how quick people can get them to sell them. That's
Yeah,
the
definitely.
primary
That's a huge
motivator
part of it.
of who's going to be at the top.
Yeah.
People are impatient. That's what we learn here.
Yep.
Well,
people
not
are
just
waiting
can you
that,
blame
but
them the way society is today? Everything
Yes,
is
like
instant
unlucky.
gratification, right?
I
it's not
absolutely can
just that
blame
they're
them.
impatient, but there's also, from a business standpoint, for the people there's a good amount of people who are doing it to sell things, and if
Mhm.
they can get something back significantly faster, and on something that's hot and not necessarily spiking hot that may not trend long
Mhm.
term, that they're going to be able to maximize their profit faster than the guy who's got his,
I'd
as we
still
saw
say,
in comics, when all of a sudden comics took 7 months plus minimum to get through grading.
oh, more than that.
You had so many people who had these books that they sent in that the rise and fall of the book occurred while the book
Yeah,
was
and
in
that was
submission.
one of the things when CGC was like deadlocked. Even Nelson at Big Time Collectibles did a
Mhm.
couple of things with CBCS, did a couple of those big time exclusives and everything,
That's
and had
right.
custom labels. He did that first one, and he had like a large amount of customers because he set that up. He did that, and while doing it is when CBCS started like really just not being able to keep up with the demand, and he had a lot of customers that reached out, yo, when are these shipping, when are these shipping? And he's like, as soon as they're done with them. And a lot of people are like, I just need to cancel my order if that's a possibility, because this is too long and I was buying them to sell them, and the people who wanted them don't want them no more, so I don't want them no more. And
Yeah.
he quit the CBCS thing because they couldn't meet the standard for the market. And the retailers that do these exclusives every single week, thousands and thousands of exclusives every single week being pre-sold graded comics. I mean, that's thousands and thousands of books a week just
Mhm.
from retailers.
Which is why so many of them won't allow you to do any kind of cancellation and whatnot.
Mhm.
Then you
Yeah.
get companies like Hot Shot that just steal from you. And
Well, Nelson did the opposite of stealing from people. He actually let him have the refund in whatever manner because he understood their frustration, because he had it too, and he didn't want in the trash if you're done or on the table if you're not. He didn't want it to reflect his business. He's like, I don't stand for these practices. I'm in the midst of them, and my customers won't suffer for them.
yeah, no, I mean, I just got a book back that I unboxed that's going to be in Monday's mail call. That book. I ordered it over 2 years. I ordered it in 2021.
Is it signed?
Yes,
Okay.
but so part of the delay was that it did have to go to Italy for signature. But
Delato?
no, Perillo.
Perlo. Yeah.
But even still, the book was signed in February of 2022. So according to the
Long
witness
time.
tag on the book, right? And it still just took forever to get through. And every time the facilitator that I was going through, he stopped accepting. He was exclusively CBCS. He's basically shut down his business, and is only dealing with right now trying to clear out all the back orders. Still waiting for stuff to come back in. At least he's been responsive, but he's basically shut down his business. He had some health issues to begin with, and then he got COVID and it exacerbated it. But combined with CBCS, just their lead times and stuff got such that he's got books that he has no insight into either. And I got to imagine that Clan McLeod's the same way. It must be frustrating for them being a CBCS shop where people are sending stuff and you get no insight.
Yeah, you have the flip side of that coin too. With that's one thing that has me hesitant to submit to CGC is their ridiculously fast turnaround times. That I think that they're still which is fantastic. I mean, any place should want to have fast turnaround times, but I'm wondering how much that it's affecting their quality standards. And I don't
Well,
mean it like pairs and cases and stuff like that. I mean consistency with grades. And
there's been a lot of questions of that. If you
yeah,
if you watch the recent unboxings, there's a lot of folks.
I'm aware. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Like,
it happened to me.
hesitant.
It happened to me. I had
get-
I had a Marvel's Previews 95. So Marvel's Preview 95, you don't know what that is? That's the first cover of Miles, right? It's a book that means nothing to me because it's a catalog. That's all it is. It's a catalog, right? But it became a hot book. So I had it. I just had it in my box. It had a little dents, but it was a solid 9.92. I will say that much, right? Solid, right? Because I take care of my previews, right? So I send it out. I sent it out. I look. The guy that was with me says, "Oh yeah, this looks like a 9.2," right? I get it back, and it's an 8.0. And then I said to myself, "What? Why is this an 8.0?" And then when you look at the comic book, right off the corner, there's this like this. It's almost like a hairline indentation. It looks like a piece of. It looks like hair, like a strand of hair
Mhm.
Mhm.
right in the corner on the crease, which wasn't there before. And I got proof that it wasn't there because I have a photo of it, right? I have a photo that took place of it. So the thing is, when I talked to my guy, I said, "Hey, is there any way we could do it?" He's like, "Nope, it's their word against yours, and there's no proof around that." That's the
Yeah.
kind of stuff that's really irritating when you send something out, because you send something out with the notion that it's not that it's going to come back a 9.2 or anything like that. It's going to come back the way you send it.
Yeah, the book will be the same despite the grade not being what you expect.
Exactly,
And
right?
I've mentioned that before, like with the sheer volume that they do, the volume of books they grade in a single day, in a week, in a month, stuff's going to happen. A book's going to get dropped, or a page is going to get accidentally folded wrong, this or that. You can't get
It's
around it.
inevitable. Yeah, that kind of stuff's inevitable.
There's humans involved. It just sucks if it happens to you. But what actually sucks the most is I've never seen a situation where they've admitted it. Like, hey, we're
That's what I was
sorry.
going to say. They've
We
never owned
dropped your
up.
we dropped your book. We're so sorry. We see the damage that was done to it. And without that damage, we would consider the grade to be at this. With the damage, it's currently at this grade, which we have to grade it as. We would like to at least give you credit, compensating you for the value difference. They won't
Yes.
even do that. You don't even have to give no one cash. You can offer the grading service, which is next to nothing. Obviously, we're not going to charge you for grading this $20, and we can give you a credit on the FMV difference.
Yeah,
Like they
it goes
don't
back to
ever
what we talked
get
about, right?
honest.
What we talked about on the show on Wednesday, with comic man Andy. It's accountability. Where's the accountability factor, right? There, the and it's not just CGC, pretty much all of them. They don't have a standard in place where if something screws up, it's our fault. You know what I mean? Now, if they
Mhm.
receive something and it's screwed up within the receiving, I get that. These things happen, right?
Shipping or something like
Yeah,
that.
Yeah,
definitely.
that kind of stuff happens, right? The reality of it is that, first of all, I think it's a problem that it's in one location. To be completely honest, I think they should be like certain areas. One place in Florida, I don't get it personally. You should have something in New York. You should have something in California. My personal opinion, but
Yeah, there's argument. The argument for that is that they have better quality control by having it in one facility
yeah,
versus having.
I know what that argument is. It's not a good argument.
Doesn't even make sense.
I'm just
It's not a working argument. You mean.
look.
You know,
I will tell you. Look, PGX is the only one who has two facilities right now, and
No,
what you get out of PGX West and what you out of PGX East, some people argue is very different.
Mhm. But at least they're thinking that way.
but it
Where
just shows you like the difference that human error and human
Yeah.
accountability can make. And when you have one company in one location, you have nothing to gauge their quality by, like the interior quality of the business functioning.
It's a big enough company now that it could have it. That's the point.
Sure,
It's a big enough company that
absolutely.
they should have it, right? They should have places. First of
I
all,
don't. I don't
you want to
understand why
save up on
Florida became.
shipping costs? Imagine having to just go into the facility and say, "Here you go," and you save up on your shipping costs just on that
They
alone.
don't pay for
Hey
shipping.
Rob, no state tax,
Oh, yeah. They don't pay
Yeah,
for
that's another
shipping
one.
though, so shipping doesn't bother them at all.
Mhm.
and they don't pay state tax because Florida is that
Yeah,
their economy has a surplus, so they eradicated state tax for
yeah.
that reason.
So go to
Right?
Wyoming, go to Delaware. There you go. Some other states with no state tax.
Yeah, well, it's an imperfect system that we put that we as collectors have assigned value to, and for whatever reason, in comics we've assigned made them the gold standard just because they were first, and find active reasons to shit on everybody else.
That's why I grade all my comics through Legion of Comics grading service.
That's right.
You also get custom DC labels through and only through Legion of Comics grading service.
What's an
If you're
FN?
wondering how you can submit and get
Fine.
books graded through Legion of
It's
Comics
his
grading
son's
service,
name.
you probably can't because you can't afford it. This is a really expensive service right here, but it's the only one that truly matters. Legion of
Much like the Fat Stack certificate of authenticity, the only COA that matters
I
when
did
it
see
comes
that.
to
You're
sign
wrong.
books. That's right.
So
You-
they were
You can
they
even
were
get
talking
art
a little
graded.
bit.
You can get art graded through Legion of Comics grading service.
They
With
were
custom-
talking a little bit about this on the Pressable Defects, and they had mentioned EGS, I believe.
Mhm.
And they were like, well, that guy grades in his basement. It's like one guy grade because he doesn't have workers. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
it's one guy. That made
Uh-huh.
me think that is actually better, right? Because you know who's grading it. He has experience.
Well, not in the
people see-
event of a flood because like water
No,
goes down.
not literally. Okay, but
Right.
the people
It's like
at
the
CGC,
argument
these
is
are all
one
just
guy in a
like
basement isn't a
randoms
solid.
walking in, right? These are just random kids, people our age walking in, learning how to grade and grading for the first time in
you
their
have to
lives.
describe. You have to describe the guy in the basement, an employee for a grading service who has decades in the industry of doing it, and he holds
Yeah,
the same
so
consistent standard across the board.
I would almost
Just
say
grading
that's
in a
better
basement.
when you think of it like that.
Right.
Just
And he's very
proud the
transparent
guy.
about the standard he's using.
Yeah, and
I
he
mean,
gives you so
and he'll
many
give
grading
you
notes. It's
grader's
amazing.
notes on every book,
Even a
regardless of
9.8.
whether it's. I
9.9.
got grader notes on a 9.9 I got back. So stick that in your freaking pipe and smoke
Yeah,
it.
Yeah.
I mean,
and that's how it should
maybe
be.
when he gives a 10.0, maybe there's no grader's notes other than say flawless. I don't know, but I
Yeah.
haven't gotten a 10.0 from him, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's and it's I hope that if nothing else, I hope that Tony over there at EGS is at least able to move up into the number 3 spot, because as much as PGX has market share and it has its fan base, it's just got so many detractors that I don't know that they can ever polish that turd enough
I don't
to,
think so
Yeah.
either.
to
Well,
do
that's the
something.
point. It's like you have to get maybe enough people out there to clearly say we're done. And I think that's when when damage will happen when people are done, right? I think this could be the straw that broke the camel's back. This could be. Is it? I don't know. Only time will tell.
So for some people, when they sit there and they go, "Hey, I can send it to PGX for $14
Yeah.
instead of 30, whatever."
But the reality is, you don't spend $30. I know I never spent $30 on getting a book graded because I don't have a membership. I don't do anything. I don't have that many books like that to get graded. When I send a book to get graded, I'm spending a significant amount of money to get it graded. So, I think for the average Joe who does it, it's
No, if a regular submission, so CGC, it's what it's I don't have. I'm on the wrong computer, but
It's
their
like
the new
26.
price is going to be $27, $26.
yeah, but
So-
that's the standard fee. We're talking about the shipping and all that other
Oh
stuff. that
well,
goes
if you
along
start
with that.
factoring shipping and stuff, that's different
Yeah.
ball
So
wax, right?
but you have to pay it, right? That's
Well,
kind
let's
of
be honest. I mean, that first, but if you're sending in just one book, even if it's 25, then there's
Mm-hmm.
$5 submission fee, so that's
Yeah.
$30 plus
Mhm.
the prorated portion of your
Yeah.
membership fee, plus then the delivery fee and your shipping to them fee, and yeah,
It adds up.
but and then the same thing is like CBCS, even like I just got together, like I said, a stack of books that are art books. Right. So I got a bunch of books like this. They're sketch covers that I'm sending off
Nice
to
one.
get art labels on them, but have them verified signature.
Mhm.
Right. So instead of, because for an art signature, because they're not actually grading the book, it's $18 for the encapsulation. But the signature verification is $30. So it's $48 a book to send in to get that signature verified with an art label. If I was having a book graded, like if it was a regular comic and I was getting it graded and have signature verified, then you're talking it's going to cost you $50-$60 per book to have that done, which is starts to get really expensive.
Mhm.
Now, the thing I'm battling on, I was telling Mark before, is that CBCS yesterday they put out a promo code to take $10 off each VSP submission, or it just said each VSP, verified signature uh, whatever program
Mhm.
thing. So it was like, okay, well then I've got 9 books. That's a good opportunity. I could save $90, $10 off each one. No. When you enter the promo code, it was $10 off the submissions. It's like I'd have to submit each book individually,
Oh
which
Jesus!
which
Per
if that
submission.
if that's the game they're going to play, then fine. I'll
You sent
submit these as 9 individual submissions, and I'll package them up, send them off, because I don't pay a submission fee with CBCS, and I'll fucking save the $90 that way if that's really the fucking game
Will
they
they
want to
ship
play.
them all back individually though?
Oh yeah, they will. That's the only
So
that would
you
probably be
wouldn't save
that
money.
actually that's
then you'll
I'm gonna
end up spending
I'm
money
gonna
in
kill 'em. I'm
the
gonna
in the
kill 'em.
shipping.
Well, no, they'll probably consolidate it, but they'll charge me individual shipping fees.
Yeah.
Hey, they don't want to spend the extra boxes, right?
That's right. Or why should they? Why should they? Yeah, that's the thing. Actually, I got killed the other day. I bought something off of eBay, and I didn't pay. I thought, oh, man, I just got a great deal on this book, and then I went to check out, and all of a sudden I was like, oh, what the hell? And I didn't pay. I hadn't paid attention to the listing. Some bastard snuck it in. $55 shipping charge for U.S. priority mail. I'm like, oh,
How many days?
I would have just messaged them
yeah,
be
you
like,
could have
"Hey,
overnighted it for $55,
this
but no.
cost X to ship. Can you send me a refund for
You know,
the
it
rest
was
of it?"
clear. It was clearly posted. I didn't read it, and I was like, all right, well, as long as this guy ships it priority, and he did. If he had shipped it,
First class.
oh, well, it turns out.
Wish you would have
So
shipped it media.
right, if he'd done that, I
In
would
an
have.
envelope folded.
And I
in
had
half.
that. I've had that
No
happen.
bubble, just
I
envelope.
had a book that I
Pony
ordered off
Express.
eBay where they charged me
Exactly.
$20 for priority shipping, and when it got here, they had shipped it media mail, and I refused delivery on it, and then I canceled. I got a refund on my order because it wasn't because the guy had charged $20 for shipping, said he was going to ship it U.S. priority, and it came media mail with postage due. I was like, nope. We're not, nope.
COD.
Yet you paid $5 to ship this thing when I gave you 20 something. You said you were going to ship it priority. You shipped it media. Now it's got postage due. Nope. Refuse delivery. Thank you very much. eBay product never delivered. But no, this book that I ordered, it turned out part of I guess why it was so expensive to ship. I thought I was ordering just a slab. It turns out it was a slab book, but it also had this really nice wood frame that you could drop the slab into. You could hang this thing on your wall, and you could just change out slabs that hang on in this frame. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that was part of this deal, man. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I thought I don't want it because I have my slabs differently, but
Yeah.
you know,
You
I'll
put your
take that.
first. You
I'll
can
take
put a
that
first
slab
one there.
holder and I'll throw it in the pile of stuff that maybe maybe it'll do something for comics curing cancer later. Who knows?
Mhm.
But anywho, good morning, Old Wolf 65. Welcome,
That's it.
guys. If any of you are interested and want to hop on, just ping one of us. We'll get you the invite.
Mhm.
Unless your name is Tyler, in which case we can't have you because there's only one Tyler. Thank God.
Oh, did you see what the A's announced yesterday? Was it yesterday?
It wasn't yesterday, 2 days ago.
2 days
Yes.
ago.
After 20 years of trying to build a stadium in the Bay Area, the Oakland A's have announced.
You trying to build a stadium?
No, dude, it's legit that they have been. Trust me.
Well, it seems like this might have been a ploy.
Not for 20 years, Tyler. Look,
Don't tell me. I'm the messenger. I've just heard
you're the outside
things.
person
I'm the
who's
outside person
casually
that
heard
listened to
things.
former A's players talk about it this morning.
Look, as a fan
Nobody wants to play there.
who's been sitting here, I watched them try to secure. Looked like at one point they were building a facility in Fremont, and then all of a sudden Fremont changed their mind. They weren't going to do this stuff. And then they tried to move to San Jose, but the Giants blocked them from going to San Jose, claiming it's their territory, even though that territory used to be joint. And when the Giants wanted to move to San Jose initially, the A's just said, yeah, go ahead. But then the Giants then wouldn't let the A's move in there. And they tried fighting that for years and stuff. And then they tried to do something in Oakland. And Oakland politics have been such that there's been multiple sites in Oakland that they've tried to build. But each time there's various reasons or community groups that block it or all these different things. And basically everyone says, just build it where your stadium is. Well, where their stadium is surrounded by the worst part of Oakland and not a place anybody wants to go. There's nothing around there. There's nothing to be there. The only convenient thing is that it's next door to the freeway. But
what I was listening to earlier was more specifically talking about the last couple, like 2 to 3 years, where they're
the last couple
skeptical
of years
on whether they were really trying.
Once the finally got to the point where Major League Baseball said, "Hey, yes, you can start to look elsewhere," and they started entertaining another site, right?
Mhm.
So some people say that, hey, look, they were more interested in leaving at that point. Well, at that point, it'd been, again, 15 plus years that they've been trying to get something done. They're in a stadium where sewage backs up in the bullpen, that a possum has taken over and the freaking announce booth and kicked people out, that birds
That
attack
possum,
people.
who was really calling the shots though?
The stadium is literally crumbling in parts. It's an awful stadium ever since the Raiders built Mount Davis out there, and the Raiders have gone and left twice, and it's not a good place to be. Nobody wants to be there. Even the fans don't want to be there.
The Cubs might be the best, or like one of the top 5 best traveling baseball like fan bases, and there were 5,000 people at the A's game the other day.
No, I mean
A's
they've
game.
raised during all this. They've raised tickets. They've not spent any money on players. We don't have.
Rob,
This is insane.
Rob,
Yeah.
Rob, you just told me that a fucking possum is the announcer, and you expect them not to raise.
It's on top of it.
I'm just saying that's the name of the new team, though. That should be the team news name.
The Las Vegas Possums.
Vegas Possums.
The Vegas Possums.
But the team has not been good. The team's obviously not been good. And they haven't spent any money. But this is the insanity for even if you're not a baseball fan, people. If you have a baseball team in your market, imagine if you would that in Chicago, the Cubs weren't on TV in Chicago, or weren't on radio.
Well,
the A's are not.
That's kind of true now, right? Because of the blackouts everywhere.
Forget that. Forget
but not on
there's no
sports radio.
blackouts.
The Cubs are definitely on the radio, but I'm not sure how TV works.
That's
just like there's no crime.
There's an NFL thing, is that? But
thank you, Izzy. I was about to. You got it.
But there's no local radio here in the San Francisco Bay. There's no local radio station. You want to get the A's? You have to either go listen to it on some streaming service, or I guess you could turn on to Bloomberg Radio on the AM station or something. They do some games. Television. You have to be on the cable network and have the cable channel. Otherwise, there's no games. It's not on regular TV stuff. The Giants in this area have taken over all the radio stations, even though there's 2 sports stations. They're on both stations. They're not on the
because you just need 2 different voices, right?
They've taken over everything, man. It's like, and they have the secret piece of everything is the Giants have secretly been working behind the scenes to move the A's out because they want the entire Bay Area to themselves, because there's so much corporate money here for luxury boxes and all this other stuff that they have been actively working their ways around to block the A's from getting a stadium built in order to move them out of the area, which is what they've wanted for years. So
Yeah.
all it has done is doubled down on my distaste and disdain for the San Francisco Giants, who are to
So
blame
Mike
more than
brought up
anybody else.
the Rockies. The Cubs have their own network now, so it's the
Right.
same here. They're not on TV either, but they're on the radio up north of me. But on TV, you have to have the marquee network to watch them.
Mhm.
It's like how the Yes Network works for the Yankees.
For the Yankees, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's because
It's all-
that's their network.
Yeah.
It's their network. But
It's all
they do
awful.
play some regular games. And of course we got radio. We
I
definitely
wish
have
that
radio.
MLB TV would sit there and offer, instead of giving you this thing of going, you have to pick all the teams. I wish they would they had a package. It was a single team package
Yep.
where I could, for $5 or $9 a month, whatever, during the baseball season, I could get all the games for the team of my choice.
Well, they do that. I think YouTube TV does that.
Does YouTube now?
What?
Yeah,
I
YouTube
didn't-
TV. I actually
I
have
never heard
YouTube TV.
that.
I don't know.
So YouTube TV is pretty much TV, but using the streaming service.
Yeah, I know that.
Right.
I just didn't know that about the MLB.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
have
Like a
deals like that.
team. Huh.
Yeah.
Those deals
Interesting.
exist. That it's you pay for your team. In something like with the Yankees, since that's my home team, we got the Yes Network. You have to watch the games through the Yes Network, and if it's on like an ESPN or something like that, if the Yes Network's playing it, it's blacked out on those channels.
Yeah.
But as far as broadcast television goes, very little, maybe 10 to 15 games a year, because everybody has cable now. So
Mhm.
Yeah, well,
so that kind of stuff, and we've always had radio, so we never had the problem. John
The
Sterling.
blackout shit is like
It's annoying.
they proved it. It's more than annoying. It's just it's horrible. In 2020, they proved, because they always said the blackouts exist because they want people to go to the games.
What is a blackout? Can you explain that? I have no clue.
If you live in a region where they
Mark.
play, like it's just a designated region around where they play, and if you want to watch them on TV, if they're on TV, you can't.
Exclusively.
is blacked out.
Exclusively. So if
Time out.
Hold on.
Time out. Yeah, where it's needed, Christian, that would be probably like especially number 7 on the back of the annex. You're gonna need to probably do a lot of work in there, get the gravel that's in there out a little bit and fix the ground itself. The ground is cattywampus. But other than that, man, it doesn't need to go on any of the grounds anywhere. It needs to go in runs everywhere. Front side of the annex, number 12 on the right of the main building, obviously. Stack it high, as long as it's not overflowing into the doggy doors. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry, guys.
So pretty much what a blackout is that let's just say if you're in New York and you want to watch the Yankee game, but ESPN is playing it as well. So you have to watch the local channels show. In other words, the Yes Network, as opposed to the ESPN, or else what will happen is if you go to ESPN, you'll get a screen saying your show is blacked out, and you won't
it's just
see it at
nothing.
all. You have a
But-
black screen.
But
That's
what I was
crazy.
saying, and the reason they always did that is because they wanted people in the surrounding area to go to games so they can fill the stadiums. But in 2020, when you weren't allowed to go to games, there were still blackouts.
Oh yeah.
No, not oh yeah. That is mind blowing. That is the only reason there's blackouts.
I'm agreeing with
And
you.
no one is allowed to go to the game. Empty stadium. Do you heard the sound of the bat? That's all you'd hear.
But
And
I'm
you-
not surprised by that.
That is, but they
Exclusivity,
needed them to
man, it
not
didn't
be blacked
matter.
out because they
It's
needed
contract.
money.
But it was
Yeah.
contract. It's
They-
contracting.
They needed to do something that year, and it just proved to me as a fan who wanted to watch as many games as I could, especially that year when there was nothing to do for like a month and a half for me. Oh, that
Come
pissed
on,
me
those
off.
games didn't matter anyway.
That was forever.
Have you seen those games? Were
We're all
rough to watch.
scrimmages, Tyler. You'll be
Oh
all
man,
right.
I watched a ton.
Those
What-
games were rough to watch.
I had fun with that year. It was a crazy year. It was like a race. And the Cubs started amazing that year, so that was fun.
That's because everybody else was sick. look at that Entrigan. That's a nice Entrigan. Who did
Yeah,
that?
I'm not trying to change the topic. I'm just working, but I'm just showing stuff off while I
I
do.
saw that one. I remember seeing that one. That was nice.
I'm gonna the next little toy short that I do is of Etrigan, so I need like backdrops. I'm just getting the backdrop out.
So you're getting free comic book day Entrigan?
Here's the
No, I don't. It's super cool that they're doing that. I saw where they released that demon pop recently with like a glow in the dark chase. A couple of people that I know that collect them were able to score the glow in the dark chase, and the one that comes out on Free Comic Book Day is a Previews World exclusive sticker on it. I believe it's the same pop. It just has that sticker to let you know it's a chase or whatever. I think that's how it works. But I'm going to be picking some like merch up, like Free Comic Book Day merch, like the T-shirt I always get every year for like the whole family. I try to grab stuff like that, and then the DC will have their Dawn of DC foil version, the foil version of their Free Comic Book Day book. They'll have a $9.99 MSRP, so that shops can make something. I want to try to actually spend money at the shop on that day because they pay for those books that they give away for free. That's just incentivized.
They should have the books already. They should be in the shops by now.
Yeah,
they are.
I've already held and looked at the foil and everything. The shirts are already there.
Here,
That should be a fun day.
Here's what I'm setting off for the art submission here. I'll show you guys. You got this lizard sketch that's going off.
Who did that piece?
Brian Silverback.
Cool.
Adam Strange.
Wow.
Which is actually a wraparound cover.
That is a lot of work.
Yeah.
That doesn't even look like it's a sketch.
Yeah, it looks like a cover.
Right?
Right. Yeah. No, it's awesome, especially since it's a wraparound. When you look at it, it's like painted. It's like
I would love to see it live. That's the different that the camera doesn't do it justice.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
We're not live.
So this Mars Attacks, Planet Comics.
That was cool too.
This is a buddy of mine I went to high school with who actually works for Pixar and does some comic pages for DC and stuff, and does his own Scholastic.
I like the
comics
inks on that one.
It's really cool, unless he worked on the Buzz Lightyear movie.
Had a Chasm.
The Buzz Lightyear movie. That movie was good for the first 10 minutes.
It was?
Yeah, the first 10 minutes of that movie is not bad.
Huh.
That's a good one. I like the foreshadowing in that one.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good too.
It's the Ji Hung Lee.
Oh, well, naturally then.
Looks like Spider-Man.
This one's Mark's favorite.
Spider Ghost, isn't it?
That's the
that one I thought was cool. Just seeing that one.
Yeah, the Ken Hazer. Yeah, so that's that. That's the stack that's going off to CBCS for art and signature verification.
That Peacemaker looks almost like a Kevin Maguire piece.
Boom. Yeah, no, some of those are like that Spider-Man one. That's like a guy I ran Justin Green, who he's an independent guy. He's done some independent stuff and done some minor stuff for Image. I've met him at like Fan Expo. Some of these guys you can get commissions done really inexpensively, and yeah, I just found out he's going to be at Heroes Con and he's taking pre-orders there. And but yeah, a lot of these smaller artists are ones you can get some really amazing stuff done.
And those are the guys you should go to. You know what I mean? It's like
$150, beautiful sketch cover.
when you go to those cons, I know as an artist when I table as well, sometimes it's hard because you got guys like David Finch, you got someone like Arthur Adams in the corner, but those guys are charging $300, $400, $500 for their sketches, and what you're
Minimum.
getting is a sketch. You're not
Right.
even getting like work, but these other guys are sitting there who are good and talented guys, and they're just sitting there, and then people look at me because I don't know your name. You're not worth the $150 that I'm going to charge you, but if you give them the $150 for a commission, and they're going to give you some good stuff, and then years later when you find out that they're big artists and the big,
Well, even if they don't ever get big, so if it's great art, it's still great
it's
art,
great
and it
art,
doesn't.
yeah.
And I love to sit there and not only if you can find something that if you're looking at the stuff that they're showing,
Hmm.
the stuff that they're showing in their samples stuff is oftentimes going to be stuff that they're really interested that
Hmm.
they're into, right?
Yeah.
So if you can find something along the lines of what you get an idea of what they're into, and you give them leeway
Hmm.
on the design and stuff, you get some really great
Yeah.
stuff. I mean, that's like when I did this, like the Mars Attacks one, I love, and or even that Adam Strange one. That Adam Strange one, I ran into the guy
Did it hurt?
at a local con, and I was just talking to him, and I started seeing that he had some sci-fi stuff, and I started showing him some of the books I had picked up, and he was like, "Oh, dude, I love Adam Strange, it's so great." I said, "Hey, man, I would like to do this." And he goes, "Yeah, that'd be great." So I pay him, I agree, I send him the book, pay him his money, and I got this idea for this design. He's like, oh man, but the design's too big to fit on the front cover. Is it all right if I do a wraparound? It's like, yeah. And he's like so into it. And that's what the next thing I know, get that wraparound full color book, which is just insane.
Yeah, it looks fantastic.
Yeah.
He did a fantastic job. And to
That,
Izzy's
that was
point,
like
like it's
200 bucks.
crazy. And to Izzy's point, it's crazy. Like the price difference, like the quality, you can get a lot higher quality than some professionally known artists for a lot less because the talent's out there.
Yeah.
If you're chasing a name or just chasing like fantastic art, you can find some great deals out there.
Yeah.
That's why you don't give them do Power Rangers. That's right. True story.
The other thing is, like, when you go to smaller shows, you have more liberties with them too, because they're there to do the work. Like, this is my friend Nate. He did this. Nate Melendez, right? And he's starting to get work now for big companies. And this is not even his best stuff,
That's solid.
right? This was a sketch he did for me one day. I was like, "Hey Nate, you mind doing a Mandalorian?" And he was like, "Yeah, sure, let's do it." And he does that kind of stuff all the time. So,
What did you
and
think of the finale?
um,
Segue.
I knew it was going there. Um,
You
Grogu
took us
got
there.
Grogu got a new name.
Yeah, that was about all they did plot wise.
Yeah, it felt like like they don't know if they're going to come back and do anything else other than maybe the forthcoming movie,
Do we
because
want them to?
it felt like it was a spot where you could hang up everything and just be done, and there was no cliffhangers really. You could end the show there
Mm-hmm.
and do nothing else with it, and it's a fair enough ending.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
definitely a fair. It felt like a series finale, like you pointed out
Mm-hmm.
previously. It definitely felt like a series finale.
I think it was a series finale. The only difference is we're not going to get a season 4. We're going to get a movie.
Navarro got an unfeeling Marshall.
yeah,
So that
I-
was
I-
my take. It was
I thought
fine.
that
It wasn't the worst
the
thing I've
fight
seen.
scenes were cool in it. Some of the just the little plot holes just crushed me. Like we established that jetpacks have a limit. They went out of their way to do a really fantastic, detailed episode earlier.
it was praised by all of us.
It was praised by all. And then in this episode, like you could probably fly to the next planet with your jetpack. You have
I mean,
you have
obviously,
the dark troopers in the last
Upgrade.
episode that are upgraded to Beskar, and then like pretty much-
those were not dark troopers.
No, they weren't Dark Troopers.
yeah, he called them like his upgraded dark troopers.
No.
I don't know if he said that.
He mentioned he was working on that. He was, and he said
Like,
with me at the heart of them. So all the
Yeah.
clones of him were meant
They
to
were
be
supposed to be the Dark
become the
Troopers.
new dark troopers.
There's a
In
lot
the
of there was a lot of inconsistency with armor in this one.
those troopers were not in Beskar armor.
Yeah,
They were
gotcha.
in
There's a lot of
Mandalorian
inconsistency with
inspired.
armor in this one.
regular.
Like some blasters would kill somebody with a shot. Some people can get shot 1,000 times.
With a Beskar.
No, just in general. Like,
Well, they
like
they keep one
both sides of it.
consistency. They did one consistency. The stormtroopers still missed.
Yeah, and also what got me was the big kamikaze moment. I'm like, yo, that thing is miles wide. That thing is miles wide. And you just flew down a little hole.
That wasn't a Star Destroyer, though.
Understand, but we've also seen it in the sky next to other stuff. We've seen people on it. We've seen it, and then we've seen the hole. How many? Like, we watched people fly into the hole as a battalion, covering the width of it with their small battalion, and then we watched this thing fly completely into this hole and magically fit and
I
not
don't know
like
how
just
much of it
demolish
sheared
the
off
hole.
on the way in.
None. They you watch it fly in. It had a smooth. I mean, obviously it didn't really show
That's
it
the
because
le-
by
that's
the
the
time
least.
you get
That's
there,
the
it's a
least of the
fireball.
issues. The
But we also
jetpacks
established
into the
in this
upper
episode,
atmosphere, if not into space.
they established in this episode that Mandalorian's just sitting there just getting flamethrower, like ha 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 ha. He's like, no, stop it, no. And
Yeah,
then
I
like
understand that his
fireball
armor
Moff
doesn't catch
Gideon.
fire,
Like,
but
come
all the
on.
how come his cloak never catches fire with the flamethrower? Right? It's like
Yeah, I don't
he's
know, man.
he's
I don't
apparently
know.
got flame retardant stuff from the 70s, maybe, but oh my
Yes, lady, you're fantastic.
God. No, but there definitely the jetpack taking off into what the first time I watched it, I was like, oh man, he flew into space. What the hell? And then I go, okay, well maybe the ships are in the upper atmosphere,
No.
but even still, it's like, come on, how much enough thrust to break orbit practically? I mean, that's just a bit much. And why did they leave where they were? When Bo Katan's got them and they've retreated back a little bit, and they leave and they go to the garden, but they're in the garden for long enough
10
to say,
seconds.
"Oh wow, you guys have a garden? I didn't know the soil. Yeah,
Someone,
the
We-
soil.
someone said we
we
made this set.
cultivated
We
it.
have to do it.
We farmed. Okay, great. Oh hey guys, here come our troops. Let's go back.
Let's
Okay,
go.
you were there
Well, the
long enough.
the episode did come out, during 420, that weekend. So maybe
there
that
you
was
go.
it.
They
Maybe they
wanted to
had to
cultivate
stop
something.
for,
They were
Yeah.
cultivating
recreational moment. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Like, we cultivate. Do you? Happy 420.
Just have a scene where you see them
That's
with their
right.
helmets. Like,
I say so, Taylor. What the whole thing with that was, of course, obviously the spy was the one that we knew up front that everybody
Yeah.
knew about, but they called the show The Spies, which was meant to be a red herring to get everybody thinking and talking about, trying to figure out who was.
I mean, you say that, Rob, but what it was just a creator oversight on their part. That's all
yeah.
it was.
Well, I
And
said the same thing.
there is no, and I've said this from the
I
beginning.
said
Of
it
this,
last
there
week.
is no. I've said this from the beginning of the show before the whole spy thing. There is no greater connectivity brain with all of this. People are like, this, oh, they did this. That means we're probably going this way. I'm like, no, it doesn't. It means they're going to mention something and leave it sitting there and never do nothing with it because this show is not that smart. And that's what happens every time. They're like, all these fans, all like, and it happens with comic book stuff. You see all these connections, you see all these possibilities because we have a bigger understanding of the stories beyond this and everything. But the people working on these shows and producing these shows do not, and they do not deliver those kind of moments or that kind of connectivity. They pop something up and then like, we did it. We pointed at it. So we did good. Go no, it's all just
I was really
never as
sad.
good as what we imagine.
I was really sad basically to find out that essentially the whole thing of putting Grogu in a mech suit was obviously just to be able to create a new Funko Pop, because that
was
was
the case.
short
For the landfill,
That was short
For the
lived.
landfill.
got to fill that landfill with something. Why not more Grogu's?
But yeah,
I would say I nearly got zero enjoyment out of the season. Nearly zero. I don't think it was the worst thing ever. I
No.
just didn't enjoy it.
it definitely wasn't. It was definitely the weakest of the 3 seasons, to say the least.
Definitely is an understatement.
And
Isn't that what they say?
it had
all
it had highs and it had lows, but it just didn't seem to couldn't have a sustained steady middle ground throughout it. And the final episode was okay. I don't, you wrapped up some things. I have some questions still that you could come back and do another season, obviously, but at the same time, if you don't, you're in a spot where I understand that you wrap it up, but
I think that we measure the highs based on the lows, kind of thing. And I don't think this season had highs. I think it pretty
That's
much exists.
exactly what I said.
I think it exists in the lows. And when we had a couple of brief moments where we weren't drowning down there, it felt like highs, but it was really
Yes.
like this would have been the low in the other seasons where we existed in the good, and it would just dip down to it would dip down and stay in the positive. And this season just really didn't do that.
I think some of the stuff could have been the same. We could have done the same stuff, but if they had just presented it differently, I mean, in different elements, like for example, all the stuff on Coruscant, if that had been done in little small snippets
or
over the course of a couple of the early episodes instead of a giant block of stuff.
That flashback, best part of the season for me.
Yo, imagine if they would have done the show correct. And like, again, you remember this, Tyler? We talked about it after episode 1 and 2 when I was like, after episode 1, I said all my red flags are going off for this season.
We both said that.
Yeah, and then I said, and then by episode 2, I said, dude, if they don't do something and bring in a villain for this season, this is gonna be dumb as shit if they wait to the last 2 episodes to pigeonhole a villain into this. And that's what they did. Imagine if they would have shown Moff get rescued or get broken out of jail. Shown Moff convening with the little hidden empire stuff. Showed Moff like building his clones and stuff ahead of time. Showed Moff's like intention. You would that moment with his clones at the end was nothing.
It would have been built
into a room just to destroy him. There was never any.
Well, the reality of it is, if you started it off with like the first 2 episodes where we know Gideon escaped and you see him plotting, if that was part of that subplot where you see him plotting, it would have been so much better, because then you're like, oh man, he's building clones. Oh man, they're clones of himself. Oh man, he's making a new army.
Then we would have known
all that
something
stuff.
coming.
If you had taken these elements and you had played them out differently throughout seeded them throughout,
we had a whole episode based on nothing. Couldn't we have just done it then?
Well,
we had an episode based off of the guy who was, he had his what's it called? He had his little tech talk moment, and then his episode was a waste.
I honestly think that it wasn't so much the content that was the problem; it was the pacing and the delivery.
The delivery, yeah,
that was the problem.
It was too much subplots,
definitely
too much unnecessary subplots that went nowhere.
They assigned what they did is I think they assigned, okay, this director, you're going to do this. This director is doing this, and then they shot him and did it.
But they had some of the same directors.
Yo,
they had
go look up the directors list. It's Jon Favreau and Jon Favreau with company on 3 episodes. Like that, they had consistent creative team behind it. It's inconsistent writing, and this proves the point that was brought up that this show is a byproduct of trouble earlier. Like the trouble that came after the success of this, with the company stepping in and wanting to force their ideas onto the creative team, and it convoluted and bloated out and watered down the show, and it's unfortunate.
There's going to be a writer's strike. I don't know if you guys heard about that.
Yeah.
Think about how bad Disney stuff has been, and then we're going to get worse writers.
I
may never watch anything ever
hear me out.
I've been there. We've been there before.
Fresh new writers that are going to step up to the plate and show what they can do.
That have to prove themselves.
The last time this happened, it didn't happen.
The last time it happened, I remember that was at ABC during Lost, and they gave us the worst season of Lost.
That was the worst everything of
like the creative TV and movie history. Not going to find better.
Daniel
writers.
Craig was writing Quantum of Solace on set.
So there's a couple things here that are interesting that are being said. So, biggest issue, Mike's saying the biggest issue is they're using it to fix the movies. Well, yes. I mean, but that's been a lot of the content that all the content in Star Wars has been fill in some of the blanks and color it out and do some other stuff and try to fix that. But yeah, that is kind of like a big effort that's been put in with them, and hence the upcoming connected movie. Interesting take that the Doctor episode was introduced. The cloning was a great episode. Most of us felt that was a horrible episode.
Maybe
because
not
it was,
of the man.
Because
I'll be honest, as an episode in itself, let's just say it was like stories of Star Wars. I
Yeah.
think that by
Yes.
itself is its
But it
own.
wasn't.
If it was like a one shot type
Right.
of thing, right?
It was how it was
It
presented.
was the third episode in
because it's-
order.
Yeah, it was an episode
That
that
was
was like,
the
well, this is the
problem with it.
Mandalorian. It's like, yeah, but no,
But it's yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Well,
but no.
Yeah, the problem is what we're talking about is how it was presented, because all of a sudden it was like this. Here's an episode that all of a sudden ended. It seemed like, and then here's a new series
With a cliffhanger.
with that just kind of
which
then
nothing
never-
happened to. That's the spy. That nothing
then-
happened. She's still
Right.
there.
Yeah,
Right.
you're
So,
right.
Still
so we
there.
don't really. What was the whole? Why was she taking him out there to set him up then to fry his
For
brain? Or what?
biscuits.
I mean, we do.
For biscuits.
So there was definitely some weird stuff that that element of inch stuff was interesting. If again, this is where if it had been
For
given
biscuits.
to us in pieces over to several episodes in smaller bits, it would have been much more interesting.
What's
I think.
unfortunate is we never needed to revisit that character of Pershing in the first place. It was never needed. They
Yeah.
didn't.
I would have liked it better if they would have kidnapped him or they took him away and he had to continue the cloning with Moff Gideon. That probably would have been better because at least that gives him a story other than okay, we just lobotomized him.
Yeah, there's never a purpose for him to be back. They didn't need him to get the supplies. They didn't need him for his knowledge. They didn't need him for literally anything in the world. That episode had no the whole
Yeah,
thing.
other than establishing that she was about this whole thing about the only thing that here's what it established outside of Pershing stuff. One, we heard that the New Republic was decommissioning war equipment, especially Imperial equipment, but even some of their old stuff. There was the dismantling of military equipment, which sets up the new movies. Again, this is a retcon for the new movies as to why the New Republic couldn't fight the First Order. And we established that these Imperials were being brought in and being trusted to be allies or whatnot. And this established the spy, right? But aside from that, it was a lot of story that didn't matter.
Cycle of Star Wars is AV nerds making a weird G-rated anti-war story. It makes no sense, and you spend the next few decades explaining that wasn't stupid. It was actually because of this BS reason. Nail on the head, brother.
10 years later, now I understand.
Good morning, C. Bizzle. How are you today? The good biscuits. Yeah, it wasn't just any biscuits, Izzy. Because of biscuits.
Biscuits, man.
Mike notices that Remy snuck in.
Damn right I did.
Remy doesn't sneak in. He busts in like fucking a
Typically
wrecking
the
ball.
back door.
Kool-Aid man.
Like a wrecking ball.
Or like a wrecking ball.
I just want to see Remy.
How are you
naked
today,
swinging on
Mr.
a wrecking
Remington?
ball.
I'm doing fantastic, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I'm very good.
They even stole the damn biscuits from Ted Lasso.
But are they cookies or are they biscuits? That's the real question.
They're biscuits. I watched Ted Lasso. I love that stuff.
No, but I mean on these Imperial biscuits, are they actually biscuits or are they cookies?
Depends on where you're coming from.
They look like wafers to me.
Star Wars? Star Wars being stupid? What?
And that's the end of the Star Wars conversation.
Hey.
So,
You have to-
Actually, why is it like such a-
Come back
Every
next-
fandom has its thing.
This is the best thing about Star Wars. And it's dead. No, I'm just kidding.
Jesus.
Oh, gosh.
It's not dead. It
That was
flies
mean.
through space like a zombie. You can't kill Leia.
That's true.
Man, she was so funny, dude. I mean, not in Star Wars. She just banged Harrison Ford, but like, she was
Hey,
hilarious.
give her flowers for that, though. I've never banged Harrison Ford.
Yet.
There's still
Calista
time.
Flockhart has a lot. She's gross.
I don't know who
Says
that is.
you.
What was that? She was in Ally McBeal. That and the stupid dancing baby.
Don't
Ooh,
know
good
how
job.
I'm-
Same
I've
show.
heard of it, but
Ooga chaka.
Yeah, I never watched it.
Alex
love
McBeal,
that
that's like
dancing baby.
2000s, man.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
bro.
know it's like one of those things that like I know what it is, but I can't picture her.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
It's you
Never
don't want
watched
to.
it.
I remember, like, I was young and I remember how big
it's
of a deal
She-Hulk the
that
way it was
Anthony
supposed to be
Davies was.
written.
Ally
I remember
McBeal.
my babysitter loved it. That's all I know about it.
All I know is that she hooked up. Like she never really did anything besides Ally McBeal, and she bagged Harrison Ford.
Good for her.
Well,
Good for
Did she
her.
Hey.
need to do anything after that? I mean,
Yeah,
The
what
amount of
do you
money
go
Really
from
need
there?
to do anything after that? After you get into the bed with Han Solo, you're taken care of.
she had the last arc, and he found it, man.
She's the queen of the Millennium Falcon to this day.
She's his Ark of the Covenant.
Chalice. What is the thing? What's the one thing that he was looking for?
The Holy Grail.
Yeah, she's the Holy Grail.
You chose
Yahweh.
wisely.
I loved that. We named a dog Indiana. I could always watch those movies.
Yeah,
it
'cause of
always makes me
Shia?
feel good. No, you watch
No
the
one-
one with Shia.
No one,
that
no
you
one
love.
said anything about the Crystal Skull.
Oh, I
about-
thought we were just talking about how much we love
You
Shia.
Oh,
stop
well,
it,
that's
Tyler.
true.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce to you Digger Jim.
What's that?
The biggest Shia LaBeouf fan.
Shia LaBeouf. Let's keep it going.
Hey,
Oh,
he was
shit.
good. I
Oh, look at
actually
that.
enjoy Shia
Lady
LaBeouf
F,
in
where's your Chip
Constantine.
Gittlers?
Uh-huh.
Oh man,
You didn't know you'd
Oh.
be surrounded by white.
She takes her shirt off and has a white shadow tattoo right here.
oh my god.
No, his eyes are my nipples. So they're always like not quite.
Little cattywampus. My God, why did I just say
Oh, man.
cattywampus? Oh God, I'm old.
So
I enjoy Shia LaBeouf in Constantine. That's probably the only thing I've
Did he
enjoyed.
die?
Unfortunately, no. He stood in the cab.
He died. He got slammed on the roof and the ground. But then, if you watch the after credits, you see where his character goes from there.
Hell,
No, just watch
Holes.
the after credits. I don't spoil movies
She's
from
great in
20
holes.
years ago.
he goes to the Transformers movies. That's where he goes in the end credits.
Ugh.
he was in
I don't spoil movies.
iRobot or whatever, right?
No,
Wasn't
I, Robot.
Yeah,
you're
yeah, he
thinking
was in
of.
iRobot.
Yeah.
William
Was he?
Smith.
I
Yeah.
don't
No,
even
he's not an
remember that.
iRobot.
Was that Haley
Yeah,
Joel
he's in
Osment?
iRobot.
He plays his
He's
can
like
tell
his friend on the street.
on the street.
Yeah.
He's like,
He's
we're
an
gonna
iRobot.
take out these robots. He had like a stick or something. Oh
Yep.
crap, man, that's not working.
God, he's so crazy.
He like ran up to all these like
Oh
robot
my
mob
God.
with a chain. trying
Yeah.
to, like, hit him with a chain.
So he just played himself, basically.
Yeah.
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 There was
Indiana Jones.
There was one scene where Bridget Monahan's character like closed her eyes and shot the gun, and he goes, "Dude, I think she just shot at that robot with her eyes closed." He's like, "Give me that gun back." I like that. That was funny.
I've never seen. He was awesome in Fury. Never seen
Hell,
Fury.
yes, he was.
Fury was great.
Hell,
Fury was good.
Yes, he was.
A lot
That's
of good
one of my
actors.
favorite
The
movies.
Tank movie?
Yeah.
Yes.
I like
Yeah.
Fury.
Yeah,
Okay.
John Bernthal. Like, I
Yeah.
highly suggest people watch that movie, then go watch the deleted scenes as well.
Come on,
Because
talk to me
probably
about this movie.
John
Tank movie.
Bernthal's best scene he's ever done in acting is in the deleted scenes of that movie, where you find out like the original tank crew, the way it works, you learn in the movie, is if someone dies, someone gets assigned to the tank and takes their place.
Right.
Brad Pitt and John Bernthal are the only two guys that are only two guys that are on the tank from the original crew, and you get a taste of how long they've been there and how many they've gone through, and it explains why John Bernthal's character is broke. You see that he's like completely broken from what they've been going through. Brad Pitt just endures it differently, and they talk about some of the losses. It's intense.
Yeah.
I
Super.
like Brad Pitt in Inglorious Bastards.
Oh hell yeah.
I love that movie.
Brad Pitt in something he's not enjoyable in. I think
Uh,
he's an actor though.
I can tell you one, Thelma and Louise.
Sound good.
And honestly,
12
Mr.
Monkeys.
Mrs.
He's
Mr.
awesome in
Mrs.
12
Smith.
Monkeys.
so yeah,
Yeah,
in
everybody
Thelma
remember
and
that
Louise,
movie.
He's kind of a dick. But you know, he wins in the end because they just drive off a cliff.
No.
Let's see. I liked him in
Bullet Train, Money Train, whatever it was called.
Yeah, Bullet Train.
Moneyball.
Bullet Train.
Moneyball.
Bullet Ball.
He was funny in the Guy Ritchie movies, like where he was a pikey.
Snatch or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
Snatch.
can't believe he said that, Lady F. Good God.
Well, I like the Guy Ritchie
Disclaimer: the views expressed by Lady Fantastic do not represent the channel or the rest of the panel.
Snatch.
You like Dags?
Gags.
You like Dags?
Oh, you say something like that. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How about Interview with a Vampire?
Here we
I
go.
thought he was a pussy in that. Louis was a pussy.
You are what you eat.
Come on, everybody loves him in Fight Club.
His hair, I don't know. He just was that hair. He just needed to put it up. He was always, but I feel like
What is up, everybody? Today you can see we're going to be talking the demon himself, Etrigan from McFarlane Toys DC Multiverse line.
You got to
Fantastic
mute.
packaging as always. Let's get into it.
Lock, Stock, and Two
I don't think
Smoking
he
Barrels
knows
is
he's
good.
not
Snatch. I liked Layer Cake with
Don't you
Daniel
open that
Craig.
green
He
sand?
doesn't.
Did you
Rob.
open the green sand? Go get it. Go get it. Go get it. Go get it. That stuff makes
You
you
don't have
mad.
controls, Rob?
Sure, I do. What do you want?
I thought you were going to mute
Got the
him.
tape
He doesn't know he's
off
not
the
muted.
curve of the box
No, I think
and
he knows he's not muted.
No, he didn't.
No.
Oh, he did have a cameo in Deadpool too,
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
on the bus or something.
He was.
He was
No.
Invisible Guy.
He was the invisible guy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and
He gets
got killed.
electrocuted. You see
He
him.
gets electrocuted. It's end up being him.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, that was good.
I'm trying to remember what movie it was where it was in one of these movies where he was just basically laying on a. Was it True Lies or no? Not True Lies.
Sliding
True
doors.
Romance or something. I don't know which one it was.
Oh
I thought
yeah,
he's just laying. He's just laying there on the couch like fucking
Benjamin Button?
high, and
Meet Joe Black.
I didn't like
shirtless.
either one of those.
Whatever. Anyways,
Layer Cake used to be his favorite comfort movie. It's a good movie.
True
It is a
Romance.
good
Thank
movie.
you, Mike.
True Romance is good too.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood's pretty good. I like him
I have
there.
not seen that.
That's
I
a good
have not
movie.
seen
Come on,
that.
it
He's
all comes
not
out
in
of-
this,
it's all
but LA
Fight Club, baby.
Confidential
It's
is
Fight
good.
Club. That's where it's all at.
Brad Pitt is not Professor X.
Brad Pitt could do anything, and I'd probably love it.
No, he's not.
Remy, what do you think about your boy being Mr. Fantastic?
Oh, I'm okay with it.
You're all right with it?
Who's
Adam
your
Yeah,
Driver?
whether they intended to or not, some of the guys.
I see him more as a
made
Doctor
me a
Doom
fan,
type.
So I'm.
Who
I'm
is
it's all good
Mr.
now.
Fantastic?
Ray Rice.
Adam Driver.
So it's not going to be the guy that was in the movie that they killed?
No,
No. Krasinski, you mean?
No,
no, that
not
was just
Krasinski.
like a variant.
That was a fan made thing, more or less. I think the fans wanted him, and they said, "All right, we'll give him to you, and then we'll slice him up like
Turn him
you
into
know."
spaghetti noodles.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. So they're gonna
Oh.
go with a real actor,
Oh, who is that?
Adam
Well-
Driver.
Well, that's not
Really? Adam
No, I'm just-
Driver?
No, so
That was a
Adam
joke.
Driver's in talks with Marvel
was
to
a
be in a movie.
It sounds like final talks.
No,
Like,
he's in
no,
final
even-
talks, but it's not official that he's Reed Richards. So it could,
it's gonna happen.
He
If they
annoys
put
the
it out
shit
there,
out of me.
I will put him as Doctor Doom personally.
Yes, Driver could be a better Doom
He-
than
He could be
Richard.
a
No,
good
God,
because he
no.
has that arrogance.
I think that
Adam
he's-
Driver
he's
is
a new
fucking
gang.
annoying.
I almost
I
feel
think
like a
him
British
with a
person
mask
needs to
makes
be
more
Doom.
sense, but I'm accepting of either one. So,
But I did hear Zach Efron might get the rock
Johnny?
Johnny. I'm super pumped about that. Love
But
Zach
he's-
Efron.
I think he's already too old for that. I think Johnny Storm should be like a.
What do you like
kid.
High School Musical and shit?
I do
Yeah.
like High School Musical, but he's a great actor. He's legit good.
Zac Efron?
You know, the
Yeah.
guy
What
from
is wrong with
Baywatch.
his face?
Now
The
I
guy from
didn't.
Baywatch.
Oh yeah, if his face is looking like Madonna, I'm not sure.
I didn't see it, and maybe Tyler saw it.
He's
But
got
he
a
did
big
a
grim jaw
movie
now.
with this other guy, and it was something off from what he normally would do, and it was something about they
Greatest
found.
Showman?
No, they found gold or something in the desert, and
Lost
somebody had to
treasure?
stay with it because the other person had to go back and get the excavating equipment. It was way out there in the middle of nowhere.
There's a movie?
Yeah, I swear I can't think of the name of it, but I saw a clip of it, and I thought that was interesting that they cast him for it because it didn't seem like his thing. But at some point, he starts hallucinating, and I
Talk
don't know.
about
I'm
Zac
gonna have to-
Efron.
Yeah, could have sworn Zac Efron was in it.
I don't know. That doesn't sound familiar to me. The only thing I could think of is like Paperboy, but I'm assuming that's not it.
This sounds like a Digger Jim fantasy dream.
Yeah,
It really
You
does.
do metal
Sounds
Somebody
right.
was digging for something, and then they went to the comic store after that.
It was Zac Efron.
Wait a minute. I'll
He
be
was
right
digging
back.
in the desert,
Look,
and he got
it
really
is
hot, so
not.
he took his
It's right
shirt off,
here.
and
It's
he started
called.
digging with his hands.
It's called
rubbing it on
Gold.
his
Look it
face.
up. It's called Gold. It's called Gold. And it has Zach. Look it up. It has Zac Efron in it. I knew I wasn't crazy. I didn't see it,
It
but-
came out last year.
I don't know.
Yeah, I see
It-
it. He was also
yeah.
in Firestarter, if you remember that one.
You know, I was like, this looks weird. This
Well,
doesn't look like the type of movie he
Are
would
you talking
do.
about the Coen brothers?
He's obviously not talking about the original because he's not
No,
old
no,
enough.
it's not the original.
No, it's not.
I was thinking Zac Efron ain't old enough to have been
To
in
be
the
in the
original.
fire.
Well, I think he'd be a great Johnny Storm, and I was also like first in line for Team Edward as Batman. So I have a good feeling if he gets cast as Johnny.
I think it's the Ballad of Buster Scruggs was the last Coen brothers film. They did No Country for Old Men and, like Fargo and Lebowski and shit. They're good. I like them.
Yeah, they haven't done anything for a while.
2018, I think, was the last.
They're gonna not redo, but they're gonna in a theater around here on the 26th. My wife wants to go and see the Big Lebowski. They're gonna run it again, like an anniversary
Hilarious,
thing.
man.
Yeah,
You
Who
treat
thought on
objects
Blu-ray?
like women, man.
she wants to. She wants to go see it on the big screen.
Oh.
It's her jam.
I was gonna
I'll
say
take it.
it might be. It doesn't seem like a movie where like I need to have the big screen experience.
You know what? It's the little things, Rob. You don't fight them on the little things.
No, I
It's a
get
little
it.
thing.
I mean,
It's not the type
Look,
of movie.
as
If
a
wifey
man who,
wants to
a
see
man who
Lebowski-
has
Rob doesn't get it.
remained happily married for over 26 years, I get it.
yeah.
But
Rob
You
doesn't
say
get
yes
it.
a lot.
Out of everything else that could have been fun to watch a movie, yeah,
Not one of them.
I'm still on my first wife, so I still fight about that stuff.
Well,
I just go.
I
20,
could take
20 years
I
later,
I could take a nap in the theater. It's fine.
so Rob,
I have taken a nap in the theater. It's awesome.
Rob, last were you
Nobody fucks with the Jesus.
were you sensing that your greatness was requested last night? Last night, we didn't have the hot seat on Gary B's channel. We had the 1011 with Naman. And so now I get on like a few minutes. I always try to get there early, make sure everything in my side is good as far as the computer because the laptop's been acting weird. But just to check in, Gary, and see, talk to the guests and all. And it was Naman.
This is funny.
And so he said, "Oh, Diggo Jim. Oh, okay." Well, then I didn't think anything of it, but then we get on, start showing the books. He's like, "Okay, well, this first book, yeah, Diggo Jim is here and not Rob." I was expecting Rob because he gave me this book, and I'm like, "What the?"
He wanted Rob and Meta Rob. And he's like, oh, Digger
I
Jim.
just
say, all right.
And so Gary just goes with it. Gary just starts pounding on it. He goes, "Yeah, Jim is sort of like a less filling Rob, still tastes great.
I
but
was gonna
less
rewatch.
filling."
I'm gonna go back and
You
watch this now.
Oh yeah,
And
it
then
was
Digger Jim's like, I'm out.
I'm out. It's like,
Wow.
and then he later on
It
he
was
was
funny.
like, "I feel bad. I feel bad."
So,
It's like,
so you're
it's
saying
okay.
you're like Aston Kutcher and he's Charlie Sheen?
That's right.
Well, that's
There
about
could be
pretty
only one
accurate.
Rob Batstacks,
I do
But
have
yeah, no, I
tiger
think-
blood, so
I think it was because he had one of the books he was showing was one you gave him, and he really wanted to, say thank you. The whole thing was a thank you 1011. Like every book he showed was like, this came from so and so, and I want to thank them. And I think he did it because of CJ. CJ goaded him a lot and said he didn't
Oh,
never
yeah,
say
yeah,
thank you
yeah.
enough, and so he's like, I'll get him. And of course,
No, I was watching the video with CJ where he was muted for like a good 15 minutes. You just see his hands just going like,
Right.
I love
and
it.
Nam is like,
last night I took a night off for the most part. I was
absolutely.
my wife went to her con. She's probably having an affair with Mark or something because she's in Georgia.
She's a Tweety.
Yeah, she.
that's why
she-
the camera's off.
That's right. She went to
You wouldn't be able
Dragon.
to see her under the desk anyways, Izzy.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Smoking a
Dragon
cigarette
Con or
and-
something. I don't know what.
Dragon Con.
It's
That's what they
it's
call
no,
it.
it's Jordan Con. Jordan Con. That's what she's at. She's
I
at
didn't sign
Jordan
up for
Con.
this at all.
What is it?
And,
What con is that? Is that like
It's
Michael
for Robert
Jordan?
Jordan.
What's she doing?
Oh,
Robert
okay.
Jordan?
Robert Jordan wrote Wheel of Time.
Wheel
It's
of
on
Time.
Amazon.
He
it's
got
on
his own
Amazon.
con for that.
For
Yeah,
years.
they
For
have
years, there has
big
been
following.
Jordan Con. Yeah, it's because she goes like every year to Jordan
I
Con.
want a Tolkien Con. God damn it!
It's like Lord of the Rings light, right?
You think
Is that
there's
what
not
you're
Tolkien conventions?
Oh, there's.
Yeah, I
Tolkien
think there's
conventions.
definitely Tolkien conventions.
Oh, they
Right.
exist.
So it was just me and the dog. So we hung out. My wife bought me a bunch of when she went to the supermarket, bought me a bunch of food that she doesn't like. So last night I had a rack of beef ribs that and just enjoyed that and nice bourbon and kicked back, and it was nice. Weather was beautiful here, so
Yeah. Well, you were missed at the
oh, I'm gonna watch it now.
I had a
Sure.
420 festival in my house.
Well, there you
Lady
yeah, well,
Fantastic.
that just goes without saying. It's 420 every day. What are you talking
Hey,
about?
Drac, come on down. Bring some sandwiches.
Yeah, I told Drac to come to my house. and
I
bring
said
some
she's
things.
lit. I didn't say it, but in my head I was like, oh,
I was
boy,
having a
she's-
good
she's
time. I
lit.
was at one with the universe,
And
trying to do my
Yeah.
due diligence. for the
that's
people.
all right. That's all right.
Contemplating the existence of everything and
Mhm.
nothing at once.
Why do we call forks forks? What a stupid name. Spoon, fork, the fuck.
But yeah, I thought you'd like that. I was like, oh my god. And
Oh,
every
well,
time,
I'm
every
gonna
time
think
you bring it up,
If
Gary
it
would
was
just,
it was a book that I gave him, it had to have come from like just an Only Slabs win because I
I think it was.
because
I
I
think it
don't
was
think
a-
I've sent him anything
Yeah.
else.
I think
I
it
can't
was an Only
imagine that.
Slabs win, but he liked it, whatever it was.
Hey, there's good
You
books
know.
in the Only Slabs giveaway box.
Yeah.
He showed a Jetsons.
Oh no, it wasn't. It wasn't. I take that back. It wasn't. It was a slab that he won that you gave away from Chris's channel. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I think
It was
that
that-
had robots
it was
on
that-
it.
No, it had Mary Jane holding Spidey's mask.
I remember. That's right. It was
Yeah.
actually his. I think it was like
It's
his
a
first
Shannon
slab.
Mare.
Well,
It's
there
a
was a
sh- yeah.
Spider, a Superman one he showed too, and Superman.
Yeah, but this one, the one Rob gave him was a Shannon Mare cover that he. I think
No,
it
I
was his
remember
first
that one
slab
now.
ever. Yeah.
Yeah, I
So,
remember it now. That's right.
That's what it was. I'm sorry that it wasn't from Only Slabs. That's
I
what it
loved
was.
the slab he
that color
showed.
splash where it's like just the red mask.
Yeah, it was a
Spider-Man
beautiful
mask.
slab.
Yeah,
It really
it's-
was.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see the one he made on his own, like the Namen made slab? I want a fucking Namen
I
slab.
know, aren't those cool?
He had
Namen
like
puts a little thing across the top.
8-0.
I'm giving it an 8-0. I don't
So-
know if
so
that's
now we
right.
got
but
another
that's
another slabber.
It still doesn't compare to the Legion of Comics custom slab.
The
custom
Legion.
piece. Yeah, I mean you can't afford it, but this is the top tier quality and grading and prestige.
Fine.
It's an effing
based on
slab.
Exclusivity.
Fucking nice.
QR code will take you straight to the channel. It's about to hit 2.5 thousand subscribers, but yeah, that's the way to go.
That's
If
right.
you got the money and you know the right people, it can happen for you. But
Straight to a picture of these nuts.
I doubt
Look.
you know it.
White
I
shit.
doubt you know it. Oh, Lady F, guess what? Legion
What?
of Comics also slabs art. Also, LeMay original of the Spectre.
Legion of Comics does that.
Yeah, so this is a LOC signature grade. So,
Make sure you get that Rob Fatstacks COA.
and if you
Go
look
with it.
closely, Lady F, this is the LOC super grade. So, yeah, it's real exclusive. You know, you really have to know the right people. It takes time to get there. You know,
Hold
like not everyone will make it.
Yeah.
Shipping
many
takes
is there?
about 3 years to get to
We're
it.
going to lose some along the way. But if
Some
you
are.
want to, if you're looking to get an LOC Hulk-sized grade on an Incredible Hulk number 6, I mean, there's going to be some casualties.
My
you know what I mean?
question is, how
Or-
badly are your knees scraped after getting those lovely slabs?
Which
Well,
one
we
that
can-
one?
But my knees don't even exist anymore from the damage.
They're just nubs,
There
bloody
you
They're
go.
just not
nubs.
even there.
Or
But
you
I
can
got an LOC miracle grade from doing it. So I mean, it was all worth.
Or you can get the Digger Jim high tone with the barcode on the back.
I like the HTs, bro. Them HTs is hot.
The high tone is important grade. It's the highest grade you can get.
I'm
Yeah,
slacking.
there you go. There you go. There you go. The
Hey, now
Fat
that we're
Stack
talking about
certificate
it,
of authenticity.
Damn,
There
all
you
you
go.
guys are bringing really
X11
really highly
Bravo
certified-
has an LOC shadow grade.
What's
Like,
the
that man-
turnaround time? I just got to know what the turnaround time is.
Oh, dude, pretty much 1 day.
Yeah, 1 day turnaround time, without a doubt.
That's how. That's how
We'll send it
prestige
to
is.
you back before you even send it to us.
Y'all see the certification right here?
I tell you, the secret is
right
he wouldn't
here.
send you the slab.
Right? It's,
Grade it yourself.
You don't even need to send the book. That's how fast it is. The slab
But you,
comes. to
but
the
you do
book.
have to know the right people.
Yeah, you got to know the right people.
You
It
got to
is.
know the right people to get the quality
Well, that's
label.
it. Then you can bring them to the con, and when you go to the con, you can be wearing your Only Slabs badge lanyard, so that way people know
God.
that you're really cool.
That's it. We gotta do it. You gotta do an episode of only slabs with Legion of Comic slabs. That's just so I got this one at
or
Mark's.
only swag. And you guys all show your fucking swag.
I thought
master
I don't know
that
what
was
you're
hilarious.
talking about. Who shows off their shit? I mean, that's just ridiculous.
I know. Hope that coffee's good.
Oh well, coffee is best when it comes from the spiral dimension.
Oh, that's true.
Give this man a cut of your money, people. He's marketing for you.
Legion
more
of
can you-
Comics, baby, in the house.
What more
I got
can
to
you
get
want?
one of those shirts.
We be here. They're available at legionofcomics.shop.
Yeah, I need that for Heroes Con.
I have
Like,
two. There you
And
go.
cool. Oh, so
This-
I've been talking with Spring and everything because I noticed like after the new year, orders from my shop were taking like almost 2 months to get to people.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
talked, I'm like, yo, what's up? And they're like, we're sorry, we're getting it. And then they came out with new hats, and I ordered a sample one because I wanted to see what they look like, the quality and the time frame. And I ordered it like it was just over 2 months. And I messaged them like, yo, this is not acceptable. Like, what kind of resolution is there for this? Oh, we can send you your money back for the shipping. I'm like, no, I don't want my shipping money back. I want a resolution for this time gap.
Mhm.
And they're like, oh, we can da da da. And I'm like, this is generic as shit. And before I could even like reach out to complain about these generic auto response people, someone actually messaged me from a second. They're like, hey, we're sorry. We actually have expanded right at the beginning of the year and opened a second printing location. So orders are being allocated in different directions. We're still getting with the growing pains. We're still getting a
Right.
handle on what's going where in the turnaround time. We're definitely sending your money back. Just know that this should be this ongoing situation should be resolved within this month. Like, they're trying to get the proper allocation avenues down right now.
Sure.
So if
Now-
you have something that gets hit with the random delay where other stuff doesn't, that's what it was. It was the allocation stuff happening and working.
What did
out-
you get on the hat?
What?
What were you getting? Were you getting
Got
yourself
a
on the hat, or were you
Legion of
getting something?
Comics, right?
I got a
Yeah.
picture of your face, Jim.
The trucker hat,
Which
right?
looks just like my logo.
Okay. Is it stitched or?
Yes, it is. It is embroidered.
Yeah, I did not like my logo on there, so I didn't put that in.
That's because
mine.
it's limited to 4 colors.
Mine's only black and white.
Oh, yours is better. Yeah, like I couldn't put my regular logo on there. 'Cause I
Yeah,
have too many colors in mine.
Mine
But
looks
the only-
fantastic
but the
on there,
only-
so you should order
The
one.
Only Slabs logo was able to go on, and my henchman hat was able
Yeah.
to go. But
I mean, I did the Teespring and set it up and everything, but I didn't like the hat. So I
yeah,
didn't put
well,
a hat
it's
on
just
there.
it's something better than the bucket hat. That was the only choice.
Jim,
for
you
one.
can do a hat and just do some fun font and put "dig it" across it. You don't have to do your logo. It
Yeah,
can be
that's
just
true.
something
I could
associated
put
with
"Keep
it.
Digging."
Or
That's what
Team
I have on the
Shia.
back of the shirt.
Or there you go. You can just get your hat and you can say, "I'm not Rob."
I almost put that in the thing. I'm not Rob right there instead of Digger Jim. I'm not Rob. Nobody would have gotten it until I explained it. Or I was going to say I'm not Remy Q because for some reason
You're
I
not?
mean I literally did not see what he was wearing. I said
Black
I'm going to the
hat,
gym
shirt.
later. I'm going to put on my white
Yeah,
shadow.
it's like I didn't realize that there was a dress code that you guys synced up ahead of time.
No,
is,
we
is
discussed
your
this beforehand.
menstruation cycle in sync too?
Yeah.
It is.
Lady F, do you like Neil Adams' artwork?
Yes.
Did you know it looks better in a Legion of Comics slab?
Bill Sienkiewicz.
Ugh.
Bill Sienkiewicz probably looks good, but I bet the first DC cover by Alex Ross looks good as well in a
You
Legion
think?
of Comics slab. I think so. I think so.
Yeah, I have 2 more. I need to pick a book and set them up.
Yeah, so I've got a case here that I was just waiting on for a while, but that John Jane remark is going in one. I would just rather do it myself with the label that Because it's not for sale. It's not for like monetary value that I'm doing it. I'm doing it because it presents great. It looks good. It's fun.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's
That
what I mean.
remark is fire.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what I did with Chris. Retro Rocket Comics sent me that Archie's comic. I didn't want to get it slabbed and graded. I just wanted to display it. And so I reached out to Mr. Gettler and said, "Hey, man, can you make me some labels?" And he said, "No problemo." Because
I don't want to go to work.
You know how it goes.
You have that choice, though.
I
Yeah.
mean,
You always have a choice.
Yep.
Whether you go back to work is their choice.
So did I see that right, Mark? That Mario's done like 80 billion or something? It's ridiculous.
80 billion.
It probably hit 800 million right now. It's definitely. I'm thinking when it's all said and done,
it's gonna definitely be $1 billion movie.
Yeah, it's gonna make it.
It'll probably make it by next week.
What's this?
Might
Mario.
by Sunday.
The Mario movie.
Mario.
I mean, I'm not.
Apparently, what you can do is find out which movies are going to be huge successes by asking me if I plan to see them. And if I have no desire to see it whatsoever, Avatar, Mario, it's going to be a huge film.
Avatar.
Are you going to see?
I think Rob, you and me are in the same boat there.
Rob, are you going to see the Marvels?
Yes, it'll
Well,
flow.
there you go.
There you go.
Yeah, the Marvels. Now,
I can smell that turd already.
Yeah, I can't even figure it out.
Marvel's
It just
turd?
seems bad.
The Marvel's gonna make
Marvel,
money.
not just a Marvel thing. Dude, the Guardians movie is tracking to be a low performing film, which is
I'm gonna love it.
Mind-boggling. Yeah, I'm not talking about anyone's personal preference here. I'm talking about the overall reception of stuff to the general audience.
Oh, you mean white men?
Not at all. It's weird that you take everything racially too. Like
No,
the general, I'm pretty sure that persons of color are part of the general audience. You shouldn't segregate.
I'm just
them
saying, like,
that.
what's the primary demographic for Marvel and
People that like to
Star
have
Wars
fun.
stuff?
People that like to have fun.
Really? You think it's
The
white
demographic
men?
for Marvel
It's
it's
Lisa would definitely tell you no to that.
It's actually
primary.
Look, we're
primary,
just
not
now
exclusive
getting some little diversity. But
I'm just going to throw this out there. People thinking like you with that kind of stuff is
don't do
why
this.
they're-
Don't
No,
do
no.
this. Don't do
you
this.
can let me finish too. People with that mindset are why the movies are failing now, because they think they don't go out of their way to cater toward this or that people won't enjoy it. When before, when they weren't doing that, everyone, including all those minorities that you're segregating, they enjoyed it.
No,
So
I'm saying that I think you might be doing a little gatekeeping.
I don't
But
think so one bit.
Here's the
I
thing.
think it's the opposite of gatekeeping, because until recently, all these movies were made for everyone. But
They
now,
are.
well,
But
no,
I'm
now,
just saying,
now
look,
it's not.
what
How
has the
often you-
default superhero been?
It's not
White,
for you.
vanilla
It's not
dudes.
for you. It's not for you. It's not for you. It's such a common thing you hear in inclusivity Marvel now.
And you're
It's
the
not
one
for
that's
you.
saying this one's going to be a shit sandwich and it doesn't have white dudes in it.
What are you
I guarantee
talking
you put white dudes in any of those Marvel positions and you'd be jizzing yourself. Oh my
Oh,
god!
you mean like Ant-Man? Trash. You mean like Doctor Strange? Trash. So
No,
like
that's not what I'm talking
your argument
about.
falls apart before you even say it out loud.
No, dude.
It really does. I
disagree.
mean, I know you want it to be that, but it's not the case.
No, I
History
think you
proves
are
that's not the
DC biased and you enjoy, and it's easy for you to piece apart Marvel stuff because you have a strong preference for DC. So you don't go at DC like you do at Marvel, and that's fine. And I don't go at DC because I don't give a shit.
Or
But I
again, you
could.
can show where your argument falls apart before you say it out loud. With Werewolf by Night, praised it. Guardians of the Galaxy, praised it.
Oh, are you
Spider-Man-
talking about? Oh, are you
Spider-Man
talking about
praised
film,
it.
or are you talking about the writing? Which one are
I'm
you talking about?
talking about the enjoyment of the property, that what I feel was the quality of the property. I don't indiscriminately go at any of this stuff. If it's good, I say it's good. If
Oh,
I
wait,
don't like
you do
it, I say I
though,
don't like it.
because the
Look
Marvel.
at Star Wars.
Why does it
at
look like
Star
shit to
Wars.
you?
Let's
Because
see.
you
The
don't
little,
like the Marvels. You don't like Brie
let's point
Larson,
it
and
out.
that's
I
fine.
love Brie Larson. See, that's what I'm saying. Your inherent
I know.
bias and your inherent thing to just want to just pick up the little narrative and run with it. Oh, poor us. No, that's so much trash. That's why we're getting trash, because people keep repeating the stupid garbage that Disney fed you these lines. It's crazy. Brie
Wait a
Larson doesn't
minute.
get this hate.
I think that
Brie
you're
Larson
going with
does
the
not
narrative
get.
too, brother.
Brie Larson does
You've
not
got
get
your
this
own
hate.
narrative.
Brie Larson does not get this hate on our other stuff. It's
Oh
just
my
this property. People didn't enjoy the movie where you have an anti-hero pretending to be a hero, where they crapped on Sam Jackson's whole backstory. They started taking apart the whole legacy of Marvel and stuff with the little cat eye. We have a little cat army back in this one. We have bad
finished?
props and suits. Like it's a
You know what?
property
There's a
people
whole
didn't
army
like,
of people, including Kelly Sue
property
DeConnick,
people
that
didn't
are
like,
fucking
and
flirking
they're
fans,
mushing it back together to
including
make a
me.
bigger
I
one.
hope a flirkin eats you.
I hope
you
a
get
Flurkin
ate by
eats me
one.
too. That would be great if a Flurkin eats me. But I'm
Fuck
just
all
saying, like,
y'all
people
and
are
the flirkins you wrote in
going to
on.
like it. Yeah, thank you, C. Bizzle. Mark said in another video praising Brie Larson. Nobody hates her as a person like that. People look at Kong Skull Island.
It's not true.
Where was the Brie Larson hate? Where?
There hasn't been a default superhero since
Where?
the 1950s.
Thank
Default
you.
superhero is a white dude.
There hasn't
That's a
been a
default
default.
superhero, a white
there-
dude. And then
there
we
hasn't
started
been.
getting different shit. Comics are for everyone. That's what I'm saying. And if comics are for everyone, and a place has to exist for like Marvels, and it's okay if you hate it, but it's gonna have to exist because not all shit was made just for you.
It has
Luke
nothing
Cage
to.
wasn't made for you. Black
You
Panther
think?
wasn't
You
made
think without?
for you.
You think?
Wonder
Yes,
Woman
it
wasn't
was.
made for you.
See,
But
that's
we
where you're
all had the
wrong.
opportunity to enjoy it.
Stan
Comics for
Lee would tell
everybody.
you you're outside of your goddamn mind right now. Black Panther was made for every fucking white
I
person
said
out there
everybody.
that wants. It was made for every fucking body with the intention for everybody to read it and get the message he was sending across.
You don't think I
That-
know that? Why are you talking
You
to me like
clearly
this?
don't, because
Why
you
are
just said differently.
You've never listened to me, dude.
I listened to what you just said right then. Wasn't made for you. That's not a
You
thing.
jumped on me for
That's not a
standing
thing.
up for
What
Miss
did I come
Marvel,
into?
That's
and then
not
you've
a
gone
thing.
to this whole
No, I jumped
circular,
on-
strange, weird argument.
Not circular, not strange. I jumped on your bad argument of trying to like box people out and pull this racist card. I don't do that shit.
You were boxing
Like,
movies out, so I'll
I'm-
box out your opinion because
I'm
you're
not
just
bo-
in a one.
I'm
You're
not
in a
boxing.
one.
I'm not boxing shit out.
You
I'm
just
saying
boxed me
I said
out.
it doesn't look good to me, and then you went down this
I'm always
race
been a fan of
baiting
boxing.
bullshit card. I don't do the race baiting bullshit here.
I didn't say shit about race.
You can
You
say
go back there.
whatever.
I
the
said,
shit
well, I
you
did
did
say
it.
white
The
men.
shit
I
you
did say
did
white
it. That's
men.
why we're
Because
having
you
this
know what?
conversation.
That's how it
You guys,
started.
what
That's
is
why
the
we're having
traditional
this
superhero?
conversation.
White
You
men.
can say whatever you
Bro,
want.
as a female, I've
going
grown
to
up my
get
whole life
challenged
seeing
bullshit
nothing
on this
but
channel.
white men heroes. I clung to the ones that weren't, which were X-Men, which was Black Panther,
Yeah.
which were people
For
that
everybody.
were different.
For everybody. For everybody.
The
for
comics are for everybody. And that's why it's okay.
Where did Black Panther
It's
premiere?
okay to exist in a world where a movie like the Marvels is present. And it's okay.
No one says
that
it
you don't
shouldn't
like
be
it.
present. No one's talking about. See, that's the thing. Like,
Shut on it. You
got
shut
so
on it at
fucking
first.
Twisted. Everyone would love a Marvels movie. Everyone would love a good Marvels movie.
I
Not a
love
movie
Miss
like
Marvel's the show. You can jump in and say that. And I think that the
Anyone can
cultural
enjoy what they
diversity and
want.
the beauty that it brought
No.
was excellent.
You're
So,
so worried
that's cool.
about like just like coming out with this they need to exist message. No one's ever said they shouldn't exist. Like you don't even have an argument against what anyone's saying. This is
You
just a
don't- then you
quality
don't-
issue.
By that
It's a
logic, then you do not need to
quality
argue
issue.
against Miss Marvel.
Quality
You don't need to argue
issue.
against what anybody's saying. So don't argue against
Quality
Miss
issue.
Marvel then.
Quality
Because you just
issue.
jumped on me for having an opinion that was
I
different
jumped
from
on you
yours.
for race baiting on this channel. You're more than welcome to. I'm going to call bullshit when I smell it. It's that simple. People, I say it all the time. Love what you want to love. I'm
Bullshit.
allowed to not like what I want to not like. I say all the fucking time. But I'm also going to challenge bullshit. You're not going to. Someone's not going to race bait.
Okay,
on my
Joe,
goddamn
since the
stream about me
30s, by the
calling it
way,
out.
thank you for finding the one thing that's against the rule. Yes, you can always find things that are against the rule, but the
You're so
norm
worried
is
about like
yeah,
pretending
and
like
we're
this-
black people allowed to we're allowed to be in normal
gonna tell you a
society in the
secret,
30s.
like, they-
no, they
like, you-
weren't. So
you
get
don't
the
want
fuck
to
out of
tell
here.
us
Get
either.
the fuck out of here with this. That's bullshit.
What comic did Black Panther premiere in?
What comic did Black Panther premiere in? Fantastic Four.
Oh
he
my
was in the
God.
Western. What?
Who?
Because they were white?
Oh my God, that really.
What did
just,
they
like,
premiere in?
shit
They
on me.
premiered in a book that was written by a Jewish immigrant that killed Nazis because they brought an idea that comics are for everybody.
No
And they-
shit. You
they
just said it.
integrated-
You
They
just said it. They're
integrated
for
black
everybody.
dudes and they
You-
integrated things like the Marvels. They
You're
didn't
backpedaling
specifically
over
create
your
the
own
Marvels,
points. Like
but-
no one. Show me any fucking body that says black people shouldn't have characters, girls shouldn't have characters. What are you fucking talking about?
Now, so Evils is I like. Evils is just like trailer didn't interest me, and that's it. That's all you gotta
Exactly.
say.
And why? And now, why didn't it
that's what
interest
I
you?
was
If
saying.
you ask a lot of people, because you're a straight white male. Ugh. Or if you ask people who have taste and opinions and different things, they'll say, because it looks like it's got the budget of a fucking TV show, because it looks cheesy compared to the other stuff they put out, because we're seeing a quality decline, because there's a fucking army of little
The
cats
50s hit
running
different.
around.
Yeah,
It
the
looks
50s hit a
fucking
lot different.
goofy. It looks fucking goofy.
In the 50s, I had to ask your permission to get a credit card. Like you had to do, there was just, I mean, I'm sorry.
You can
You
get one.
wanna
I
act
wouldn't
like
care.
there's been a lot of
Yeah, I was about to say,
progress.
I'll give you a
Not
credit
been a lot
card.
of
I'm down
progress.
for it.
What's so sad is in 2023, Falcon can't get a loan. Like that's the kind of shit, like race baiting bullshit, just doesn't fly with people. And that's why they're in like a huge
That
part
was
of
But
their
that's
so
true.
bad.
You know what? Could Falcon get a, no, he couldn't get a loan
Yeah,
because
he
it's for
could.
real.
That was so bad.
That was terrible. Like people get loans down here, Lady F. You know what banks love to do? Give people loans. It's literally
When
why
they
they
can't
exist.
afford them and then use
No.
a shark loan method
Now
to get them.
we go down the
in
predatory learning practices rabbit hole, and we'll completely agree on that for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Horrible. Remind me of a WB show.
And that's a
No,
it's fine if you can talk about the aesthetic. But you know, man, I just have a real I think it's too easy. I think it's too easy to shit on stuff that people don't like. And I think Brie Larson pissed off the same BS that I know Mark, like me, often gives a hard time to. I know Lady Love
Ditto.
is speaking to the same BS that I know Mark like me, often
I'm saying
gives.
there's a lot of agreement in what the three of us would be saying.
Yeah, I think that if we did a
I-
diagram, that we would overlap quite a bit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But me personally, and if you go back and look at my IG, I've been pointing this out for the past week. Like I'm tired of hearing people fucking say, "Oh, it's a strong female they don't like. Oh, it's people of color they don't like." That shit is so patently false that it's just people just
Black
it's
and
that
cares
that
about
that
skin color.
weak-minded shit where you hear people on social media feeding you what you should be saying in defense of their product, and people are just blindly defending their product with the same bullshit line that's not backed by evidence, fact, or any fucking reason. People in 2023 are not more inherently racist than they were even 10 fucking years ago. Females are way more accepted than they were 10 fucking years ago. Whether it's more prevalent or vocal in
You
small
say
spaces,
that, but
whether it's more prevalent or whether it's more
females had
prevalent,
access
whether
to
it's more
contraception 10 years ago. Roe versus Wade doesn't exist now.
whether it's more
So let's just calm the fuck down.
whether it's more prevalent or vocal in small spaces is one thing, but the absolute
If
accessibility,
you had a uterus,
acceptability.
you'd see
of-
the discrepancy.
Oh my gosh! I'm not saying there's not discrepancies. I'm saying there's like that's just absolute bonkers. If you think that minorities, small groups outside of just racial groups are not more accepted these days, for fucking sake, like just go look at a college campus, open your fucking
I
phone.
work on a
change your
college. I
fucking
work on a
search
college
engine.
campus.
Man, how are
Good
you
old
so
boys
blind
club.
to this shit?
Nothing but
I think it
natural
might be
white
that
men
she's
rule.
How the
where
fuck?
she is. That a few states up might be a little
Don't
different
talk to
from
me,
a few
man, like
states
this.
down.
Like I don't
Few
even know.
states.
You don't know. You're in your fucking bubble and you're not outside of it.
So
I
are
love you to
you.
death.
So the fuck
no,
are you?
You think I am, but I'm not the one saying race-baited, closed-minded, stupid shit.
You don't know me like that, bro.
I just know what you present, and I'm only talking on what you're presenting.
Yeah, I said that most of the comic superheroes over time have been predominantly white. Is that wrong? Is that
that's not
factually
what you say.
wrong?
You're
No, I'm white.
you're reducing what you
You're
said
not a
now to a
superhero.
basic point
So
that
you
everyone
check
can
one of
agree on.
those, but
That's
you're
not
not
what
a
the fuck
superhero.
you said to
white.
begin with at all.
White.
Dude,
That's
Tyler,
not what
you're
you
my
said at
hero,
all.
Tyler.
I'm just saying, man, I think we need to be really careful with our words because
Yeah, I agree. That's why this started, because you got
Yeah,
really
because I said
uncareful with your words.
most superheroes have been white dudes.
No, that's
thought
not what you
Bree
said.
would
That's
do
where you ended
or
up.
needed
You
to
started
more.
off race
No, I
baiting
said that at
bullshit.
the sorry, I said that at the beginning.
Hot dog.
You can go back and check your own
We
dialogue.
will.
I look, I love debating. I spend tons of, if anyone who like knows me, which there's plenty
Biggie
of people here
Shack.
knows,
See, I
knows
appreciate
how
you,
much
Biggie
time
Shack.
I spend on speaking my
What if
words.
y'all let women
carefully.
be in control? Maybe not war.
Lady
Maybe
F,
not war. Maybe
you and
not more.
you and I just
Maybe
went on a
not more.
tirade on this panel of men, and you're getting
Maybe
like
not
all the
more.
time to say what you want. And I'm welcoming it.
I
You
know.
clearly
I'm
are
gonna
in a
swallow you with my vaginas.
you're in a
I got 8 of them and they got
you're in an
teeth.
equal opportunity space over here. Like I'm all for you on that. Most fucking people are. It's hard to find an outwardly like misogynistic proud person. That's not a point of something to be proud of, and
Oh, it's
people know
pretty
it.
easy to find those.
Yeah,
I
if you
work with
Google
some
it,
of
like
them.
Jesus, criminy. I mean, that might be your opinion of them, but I bet if you talk
That
to them,
is, but you know what? Do you know the reason why, Mark, I hang out in this community? Because there's so few of them.
because I love you.
Because there's so many great guys out there that will give me a chance and treat me like an equal. And
You're
that's why I
welcome.
love the comic community, because we have read stories and we all see what it means to be an outsider. And so we all know that comics are for everybody. In the end, regardless of what we say and where we're heated against, we have a respect and an understanding for one another because we've read the same stories and have essentially the same values.
There you go. Like that, like what C Bills was saying, I can disagree with you without saying you're a racist or fill in the blank misogynistic, sexist, whatever, and we can still have a healthy debate. Like that's why I don't have fucking time for that shit, man. Like I'll like
I wasn't being a racist. I was being a very specific demographic.
I really hate that people don't
As a white
understand the fact
person-
when all these people are defending minorities, genders, different sexes. When people are standing up, when cis white these people are standing up defending them, they don't fucking need you to virtue signal. Not you. They don't need all this. Like you're not talking about a marginalized group. Like
it just seems like you seem for people
women. These are
other
fucking
people that are
Hollywood
starting
superstars.
equality seems a little uncomfortable for white dudes.
Hey,
Seems
where'd
a
you get
little
that, Remy?
uncomfortable. Wrecking Crew, bitch. Let's get the Wrecking Crew.
It's not uncomfortable. Like, no, where's the outcry of Wonder Woman, Ripley, Alita, Battle Angel? Like, history proves that narrative is fucking bullshit to the core, and it's just you're just repeating force-fed stupid shit.
I understand what you're saying with that.
Let me go see what Monkey needs. Love you to death, Lady F. I appreciate these talks.
No, I do too, man. I
hope people don't think we're
at the end of the day, if I saw you and you needed like help, fuck, dude, I'm gonna, like I value that you are passionate.
To quote Eminem in reverse, I would piss on you to put the fire out because I love you.
Well, you've never done anything to hurt anybody. I don't think you're an inherently bad dude. And if I thought that you were, then I wouldn't be here.
I think your argument is inherently harmful to society. That's why I pop against it on my channel because it is. It is. Well, and I would love to talk with you in a more calm, off live about like why it is so damaging, because it's literally just keeping this bullshit going on both sides of that argument. Like,
as a dad, nobody cares about Father's Day. I don't think that's true.
It's not true in my house. My family.
I care about my dad. I'm a daddy's girl.
Yeah, I've got 3 kids, and they definitely make me feel special on that day.
Not in my house.
You guys want a proud misogynist?
Sure wish my dad was around.
I don't know what that means.
Because I'm proud.
Oh, let's talk about psychology for a minute. So they said, evolutionarily, like racism is an evolutionarily thing because we're tribal, and the fact that we will stick towards people that looks more like us is like it's an evolutionarily evolved mechanism, for good or bad. It is. And it's been around for 10,000 years. However, that part of the brain that reacts to this and that evolutionary reaction is different and separate than that of gender disparities. And they can't figure it out, why and where in the brain that would take place. They don't understand psychologically the gender disparity. Yeah, you guys, you need to
like men hanging out with other men. Because I usually tend to gravitate towards like strong male figures, like Nicky 9.5. He's like huge, and Tyler's a fucking giant, and so like these are my people, like I'm like, oh yeah, these are my guys. Like,
it could be.
Like I feel like if I'm in a situation where possibly I couldn't defend myself, I need to surround myself with people that could defend me as well. So like Pocan Joe, like he could like touch you and then like you're out. So like Pocan Joe, Tyler, like these are my people. Like massive.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can we talk about Chimp Empire? Anybody? Did anybody watch this?
Nobody. Yeah, I saw it after you posted. I went and looked at it to see what it was.
It's 4 episodes. Give it the time.
Where is
Is
That
it
was
that?
like
about,
gang
actual
wars and all kinds of
interactions
stuff.
Gang
and
wars,
orgies?
mobs. I had
Where-
no idea. These
what's
chimps, all right, they have chimps. They're fucking high-fiving, shaking hands and shit. Like, bam. I was laughing. I was
Is this a
crying.
cartoon?
No.
This
They
is real
filmed it.
life.
Yeah, they filmed it in
Observation.
the jungle.
Robert Sapolsky is a PhD who's a neuroscientist that studied baboon colonies in Africa. And be loud, Lady F. MLK would only be 94 this year. No one's free until we're all free. I say, keep that fight talk. Bro, I know. It's okay. And like I said, we have a Venn diagram that really overlap quite a bit. And the things that I would stand up for, I'm pretty sure Mark would stand up for. And the
Oh,
things
yeah,
that Mark
absolutely. It's
stands up for, I'm pretty
it's
sure I
the
stand up for.
presentation, delivery, and all that stuff that I feel is fucking off. I 100%
Right.
agree with this comment and with her intention. But I would take you to other very well-respected community leaders of Black people that are outspoken all the time, talking about how damaging and harmful that kind of talk is to their community.
Man,
And I know, and I'm just
I
saying,
would
like,
suggest you read or you go watch my rant on I'm pissed and I'm going to talk about it. I have grown up
I
in a
watched the
racist
rant.
state.
I watched your rant on that, and that was the first I've heard of it because someone shared it out. And then I'm like, what the fuck? Then I went and looked. I'm like, yeah, this is just this is a very emotional rant from her, which is very it's very normal, but you went hard on that when I went and looked it up, and apparently they just, from what it was presented of, they broke some clear and present rules, and the three
They
people
broke the floor rules of decorum.
yeah, because
Okay.
like I saw you screaming fascist and this and that, and what it turns out
They
is
were
the people that got
their
fired
behavior
were
was fascist. You know why? They just
hold on. The people that got
no.
fired
Wait, I get to
weren't
talk now. The guy that there's a guy that resigned just today. He resigned yesterday. He voted for both of those guys to get kicked out, and they were having a behind the doors ethics committee because he was sexually harassing pages. So don't tell me they're going to allow a guy like that to exist.
I'm not talking about
they're
that.
gonna
I'm
call
talking
out
about
those
this.
two
I'm
guys.
talking about this situation at hand with the three people, the two Black men and the older white lady that
They
you were
used
calling
a
fat.
megaphone.
Jesus Christ, you were calling fascists on the people that voted them out because they didn't like their opinion, but they got voted out because they were trying to shut down the assembly because they didn't like the assembly. So they were
weren't
trying
shutting
to.
it down.
I just
They
thought it
weren't
was
even
ironic.
disrupting it.
I-
They were using
they
the
did.
bullhorn on break.
They
They were
had
using
to
the
shut down the
bullhorn
session,
on
right?
break, and they were
Yeah.
voicing the concerns of their constituents.
Didn't they have to shut down the session due to the event? Because
They chose to.
that's what's reported.
Remy,
The
go on.
session got shut down over it.
So one of the opposing chimp tribes, right? They
Yes.
had this guy, he used to be the alpha male, and he got caught in a poacher's trap, had fucking one hand, right? They called him Richmond. He had a nub, and he would use the nub to like climb trees with and shit. Awesome. Chimp,
What channel is it on?
Netflix.
Chimp Empire. It's on Netflix.
All right, now I got to go
I am
check out an
championing
episode.
this. It's visually beautiful. It's a wonderful story.
It's
Awesome.
the first thing on there.
You're damn
Chimp
right it
Empire.
is. You know
All
who
right,
made
I'm gonna
number
have to
one?
check it out.
This guy right here.
Oh man, I'm gonna check it out
It's 4
now.
episodes, and I wish it was more.
No spoilers, please.
Yeah, I watched a little of. I haven't watched all the episodes. First two of Power, which is on Prime, where all these girls start getting electrical powers.
I saw
And
I saw the trailer for that. Yeah.
Yeah,
What is it?
I think it's called Power, and teenage girls are just all of a sudden start getting electrical powers, like fucking electro, and they people are trying
This
to
is
figure
on
out
Netflix
what's
too?
going on. Pardon me?
This is Netflix as well.
No, that's Prime Video, Amazon.
Rob,
But it started out where it was just like a couple, but then it was like all females, right?
No, it's I mean, well, it's all. Yeah, I think it does turn into all females, but in the
That's
beginning
at least
it's just
what the trailer.
teenage.
I
I
remember
wouldn't
Yeah.
like it then.
I don't know. There's one scene where that one lady like shoots electricity and it scars the other lady, and I'm like, damn.
Maybe I'm wrong then. I don't know. I remember
How
seeing
many
the
men
trailer,
are
I was
in
like,
it?
that looks cool.
Just one, John Leguizamo.
John
Oh,
Leguizamo.
no,
Oh,
not
no,
a
that's
fan.
come on, Puerto Rican.
No,
John
that's why.
Leguizamo.
Not
He's
enough
the most
white
You got the
men.
Dante
minority
one.
card in there. You know what I'm saying?
He's a doctor.
I'm full white, so I like to be represented.
I don't know. I think it might be fun to watch.
Anyway,
I don't know
so
if it's as good as
Richmond's
the
brother
chips.
Garrison, he was the new alpha male, badass. Okay, that's the thing. They were from the Westerners. Okay, but
Okay.
the Central Colony, they were like the biggest group.
It's-
But they had a hierarchy that was different because the Westerners worked together, so they would like hunt together. It was like the men and the women, which was
Right.
pretty bad. And they would like
We're still talking about
do
the
border
chimps here.
patrol, and they had fucking wars and shit. I'm telling you, it's great. These chimps
Oh,
are
Lord.
amazing.
You sure you wasn't
Lord.
watching Planet of the Apes or something?
That's what
No,
it
no,
looked
no.
like. The dude with the nub gets up there and he's like, "Rah!" And then they all like charge, and I was like, oh my god! I was like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Picking up fucking clubs, and again, they're like high fiving and like shaking hands. They like catch a monkey and like rip it apart, and like they're eating the meat, and they're like, this is a big social thing. And the guy walks up, they fucking high fived. I was like, I just saw those chimps high five, bro. What do you do? What do you when chimps start high fiving each
You
other?
run because they're gonna
Yeah,
get
you
your
run.
ass.
It is. It's
You did-
amazing.
You
That's
become a
literally
Remy
some shit out of
burger.
Planet of the Apes.
Like that's one of those you throw them a gun right, and they'd look at it and they'd be like, and then it's over. That's all it takes. They look at it for 5 seconds and start shooting weapons, and then we.
I would just go down low and then too slow. No way they'd get me.
Oh man, that's
Damn dirty apes.
There you are.
Jesus.
Maybe we
Lord.
could sell them some
I
cocaine.
just oh my god, don't cocaine them.
Cocaine chimp. Come on, that's the
Cocaine.
sequel.
Oh,
that
that's
we
the
can do.
sequel.
Yeah.
It's coming.
You got cocaine chimp. You got cocaine shark. It's gonna be awesome.
Oh my
No,
god.
cocaine
You
shark.
can do
bird.
it.
Cocaine Sharknado.
Oh
Unfortunately,
no.
this just got
They,
demonetized.
when the
Yeah.
sharks,
You
the sharks
didn't get
find
demonetized
the
a while
floating
ago.
island of cocaine that's
Yo,
been dumped overboard.
Speaking
and
of
it-
speaking of that, what did John's Comics with Kids get a hit for on YouTube? Did he say?
I don't want to say it out loud, but he is a white man.
Well, yeah, and so is CJ. You know,
No,
Hmm.
So
he,
CJ was a
he
little
was
different.
reading.
It's all the time for
He
copyright.
reads Harry
strikes,
Potter
man.
and
yeah, but John doesn't. John normally doesn't. I don't think.
John.
No, I mean he said CJ
Harry,
always gets
Harry,
it. Yeah.
Harry's got it. He said for reading Harry Potter and being
Yeah.
white.
Okay.
wow,
I'm
I
holding
didn't
up
know
a
what it
cocaine-
was. I was
Yo.
shocked.
Cocaine
Chris, those
squirrel.
cocaine squirrels are nuts, man.
reading
Yeah.
a
Yeah, they
reading a
definitely have
book-
the nuts.
reading a book out loud
Yeah,
shouldn't
I'm
be. In theory,
I
that
only
was
watch albino
I didn't see
animals.
the thing what he was doing, but if he's just reading out
Well,
loud, then that should that he's
Maybe
he's
he was
being
showing a
transformative.
clip. Yeah,
no,
maybe
no,
he was showing a
he's
clip or
reading
something.
it and doing the voices and everything. And if the people who listen to
Then that should be
audiobooks
fair use.
watched it and copyrighted him, they made a mistake not hiring him because he's so good at it.
Well, but he didn't. But he
They
didn't play
don't.
them doing it. It's not. That's not copyrighted material. Instead, he's being transformative,
He's not
and he's
reading
using it
whole
under the
book.
fair use doctrine. So he
I don't
has
know
an
enough
argument.
about audiobooks or reading.
Yeah, there's got to be
online.
audiobooks.
I feel like
deals and
that's
rights
not
first.
allowed.
If I'm playing somebody else who's recorded, it's copyrighted that recording. That's one thing. If I just pick up a book and I start reading it and I'm doing voice and everything else, now that is a transformative medium and it falls under the fair use doctrine.
I don't think it does for
Yeah,
books.
that-
I'd
that's-
have to. It's
If that's
different
the case,
with books.
Rob, anyone in the world can just do audiobooks themselves. So there's got to be clauses in the deals with audiobooks that they have. Like, I don't mean any and all of them, but something as
Yeah,
big as
I
Harry Potter,
understand
I'm
what
sure
you're
has
saying,
more
Rob, but I'm pretty
exclusive.
sure it's different with books. There's like weird rules with it.
Well, I mean, I saw a clip.
Anybody can claim copyright, and the way that it works is that YouTube immediately will take that claim and they put it on there. They don't actually review it to see if it qualifies or not. You have to then dispute it, and then unfortunately, the way that YouTube does it is they go back to the claimant and say, "This person's disputing it. are you right or wrong? And that person can sit there and say, no, I'm still believe that it's me, that I own that copyright. And then that's the end of the story, unless you then continue your fight and basically threaten
Here you go, Rob.
legal
If
action.
you are not copyright owner, holder, or have a license to create a derivative work, recording an audio book is illegal.
Was he recording an audiobook?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what
Yes,
YouTube
that's
does.
what
The
YouTube
actor
does.
being on YouTube is
Yeah, he was
recording.
reading the whole book out loud. So definitely.
It was live recording to the
Yeah.
world.
How many pages
know.
did he
Drac,
get to?
where's my sandwiches?
But I always knew that
What
John
kind of
guy had
sandwiches? Now I'm
something going
curious.
on with him. I don't trust John.
Is this a
Drac
back?
said they were worm sandwiches
Oh,
because
that's
it was Naaman's
So, Drac-
show, and so it was the worm.
It's the comic,
It's like
a comic bookworm.
Worm sandwiches, and he was gonna sit on them so they'd be warm,
nice.
worm sandwiches.
a little mushy too.
He
I
should
don't
really
think he
change
looks
the
like an
names.
80s music
I
video. He
wonder
looks like
what
he's
that
under
would-
witness protection.
He
Yeah.
should read it. He should
Oh,
read,
my
it
name is
word,
Brian. I was
he
a
should
witness
read
for
your
this
book
crime.
word for word backwards and just let people download and flip it.
Yeah, I just was curious. John doesn't usually get a strike on stuff. CJ gets a strike on everything, but
I report all CJ's videos, so I'm not surprised.
He's doing it again, guys.
That's so
John's
weird.
reads a book, gets taken down. I react to movies, no problem. YouTube is wild.
wild. Yeah, yeah.
Sandwich
Right.
sandwich.
Could be John's demeanor. He's just a negative person. Karma, John.
Dogma. But,
Miss Kitty.
Mm-mm-mm. Kyle, what mafia did you rap to Remy saying?
What?
He got that dark profile side going. He's like, I'm in witness protection. I
Yeah,
can't help it."
you're hiding your identity from us.
But you know, but you
Use the
know
voice
who I
modulator.
am.
Though
But
we
you know
know,
who I am.
Out of the
We know
sword,
and
the
love,
dragon
I'm confused with the question.
yeah.
I mean, I'm confused with the question.
Who's that sexy lady? Who's that sexy lady with the deep voice?
Yeah, no.
That
It's
profile.
Jim Carrey.
I've never been told that I've had a deep voice.
Oh, you mean you
Yeah,
with
definitely, Biggie. If you play those
Pretty
the song clips, yeah, you'll be gone in a heartbeat. But that's something to think about, Biggie, because it's such an important part of your channel to get some like those copyrighted beats or something that you can get access to that you'll be able to use regularly without taking a hit.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what I do.
Who's taking a hit with what?
I take a hit of acid. I mean,
The Brian LCS, that's what he sent me a link to a bunch of like free music that you can
Yeah,
play.
you can get a whole bunch
There-
of them. YouTube
you
has
know.
them too. YouTube
Yeah.
has
Yeah,
some free
YouTube.
music.
Yeah, there's tons of stuff out
you see
there.
a bunch of YouTube stuff. I also have my opening and closing theme for most of my pre-recorded stuff. I just bought the license. It was a $50 license to buy for web use. For
Is that a year or just for all
it was,
the way?
Lifetime.
It was
It's usually
One and
lifetime.
done?
It's lifetime.
Nice.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Were
I
you just
end up using
joking
the
about
service.
taking a tab of acid?
I mean,
Who's
there's
Jim
there's
Dale?
limits to what you can use it for.
No,
The
Yeah.
license is only good for certain things,
Yeah.
but for the context of what I use it for,
yeah,
it falls under that use. So $50, I'm like, oh, fine.
no.
You know,
I
has
use Ivanto, so I got Ivanto Elements. So it's not just music; it's backgrounds, video, pretty much anything. It's all
Yeah,
you get
I've done
licenses for
some-
everything like that.
I've done some video clips like a while back when I used to use like my intermission clip. That was a clip I paid fees for because it was
Yeah.
somebody else had created or whatever. And then you get
What do you
there.
edit with, Durs? What stuff do you edit with? I've never edited. I like raw dog it, but I should probably edit if I
He
care.
said clip.
Clip Champ,
I don't know what that is, but
not
that's
to be confused with Clip Chip.
Clip
I-
champ. Okay.
ADF, I do I'm simple. I use the built-in free Windows editor, movie editor. It's built in
Mhm.
Windows. That's all I use.
iMovie, you could if you
It's,
got a
it's
Mac,
very limited, but you know what? For just being able to do some basic stuff, it's free and it's already on your
CapCut's pretty good too for that kind of
I
stuff.
need
You
to
have
spend a
CapCut.
weekend diddling around and seeing if I could do it because I know I could if I just took the time, but
Yeah, it's a good starter. At least when it's on your Windows, I mean, it's basically cut and paste and some transitions. You can't do superimposing. You can't do some of this other weird stuff. But I can introduce text. I can do some basic stuff, and then if you start to get into it, then you can always start to branch out into some of more advanced software and stuff, whether
Okay.
it's free stuff or stuff that costs you money.
So this is my thing, Durs, is that like I grew up and learned on PC. So I'm the most familiar with PCs, but because of my job, we do everything on Apple. And so now I have an Apple laptop and it's just like,
Then use iMovie. iMovie's just as
I'm
good.
sorry. I'm sorry for your loss.
I know. It's awful.
Clipchamp is a new default editor for Windows. Interesting. Justin, how are you?
We're doing it live.
I'm glad that I missed the heated discussion.
Debate.
Oh, you wanted
I'm
to
sad you
jump
weren't
in?
there.
I'm
Oh,
always
yes,
down to
I-
talk about fascism.
I do have some things I'd like to add.
How many ASM books have you picked up this week?
Real quick, I would like to add to the political discussion.
Excellent
I wonder
point.
if he did that on point.
I agree.
I
with
really
Rob.
think that was a great point.
Rob did it.
I did not.
Rob.
He did
No,
it.
that was
Censoring
definitely
people
him.
like that.
That's definitely not a Rob thing to do.
Yeah.
Rob would rather talk about taking.
Da Vinci Resolve.
I can't believe you would do that.
What is going on?
Like,
That's fine.
I meant to add a yell smoke bomb before I left, but I forgot.
Oh Lord,
They're trying to silence
Oh,
us
Chip,
here.
what's that?
I take it back.
Justin, did you have fun at C2E2? You guys look like you had fun.
Yeah.
Hung out with the bearded.
Hopefully, there's no drama.
Yeah, I had a good time. Greg's really good at selling my stuff for me.
Nice.
Oh, you didn't.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to show something.
I was, but then I forgot that I had already put it away.
No.
All right, I'm gonna tell you guys a little story. I went to go like interview at a place for a PhD program, and I went there, and the first thing that a guy there, one of the PhD dudes, said to me, "For anything," he was like, "How you doing?" I was like, "I'm good, man." And he's like, "You have kids?" And I said, "Fuck no, do you?" And I didn't get into that one, so I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Interview and a guy.
That's
asks
what you
if
get
kids.
asked, shit like
Yeah.
that. You have any
Well,
kids?
That's not a question you can ask in an interview.
No, it's not. It's a Title IX like
Yeah.
violation. But
It's like,
clearly-
how old are you?
yeah. Well, I'm 96.
I'm
I mean,
allergic to
look.
kids.
I'm
Old enough to party.
I'm gonna be 56. I'm gonna be 56. And if I went to a job, they may look and say,
Mm-hmm.
they're gonna look and say, well, this guy's got a friggin' white beard. Well, he's got to be close to 80. I mean, especially if it's somebody that's like 29 doing the interview, because when you're 29, you think anything that's gray has got to be close to 100. I mean, I had a guy the other day ask me if I needed help picking up this box that we had gotten, and I was like, bro, it's 20 pounds.
The elevator's 2 blocks away. We're in the second
And it was a
floor.
Kleenex box.
I'm
That's
sorry.
Yeah, I'm
sir.
like-
I just noticed
I
that
looked
you were
at him, I was
elderly.
like, you
and you
know,
might need
get
some
away from
assistance.
me. Yeah, I mean, I think he was trying to be nice, but I was like, get away from me before I punch you.
Did he ask you to
yeah.
go to the bathroom? That he'll help you in the bathroom.
Yeah, I was just like, what is
you need help
wrong?
in the bathroom?
But they get around it, Lady Fantastic, by saying,
got
what
some
year were
bars
you
there.
born? Can you put down what year were you were born? Because then they just, it's just
Oh, this I called the dean, and the dean called me back and like apologized and shit, and like encouraged me to apply like again. And I was like, "Fuck you, dude! I'm not applying to this bum ass yokel shit."
Yeah.
How are your kids doing, man?
They're still
So
chained in the basement,
Dig-
so they can't get
Digger
out.
Jim,
Yes, sir.
how am I supposed to treat the elderly?
It wasn't that. It was this guy.
It was a
you
joke.
Did you
It was
not
a joke.
see the
I-
implicit cruelty that he just included in his question? He just answers. He
It was
doesn't
a
know.
joke. Don't
Well,
answer the
uh,
question. It's not serious.
The same way I treat you with disdain.
Yeah, with disdain.
In my time.
I went to an
I'm the
interview.
opposite. when I went to the pet store to get dog food, and they were like, "No, I have to ask. Would you like help?" And I say, "Yes, I would."
It's all,
Not
don't
to
feel
ask.
bad though, Digger. Because here's the thing: when I interview people, it's the reverse. I get the young kids that are coming in, and I go like, "You know, fuck, you don't have a work ethic. You don't have a fucking goddamn. I don't want to hire your fucking punk ass.
Yeah,
You're gonna be here
Robert's
2 years.
first question.
You're
is,
gonna be here 2 years. No, my question though, I frame it like this usually: is I look at their resume and I go, "So where do you see yourself in 2 years?"
2
Because I see
years.
that you were here, you were here, you were here. So in 2 years from now, where do you plan to be?
right. No, he's not wrong. I mean, we have had
Rob's first question was, "You born in this century?"
we have had people that do that.
I can't ask that question, but what I can do
No.
is look at their resume and see when they graduated from school, and I
School.
can do math in my
Yeah.
head.
No, what you need to do is just be like, "So, tell me what you remember about 9/11."
Not germane to the interview question. So
It was all a blur. Things happened so fast.
Just ask him what was worse,
what was one of your
9/11
favorite
or
classes
January
at
6th?
university?
What about
Oh,
those
man,
95 bombings in Oklahoma?
Yeah.
New Zealand.
Oh man, no lie. I had one interview I went to, and
How does Nick
I,
have that
the
shirt?
guy, everything he was telling, it was like he was
What
confessing
is going
every
on?
bad
There's
thing,
around-
every bad thing that company did. Like he was purposely trying to get me not to come to work.
And then he ends it off with, "This is a great company."
And then he
There's
was
3
like,
white
"Well, you know,
shadows.
we'll let you know." And I was like, "Okay, don't bother, but sure." I mean, it was bad. It was bad. It was probably the worst
Sorry.
interview I'd ever been on.
Sorry I didn't get the notification that we're supposed to wear a uniform today.
Yeah,
Hey.
the white shadow.
The White Shadow.
Yeah, but Nick forgot the black hat. He's gonna get fired.
No,
He has a
is Chip
beautiful head that we like to see. I mean,
is Chip making any more like
Nick.
YouTube content or no?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, he's back.
he plays golf on Saturdays.
He's making more than you, Kyle.
Nick, if you ran into Jim on the corner of the street, would you help him across the road?
First of all, he probably outpaced me in that little old man scooter he's riding in. So he'd be all right.
I'm gonna go get some Just for Men's and blacken this right here so I can be Nick.
Or just shave it, get yourself a goatee, buddy.
You know, actually, mine used to be red right in here, red here, black up in here. My wife was like, "Did I marry a calico? What the fuck?" I said,
Yeah,
you know,
my sideburns are red too.
My
Mine was
father
black
had
with a
red
little white
hair.
stripe, and then I had kids. And
Yeah, actually, I had a full head of hair, full head of dark wavy hair, and then I got married.
Wow. Okay, so don't get married, don't have kids. What else do I need to know?
Well,
Look at that.
I'm
Here
married
you
with
guys
kids. I
go.
still got-
You guys
still
are,
got
guys
hair.
are idiots.
There's Chip.
There's
All
my
right,
hair.
you heard him.
Take him off.
Take him.
Oh no!
Chip,
not taking
dude,
mine off.
I've been saying this since the beginning. Chip is a mean person. Just so you guys
What are you
know.
talking
Just so
about?
you know.
Get out
Oh,
of
you
here.
That's enough.
Damn, man.
That's enough for
Chip.
Kyle today.
Chip, we're
Thank you,
sorry.
Chip. Anyway,
Chip just called everybody idiots.
I don't know if I feel. I know, man. It was weird, right?
We all
I
know
was
he's just talking about Kyle.
a ginger Jim.
Nobody with the controls is doing that to
How
Kyle.
am I supposed to have any kind of Chip is a bad person. He's a mean
All right,
person.
I'll be right back.
Mean-spirited person. You should see
I
the
get-
DMs he sends me. It's horrid.
What's
You
up,
hear
Lucky?
that? That's the sound of your joke crashing. there, Kyle.
Okay, go.
Just
go
like
down
you
low
said
for
that you're
the-
gonna take a hit of acid.
You're
All
not
right.
muted, Nick.
I'm gonna
See you later. Have a good time. Bye.
I love you too, Chip. You're a great person.
bye. I'm actually
Ah.
wearing mine to the gym, which is where I'm going to go now. So, because after
Jim's
watching,
going to the gym
after after
Join.
watching
You see, I should
the,
take my
at your age.
blood sugar right now.
the-
Oh God.
Mention it.
I'm gonna try to lift 5 pounds. Wish me luck.
You gotta get in the
Make sure you,
pool.
hey,
You got to get in the
Jim,
pool. With
make
with the
sure that
phone.
you're lift with your legs, please, buddy.
I took Geritol this morning. I'm good. After watching the two
Geritol.
Nerd Dad show, I feel like It got deep.
Pool workouts.
Nick spoke to me. He was bringing up some good points. So I'm trying to make it unfortunately, I'm not at the level of every day, but at least every other day. I like to go every other day. I need I need
Walk
a break
to the gym,
in that,
then you go back home.
medium where it's like one day I rest because I can't do every day.
What do you do at the gym?
Walk,
I
walk.
I do the treadmill, and then
He is Jim.
I have this eGym wristband where they have it all set up, and it changes your weights, the machine weights. I'm not over there with the beefcakes.
Wait, what?
It's an
That sounds
eGym,
awesome.
and you set up a program of what you want to do. Do you want to, lose weight? Do you want it for, aerobics and all this stuff? And it's all pressure. So when you put your band up there, like if you're doing leg presses, it's already preset to where you
With
started.
whatever resistance.
And as if you wanted to like build muscle, it'll increase it over a period of weeks, so that the gym it knows what your you pick a program you want. So
what gym is that, Jim? What gym is that, Jim?
It's called the YMCA.
Really?
It's at the Y. Yeah, that Y here had it had some type of major flooding from the pool and everything, and they just went in and tore everything out and put in all new stuff. It was crazy. All this happened during COVID when nobody was there, which we still can't figure that out. Yeah. But
I usually don't go to the YMCA because there's a bunch of old people there, but it sounds good.
Oh man,
goes to the YMCA.
I'm not gonna lie. If you'd have seen what was there the other day, you might rethink it.
Adam Driver,
like wow, yeah, Adam Driver.
Do you guys know what the YMCA stands for?
YMNCA.
Wait, really? Oh shoot!
Yeah.
It's a young male something or other. Yeah, it's a sexist corporation.
Is it really young male something?
Yeah. They're a sexist organization.
Young Men's Christian Association.
There
Not
you
only
go.
is it sexist,
it should be canceled.
It's a religious corporation. God.
All right. I'll see you guys later.
Thank you, Derek.
By the time it's over with, I'll leave you and Remy to represent Chip. Good job.
I like their spokespeople though. They have a cool dance.
Chris Pratt.
So
Isn't that guy Mario?
Definitely. Born to be Mario.
Mario.
Justin, pick up any good books lately?
Besides the one that you know about, right?
The one that Nick and I made you go out and get?
Yeah, you assholes. No, I don't think I've gotten anything big since then.
Yeah.
Nope.
I mean, we're 2 months away from Heroes Con.
I know. That's why I'm like, I need to stop. I need to stop.
Yeah. My LCS is tempting me. I saw an ASM 17 yesterday. There was an ASM 7. NYX 3. I was like,
I'll show y'all. Okay, I got this, and it's not like a super huge one, but it is one that's hard to find. And I was really excited that I found it. Was Spider-Woman 32 with the Universal Monsters. It's a Frank Miller cover. Werewolf by Night.
I've never seen that.
Oh, dude, it's so hard to find. So you can see here, Miller and Jansen, Klaus, who's the guy that worked on Miss Kitty. God damn it. Sorry, Miss Kitty. But it's badass. So you guys, if you can find this is actually worth quite a bit. So if you can find it in your like back issue bins for cheap, get it.
I came across his first Marvel work the other day. I didn't realize it was in, what is it, Where the Monsters Dwell?
Who was that? Who's first?
Frank Miller? His first work?
His first work with Marvel was Where Monsters Dwell?
I thought Where Monsters Dwell was reprints of older monster books from Tales and
Yeah, that's what I thought. But
It
maybe
could've been
some
a
of the later
backstory.
ones weren't. I don't know.
Some of those old books, they had backstories that were new stories, so that's a possibility.
Yeah.
Like classic X-Men, a lot of people don't know that a classic X-Men. There's some backstories that are original art.
I think Frank Miller's first work in comics was like
John Carter, Warlord of Mars was his
yeah,
first.
that's what it's John Carter Warlord of Mars is 18 is where Frank Miller first works with Marvel, and then he also meets Chris Claremont on that because right after they meet up and do the Wolverine mini.
It's crazy to think how undervalued that is. Then
The Warlord of Mars 18, it is. I have it.
Who's Steve
I'll
Miller?
go grab it. Hold on.
who's Steve Miller?
Well,
Got
I think who he
Charles
is,
Marcus on
he's
the
not
cover.
Steve Birkland.
No, there's only one of those.
Yes. Who just
I'll be shaving it here shortly, Steve. I'm sorry. For those who haven't heard already, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the channel sponsor, my local LCS, the Augusta Book Exchange, Paul and Donna have ran it for years. Donna lost her battle with cancer the day before yesterday, and we'll be laying her to rest today. So I'm going to be getting cleaned up here in a little bit for her service. I'm on the pallbearers for that. But yeah, the facial hair is going to go.
All of it?
Warlord of Mars, number
I'm
18.
gonna leave this.
First
Okay, I
time
was gonna
that
say, you just gotta
Miller
clean up
works on a Marvel book. And
I'm going to get the part that grows in all white trashy, Rob.
Got it.
Yeah. It's funny how saying that you know exactly what I meant because that's how it legitimately looks.
I found this for $10, and I'll show you why. But it's Monster of Frankenstein #1.
Fire. Super fire.
Lucian Magic.
Have you seen any of those Golden Age Frankenstein books? It wasn't Marvel or DC that put them out, obviously. But
Yeah, I have a classic, but it's because of this.
nice.
I have a
Somebody took a bite
1946.
out of it.
Hey,
But would you not pay $9.99 for this?
Absolutely. I would look
As
for
is.
ones in that condition to get
Yeah.
it for a better price.
That's actually a hot book right now.
Yeah, I know. And so my LCS had it for $9.99, and I said, "Fuck you, it's mine."
Can I see the ad on the back, actually? Fuck, I want one of those.
Chop cycles. Heck
Shop
yeah.
cycles, yeah.
That's not right.
They're rip snorting.
I would get it, but I can't see the bottom left.
What the hell is that?
Is that a flask?
Rip snorting.
Yeah, they come with chop cycles.
You get ripped. You're stuck.
Wait, what the heck is he? Is that like? It looks like a claymore.
It's
Wait, does that
Goosebump.
say rest in peace?
It says.
Oh, it's
Goosebump.
Rip. Rip, right.
It's called a goose pump.
Yeah, Goosebump.
That's what she said.
That's what I used to call it.
They have one of those, a Hot Wheels chop cycle Tri-King Viking, going for $2,200 on eBay.
The fuck?
Mark.
Okay, so I don't want them anymore.
Are you talking about like that one?
No, God, no.
Oh.
Go back farther than that. I'm familiar with you being that. That's like the. God, man.
That's
like,
1945.
He looks monster. When-
That's 1945.
Yeah, I think it's before then, and it's like in like that bigger Golden Age format.
All right, be right back.
Let me see if I can find it real quick. Now, remember when you got that and the story of that person hawking over your shoulder, waiting on you to set it down, Rob?
Is that an angry letter or something? Someone's typing an angry letter.
No, he just has a mechanical keyboard.
You guys can actually hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
it's
we
loud.
can hear it in our souls.
That's weird because I had my mic muted. Like, you can still hear it now?
Yeah, we heard you on the phone earlier too.
Uh-huh.
Got that
I can't-
typewriter.
Well, type right now, and I'll let
Where's
you know.
Rob?
Word
Rob,
processor.
Yeah,
you
we
there?
can hear that. We can hear that.
Man, that sound makes me want to take a nap. I like
So the
it.
one I'm thinking of wasn't the Golden Age; it was right after. But it's God, it's called the Monster of Frankenstein, and he looks wicked. These are just the design.
What kind of shoes is she wearing? Sounds like she was wearing
She's
clogs.
wearing frozen, like high heel kind of things. They're her new shoes.
Oh wow.
Oh, cool.
I hope you have a pair of those, Mark.
I do. I would say they're matching, but they're not because mine are green.
Close enough.
He wears those with the Joker suit.
So this is
Oh,
19
Lady F has one too.
yeah. This is one that came out in 1947.
Yeah, that's the one that Rob just showed.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, that's his
No,
first.
no.
one.
Well,
Rob's
it's the
has got
same
a
cover.
different.
It's the same
Yeah.
cover, but the one that I showed is actually the
It's
first,
older.
First,
Rob's
the
is
oldest-
older,
the
yeah.
First printing.
Rob, I was
Mhm.
thinking the 1954 one. Did you see that?
Okay, yeah, I did. Yeah,
This one's 47. Which one is
Yeah.
yours?
45. Mine's the first printing.
45. Okay, so mine's 2 years older.
Yeah, that's the second printing.
Because other people I've seen had this. Dope Comics has got one that was reprinted, I think, in like the late 60s, early 70s.
Yeah, Classic Comics reprints them like every 10, 15 years.
Oh, okay. And then they
there's
do
a lot
a
of them.
different cover.
That's they'll use the same cover or they'll change it slightly. So that's why if you're collecting those, it's important to be able to look inside and see when it was and whatnot.
Yeah.
Man, this is a good comic. Anybody read White Ash?
No.
I do.
No? Or Galarian?
I do. I do.
Okay. I find it hard because I know. Wait.
White Ash has those lovely lady covers, doesn't it?
Yeah. Are you talking about the immortals who fight? And I know exactly what you're talking about. We actually had a conversation on one of your deleted streams about the same series.
Was that the book?
That was the book.
I remember me randomly talking about a book, and then you
And I was
literally
like, "Oh yeah, I got this." Yeah.
No, you spawned it in your hand.
Well,
and
now
you're
that I
like,
don't have my
funny
diaper
you
box
asked.
full of books anymore, I have it packaged away now. But yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So that was the one. I wasn't sure if it was.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'm a fan.
They just started their new season, and it's
Nice.
pretty good.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
Justin,
Hell yeah.
Yes, sir.
we need a toy update, my man.
I think. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. I'll give you.
I'll just leave this hanging.
The displays in the back are starting to look empty there.
I
might as well
sold
just throw everything away.
282 things on eBay.
Jeez, man.
282.
Do we have
You
a
were only,
Lego?
you were only at 100 and something last week, weren't you?
I think I was like two. I think I told you like 230, somewhere around 230.
So you got about approximately 50 more sales. Dude, that's insane.
So how would you describe it as a form of passive income? Worth it or not? Because it's not super passive. You have to be quite interactive.
It's awful.
Okay.
But I mean, if there's a line, right? Like, sure, I could just box it all up and take it to a toy store,
But you're not
but I'm
gonna
only
get as
going to get like 30 to 40% value.
Right.
Yeah.
So to me, it's worth it to do that little bit of extra work to get max value that I can. But I'm going to complain about it as I do it.
Okay.
That's what I do anyways.
The way to go.
Appreciate the honesty.
Now, where do you stand on the Lego challenge?
I just got an email from Lego saying that I have $140 worth of credit that's going to expire by the end of June. So I'm about to get another set that I haven't.
Yeah, you better get
Another
some
one.
shit.
Get it, man.
That'll buy you like a little toy. Lego's so expensive.
Tyler, how's that money feeling, buddy?
It's ready. I have it. Just need to hit send.
No, I mean
to
the money
Justin.
that he owes you. Because
was that the deal? He owed me.
No.
I think it was just a one-way deal.
Yeah.
Okay, well, how does that money that you get to keep smell?
Well, it's ready to be sent. I have it set aside for Justin, but I know it's coming. I'll send it to him. Like he said, he's going to do a big stream December 31st.
Yeah, it's going to be a 24-hour stream of me building multiple Lego sets at once.
There you go. He's going to outsource.
You got some Adderall for that?
Play the same Christmas song over and over again.
I'll play with my my Bionicles on that stream if you want.
The hippopotamus one, preferably.
Nobody wants to see that, Kyle.
Yes. I just want a hippopotamus.
Bionicles
For
are
24
cool. I don't know
hours
what you're talking
straight
about.
while building Legos.
Well,
Think about
before
that.
I run off to Romania, Justin, I just have
Slancha.
4 issues left.
Yeah, I thought you had less than that.
No, I
Okay.
had more than that, but then I've acquired multiples.
4.
I have another one that's on the way.
Is it
And
the
that-
one that I know about?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's a consecutive run up to triple digits.
1 through 100.
Rob, do you have a Jungle Comics 1?
I do not.
I've been wanting to get one of those. I've been wanting to get the one with Dave Stevens. For some reason, I've been on a big Dave Stevens kick.
So Rob only needs 1, 2. No, you don't need 2, right?
I do.
1, 2,
1,
3,
2, 3, 9.
9.
Oh man, we're gonna be fighting over the same one at Heroes Con, aren't we?
I'm targeting 9.
Rob's coming with number
No,
one.
you're gonna get a number 1 at Heroes Con, aren't you? Don't
No.
lie to me.
No, probably not.
You
That'll
guys
probably be
talking
the
about
last one I
ASM?
pick up.
We're going to give Rob all the money for the beer gardens. He's going to take that and buy an ASM well.
Speaking
A lot
of
of
that,
beer.
because there's a lot
When we
of us
show up to the
here.
beer garden, they don't know
Where-
we're coming.
Where does that, Rob, where does that stand? Like in terms of us having to put in, are we having to down payment it, or are they just doing the food sales thing you mentioned?
They haven't bothered to respond to my inquiries again. So I'm still chasing them down after they last time reached out to me and said they were going to send me the menu. Then they've never have, and so I haven't gotten any follow-ups to that
Okay.
when I've been reaching out to them.
I just don't
Hey,
want
Nick.
you to be. I don't want you to be down and out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Make sure
Are
everyone
you-
participates in
think that
making it happen.
I don't get the impression
No.
that there's a down payment on it, but I don't know.
There was last time, and we handled it. It was no big deal.
Yeah.
That-
Well, actually, last time there wasn't a down payment. It was just
you just stole our money.
I just got everybody's money up front
Oh.
for what it was because it was a fixed price. Whereas this is maybe not. I don't know what's going on. They have to communicate back and forth with me, and right now it's a one-way dialogue of me going, "Hey, I have people coming. I'd like to spend money at your establishment," and them going, "I don't know, man. Are we in business to make money? Should we talk to potential customers
We
and
need to find
solicit a
another
large
place now.
money event? I
I
don't
think-
know."
They're just looking for a ceiling high enough to accommodate Tyler. I think they're only at 30 feet.
Well, that door's wide enough to accommodate
What is
you.
up, everybody?
Your shoulders, man.
What is up, everybody?
You can walk in sideways.
Hey, Nick, are you going to Fan Expo?
Probably not because it's the week before Heroes.
All right, kids. It's
One in
that
Philly
time.
you talking about?
No, in Dallas.
Run off to Romania.
Oh, because this one coming
Tell
up
them
in
we said hello.
There's a lot of Fan
Philly.
Expos, to be
yeah,
honest.
Philly's in the.
I'm
Say
gonna have
hey to
run
the
off
tape
as
brothers
well.
for me.
I'll check in with y'all later.
I might go to that one.
Okay.
When is the Philly
By
one?
people who are
It's
leaving.
the first week of June.
Wow, you coming?
Oh no, I got a show in Pittsburgh that weekend.
Yeah.
You coming down to Dallas, Kyle?
I don't know. I have some family in Houston, but Dallas is not that far. Well,
It's like
like a
4
5 hour
hours.
5 hour drive for me, or 4 hour drive. It's like 4.5 because I like drive slow. It's not that bad because I'm used to sitting in traffic in LA and making a 15-mile journey take 2 hours.
You may be hitting traffic there too. Mark, by the way,
Oh, did you read that yet?
I read it last night,
That's fire, wasn't it?
and the artwork is fantastic.
Kiss my baby.
It feels like the old EXO to me, and I love that.
Dude, I'm loving this story. Like, yeah, when you left us, we were still here, but we revolted and we were left with a fleet. 2,000 years of evolution of an ancient civilization with a futuristic fleet. We're coming back.
He's more comfortable with his sword in his hand than he is.
Yes.
I was like, fuck yeah.
Yes. It's tough, ain't it?
Have you guys heard of the band Proto Men?
Uh-uh.
They're like this band. They were like this concept band, but they're from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Like my buddies, they knew them, but they make music that's about like the history of Mega Man, and they tell the story of Mega Man and their songs, but it's like hardcore, like rock. It's amazing. Like
That sounds like the most niche market I've ever heard, but
it's super
amazing at the same time.
it's super nerdy, but it's actually really good music too.
There's a group that I listen to called Bardcore where they do like bard songs, but like heavy metal style.
Throw a coin to your witcher.
Yeah, but like full metal. Like, so
I think it's Hope Rides Alone. or something.
my favorite song by them is what happens when your party encounters a level 4 like
Hold on,
necromancer or something, and then they just scream into the mic.
Iggy would love that one, I think.
I'll send him something.
You know what looks like pink?
No, I don't.
Well, make your hand flat. You don't want it flat. There you go. All right, there we go.
I don't know if you guys saw Kyle and I guess Mrs. Legion. They're trying to do something here in Kyle, Texas.
Oh God.
I wanted to comment. Some records need not be broken.
Crouching and Slouching with C-Bizzle knows who I'm talking about. So in the back, I posted a link to one of their songs. If one of you guys who's got a moderator thing, if you want to post it in the thing, like it's good.
Hi, I'm Kyle. Nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Kyle. Hi, Kyle. Hi, Kyle. How's it going? Hi, I'm
My
Kyle.
Kyle spells her name differently. Does that matter?
I don't think so.
My Kyle has an S in her name.
Nerdcore.
She's just different.
Yes.
K-Y-S-L-E.
It's so good.
Biggie, good morning.
What's up, Big?
Morning. What's up?
Congrats on your pickup, your recent pickup.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty happy with that one. That shit came out real nice.
That was your only target goal of the year, really? So the rest of the year is just cake.
Yeah, rest of the year is just picking up little dinks and dunks.
Dinks and dunks. I like it.
I didn't have any
all right
quests this year.
My dinky dunk ass has got to go to work, but I had fun. Y'all be safe.
Love you, Lady F.
Love y'all. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Immortal Biggie Shack.
Nicholas.
What's up, you little fucking dweeb? How's it going?
Yeah. You are a fucking dweeb, man.
He's been waiting on this moment.
2 weeks I've been waiting.
All right.
To find out what your problem with me is.
Oh, goddamn! You really fucking let that fester. That was just a fucking small little comment.
I waited till we were face to face so I can ask you directly what your problem
is. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, if I can remember 3 weeks ago, I think it was like while I was talking to Remy, you were kind of like fucking saying something or rolling your eyes. So I said, yeah, he's a fucking dweeb.
So I did to you what I do to everybody else, and you got offended by it?
Yeah, I didn't think that it would hurt your feelings, though. I was mainly I thought it was mainly like, hey, DJ Links, tell Nick that he's a dweeb because he is enough. He is he's my buddy, and like I can joke with him. It was kind of one of those, not really make sure I hurt his feelings kind of dweeb. It was just like a friendly hi kind of dweeb.
Yeah,
my
feelings don't get hurt. That's not the vibe I caught from it. So I figured I'd ask you what it was, the issue that you had with me. And I didn't.
No, I told you.
I didn't want to come at you on my stream. I didn't want to come at you on your stream. So I figured we'd do it on neutral territory. So
apparently,
yeah, okay. I mean, if you want to take it personal, you can. You could take it real personal if you want, but it wasn't. That's the way I feel.
I mean, shit. Why would I be here? You guys lay it into me hard like every week.
Shut the fuck up, Kyle.
I gotta say, Kyle, like there's this thing, especially with my channel. I can only speak for me on my channel. Like me and Kyle have a fantastic friendship where me and him goad each other, though. So I think like, I couldn't imagine what it must be like for casual viewers or first-time viewers that aren't familiar with like how long we've known each other or the dynamic and the way that we mess with each other. You know.
Yeah, the chat sided with me like 3 weeks ago. They're like, dude, like you guys are.
Yeah.
Why are they attacking this man?
Yeah. And Tyler, just because you laugh after saying something mean doesn't make it right.
Yes, it does. That's exactly what it means.
You suck.
It was like, I think it was like one of those things, Nick, where it was like Remy was saying shit and you was just kind of like supporting what he was saying. If that helps.
I look at Remy as a promoter. Like
I'd have to rewatch it to really point out what it was. I'd have to rewatch it to really point out what. But I took something as slight, so I felt like you started it. But I'm sorry if my dweeb calling hurt your feelings.
All right. Well, no. First, my feelings aren't hurt. I just if I have a problem or somebody has a problem with me, I prefer to take it directly. And if I'll tell this to anybody, if I don't make fun of you, if I don't talk to you at all, then that means I don't think about you.
Yeah. See, Kyle?
I make fun of everybody, and I take it just as much from the people I make fun of. So
really, you think?
Especially with you. Especially with you.
Two Nerd Dads. What's the group chat named?
Will you fill our holes?
Got it.
What's so funny?
Kyle, Eman says he has a problem with you. Your people taking his water and Arizona's power.
Oh, geez. My people?
Yeah, what do you mean by your people?
What do you mean your people? Man?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
Honestly.
Legislature? I don't think it's me. I think it's the
That
legislature.
sounds boring. Answer dishonestly then.
Yeah.
Well, what we need is to basically have very nice, luscious gardens
If they
for
would just
no
start with
reason.
the Garthog, there wouldn't be this problem.
I mean, look at the lighting.
I want to populate the desert with plants and shrubbery. So
The only acceptable response is it was delicious. Thank you.
Exactly.
It's like Hobby Lobby. Shrubbery everywhere.
Person like Sam Kinison himself, maybe don't live in the middle of a desert.
failed to send message. What does that even mean?
It means the message failed to send.
You're blocked.
Go to newest messages.
You can't try these unless you finish these because we can't leave these open. You got a lot more to do. Be right back.
I would just go to the group.
Sour? Did you get any?
I need some breakfast.
Oh, monkey's over here eating Kool-Aid Pop Rocks.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
So good.
Kool-Aid Pop Rocks.
What signifies that it's Kool-Aid?
The brand. Kool-Aid.
The big guy.
This is why Kyle gets made fun of.
Yeah. The hands on the front of it going like this.
And honestly, it was great to see Whack Comics back at it again last night.
It was something.
Oh, that's because I've been removed from the group.
I didn't.
On October 25th?
Well, that
was just a couple months ago.
Oh, I guess that makes sense. Isn't I just on the... What is this?
You talking about from my chat, Kyle?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Because I used to just pop people into that when we had guests. But let's see.
Got you. I'll just DM. I was just trying to send the thing. Don't worry.
Kyle, you see Mario yet?
Mario? No, I'm probably not going to see it. My friend wants to see it, but I'd rather see D&D, to be honest.
Why can't you do both?
I'll watch it when it's free.
Because I spent my time watching Suzumi, which is a fantastic anime that came out.
I really want to see that.
Yeah, I heard a lot of good things about
Thursday. It was really good.
Same director as Your Name, right?
Yep, it's a second project. So
what do you mean Your Name?
Just Pepper.
That's
on
the name
tuna.
of the movie.
That's the name of the movie.
Your Name.
Your Name might go down as one of the best animes ever.
Fantastic.
There you go. I just
So
sent it to
good.
you.
Did you see that dice set for Dungeons and Dragons is like they're going for like $500 a piece on eBay?
For each
No.
guy?
But
No.
like, Jesus, do you follow that kind of stuff though? Like when Last of Us was super popular, and it was still coming out, and like the comic, which I think is terrible, was selling for like $200. I don't understand the hype. Sorry, that's
what
anime version of the Notebook? Maybe, E-Man?
Ooh, I don't know. It's like a really different take on the Notebook, though. Right? Like very, very different.
Yeah, I don't know if the Notebook is.
The like reveal about what, like 3/4 of the way, 2/3 of the way into the movie is spectacular, and then that last part of the movie, I felt like I was holding my breath for like 20 straight minutes. I love that movie.
I felt out of breath just because of like running.
Yeah,
Harry, I guess that he's just hunting right now. Biggie, what are you picking up? Are you just hunting?
I'm getting a couple sandwiches. I gotta take my kid to speech in a minute, so that'll be fun.
What kind of sandwich?
Got my blood drawn. I got pizza sub today. I gave up on the meatballs.
Oh, you're hanging out with Dracula?
What color did they draw your blood?
What color? I think it was red.
Mine was blue.
Nice.
Blue.
No,
Yeah, isn't
no.
blood blue?
I appreciate Nick coming to me live and talking to me face to face. I usually try to do that too, but I usually just don't say people's names. I'll generally subliminally.
No, I didn't want to.
Subliminal.
I didn't want to come at you when those scumbags hit your grandma's house, and I'm sorry for that. I hope she's doing okay.
Yeah, that's
shit. That was horrible. My grandma passed like 2 years ago, so it's an empty house. But thank you for saying that. But whoa.
Pocan Joe is asking for some smokes and a can of pop.
Oh yeah, a can of soda. I was just figuring that out the other day. So Ohioans call it soda. How did I describe it? It's we call it pop when we don't have we call it pop when we don't have it. We call it soda when we do.
We
so
just
if it's
call
in front
it
of me.
We just call it Coke
Coke?
down here. Yeah, everything's
Okay, Coke.
until you get Coke on the order. So I say, you
Coke's pretty good.
Coke from the store? What kind?
We
Pepsi.
call it
exactly, Kyle.
That's what we call it. We call it soda.
Can you pick up?
Yeah.
Can you pick me up a Coke Pepsi?
A Coke Pepsi, yeah.
We call it pop in Indiana, but I call it soda pop because everyone thinks I'm crazy for calling it that.
I call it disgusting.
It really is.
I do like root beer though. Root beer, I'm a sucker for like sarsaparilla.
And just as a quick announcement, I just flipped over tab. I'm 5 subscribers away from 2.5 thousand. There'll be a celebration and all that stuff when it hits.
How many?
Throw up a short. You'll hit it in like an hour.
I threw up my shorts since at Masters Week, because my shorts were on fire, and Masters Week threw me off of my routine, and they haven't been since then.
Why is
Think
there
about
a
if you would have
celebration?
posted shorts of you like at the green and like, hey, look at all these people. That would have blown up.
Why does there need to be a celebration at 2,500?
Because he wants to.
It's a celebration, bitches.
That's a lot of subs. That's pretty good.
What's wrong with like 2,300? Why don't we have a celebration then?
It's a nice round number, PTT.
He didn't get enough giveaways for the show.
Okay, so we deal in absolutes is what we're saying. Let me check my status on subscribers, and I'll plan my next celebration. I'm thinking maybe 25 subscribers. That's a nice whole number.
25, yeah. That's good. Dude, I was watching the raddest fucking...
I'll do 27.
I was watching the raddest fucking battle I think I ever seen. It was on Gotham Comics. He's only got like 78 subscribers. He had Yaniv, Stray Flexing, and Imperial fucking Comics doing comic book battles, and they were pulling Cap 1s, Batman 11s. Probably only got 100 views. It was fucking amazing. It was really good.
Oh shoot, I have way more subscribers than
Didn't
26.
you start a new show, like a
I did.
poker or something?
Yeah. Comic Collector Club's been my show for about a year and a half now, and I just recently started doing poker, and that was my last show. I had Metarog and Dracula on, and I'm looking forward to doing it with the club members soon. Some poker comic books.
Do you do like have you y'all do it kind of like poker where y'all like show 3 books and then flip the next one's blind or anything, you know, like you would in a poker game until you like flip up to 5 kind of thing?
I don't want anything. No, thank you. They don't have the shit I want. No, yeah, you could start off with 5. You could start off with 1. You can end up, if you feel like one book could beat their 3 or 4, that's the fun part. You kind of get to see your opponent's hand and then you make your decision. So
I think that's how they're grading CGC comics based off that poker game.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fair market value according to the poker game.
I was trying to go to Burger King. They don't have mozzarella cheese sticks. My kid loves those things. So I guess we'll go to Rally's.
Do they start at a certain time? It's almost, what is it, 10:30 they start lunch?
I don't know what their deal is. Yeah, they just said they didn't have them. I don't know.
Yeah, you might be early.
Maybe.
Did you guys already talk about the stuff that was stolen at MegaCon? Or no?
What?
They happened somewhere else too.
Stuff.
It's been happening in a lot
Yeah.
of places.
Yeah.
Yeah, AF-15 got stolen somewhere else.
AF-15, right?
Well, if you
Yeah.
if you go to cons, like they just put like tarps over their booths, and then like there's like whatever budget security walking around, making sure people don't take stuff. But there's like
Yeah,
so much
it's on
money
you to
in that
watch it.
building.
Oh my God.
It depends on how you put your wall, right? You put your wall in a spot that someone could easily just grab it on the corner. Yeah.
That's true. But like I wouldn't be surprised if stuff was being stolen like in between hours, like of the
Oh yeah,
shows,
they do that too.
which is nuts. You just come back and you're like, oh, that's gone.
Well, wait
That's
a minute.
funny.
Why would if you? I think that's kind of dumb if you just leave an AF-15 on the wall without you like being there. Like, I would think that you would pack up the very valuable
Yeah,
books,
blue chip books, right?
yeah, and take them back to your hotel room with you.
Yeah, you at least have a
Uh,
lockbox or something.
I
Yeah.
have a box of books that literally never leaves my side, so it doesn't matter
I
where
think
I
you're
am.
misusing the term literally in that sentence, Kyle.
Figuratively never leaves my side. How's that better?
No, I think he meant literally. I think everywhere he goes, that box is
He's
with him.
just on his roller skates with a
He's
short
going
box
to,
up to his
he's
back.
going to the restroom. That box is coming with me.
It's a
Well,
foot rest.
okay, in the location that I'm at, I guess is the
While you're
it doesn't-
sitting
it
next
doesn't-
to it, it never leaves your side, which is not
Like-
really that surprising when you realize that it doesn't have legs.
yeah. But let's say that like my storage unit gets broken into, I'll still survive.
Would you die if that box got stolen?
Financially, probably, because
Okay.
like a lot of the stuff that's in the box is already sold.
Yeah.
And yeah. Do you agree with that, Mark?
Say that again. I'm sorry. Monkey was making noise outside. That's where my attention went.
You're no. What aggressively said. Numbers are superficial, man. Why can't we have the celebration at 2.49?
Because I don't want
I don't
to.
know. I don't know if anybody noticed,
Well,
but
me-
Burke was
me-
already at like 3,200 celebrating his 3,000. So
Yeah, I
that's
was
pretty
about to
cool
say,
of him.
I don't. So some people do sub pushes to get to their goals. I've never done that a single time in my channel.
Me neither.
I hit the goal and then I start organizing the stuff that's already kind of like got an idea to it. Then I decide what day I'm going to do a celebration and I announce it and I spend like 2 weeks showing off so that more people can see it. And by the time you celebrate, you're like, it blows you past your goal and it gives you a good boost toward whatever your next might be. I always thought
What is the goal with your channel?
right now 5 subscribers.
No. Like what do you want to do with your channel? 'Cause you have a
More.
decent following.
Yeah, just favorite number is more when it comes to the subscribers.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm just saying like what.
I don't
What's your
focus on
goal
my
with
whole
your?
thing is that my goal is like I started this YouTube to have people that enjoy a lot of the stuff that I enjoy and be able to have people to talk to and hang out with. So the more
Gotcha.
the merrier, the more that can come and hang out with us and talk with us. I mean, look, Izzy's been over here for a couple months now. Like Kyle, you've been here for like a couple years almost. So it's like Izzy's awesome to hang out with. We just found each other recently compared to you and I, Kyle. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And
Yeah, that's
Izzy's
fair.
into wrestling, into comics. He does all like he's into movies, like he's literally like into the same exact shit we are. So
Baseball.
there's
Did you
more,
read Did you read
there's more
Crimson
out
Cage,
there.
Izzy?
No, but tell me where I can find it.
Yo, Crimson Cage. So everybody talks about Daniel Warren Johnson's Do a Power Bomb, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crimson Cage is up there.
I
With,
haven't read
with
it yet.
it was
I didn't
with
know
best
about it.
wrestling books that have come out recently. With best wrestling books, Crimson Cage is up there with Do a Power Bomb. I've
I
read
read
both.
Hell is a Squared Circle that was the Aftershock one shot that came out a few months back. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was
But I
pretty
still
good.
haven't read Crimson
I would say
Cage.
Crimson Cage. Like if you're familiar with the wrestling industry and like kayfabe
Izzy's very
and like
familiar with
stuff like
it.
that.
What with Lee
Okay.
Johns, AWA?
Yeah. It should be 5 issues, I think. I'm not positive on that number.
It's like a horror. It's a horror book, right?
Crimson Cage.
Yeah. This image
Uh,
looks like a horror book.
It's dark, but it's all about wrestling. I wouldn't say horror.
It's kind of like a story about a guy, and he has a valet, okay? And the valet and him kind of work their ways up to the top of the wrestling, but they use murder and blood and shit to do it. So it's a fun story. I like it.
That sounds like Hell is a Squared Circle almost. That was kind of like a one bad day one shot. In all sincerity, like you have this wrestler that has a bad day and something happens and he has to go on the run. It's like a snowball effect throughout the story. But I need to go back and check out that. What's it
One
called?
Bad Day is a killer
Speaking
series
of
right now.
wrestling comics, did you read the fun that was the Ric Flair comic book?
I've got it. I haven't had a chance to read it.
Dude, you'll take like 5 minutes to read it. It's super quick, but it takes his story from when he was in his airplane, and it flips it into a $6 million man kind of thing.
Can you put some context on that with the story of him in his airplane?
So before he became a big wrestler, he was in a plane accident with a couple of other wrestlers. He somehow survived. It was pretty crazy. It was brutal. I think 2 guys died or something like that.
Yeah, I remember. I actually remember that story.
Yeah, so that happened before he hit it big. And there was talk that he could never wrestle again, all that. He was pudgy at the time. He was in a, it's not like he was always a lean wrestler, but he was pudgy. Because he emulated himself to be more like Dusty Rhodes at that time. And then he gets out of this accident and somehow he survives it and he comes back to wrestling, becomes the greatest thing in the 80s next to, him and Hulk Hogan were the 2 biggest wrestlers. But the comic book takes that story and just adds the element that, he's like the $6 million man where he becomes a super spy kind of thing. It's dumb. It's not something that's, intellectually great, but it's a Ric Flair comic book, so why not? It's a fun book. It's a one shot. You read it's super quick. Not even 15 minutes to finish it.
Before I get out of here, I do want to talk about the Netflix. I'm about to pull up to my house. I'm sorry to be rude and jump in, but
Okay.
I went into it genuinely excited because I do like robots. I do like Power Rangers. I don't collect the comics, ain't gonna lie, but I did watch it when I was a kid. And the first half of it, I was getting into it. I felt like they kind of overdid the whole Zach's a good dad thing. Like, Zach's a good dad. I got it. We understand. Zach was a good dad. But at the end, I was just kind of hoping that the Yellow Ranger would turn into... Did she end up turning into the Yellow Ranger at some point, or did I miss it?
So the whole thing is less than an hour. So you missed it. The final battle at the Moon Palace. Okay. You remember how it started with Trini diving in front of Billy to save him from that blast. Rita tries to kill Billy again with the same blast, and Trini's daughter jumps in front of it and takes the blast just like her mom did. But the blast hit Trini's morpher that was in her pocket, and the act of her doing that activated it, synced it to Trini's daughter, so she was able to morph. In the final battle, you had the 5 original colors sitting there battling it out. It was
all the Power Rangers. That was the best part. Was those little Power Ranger toys they were collecting? That shit was fun, man. I got that.
They had shrank down the Rangers and were siphoning off their energy and stuff. Yeah, dude, it was no way is this made for a new audience kind of thing. If you watched it as a kid and you have the nostalgic bone for it, they kept it that way on purpose for that audience kind of thing. Me and Finn, like when I laid down for bed last night, we just watched that. I'd already watched it, but I turned it on for him, and he loves Power Rangers and stuff. And He stayed awake and watched the whole thing.
Did
What's
they have the
the-
two dorks in it? Remember the two?
They didn't
Yeah.
have Bulk and
They were
Skull in it, but there's
Ah,
a scene where there's a big banner up for their food truck kind of thing with their faces on it, and a fight goes through their banner kind of thing. There was tons of Easter eggs and everything.
Mhm. yeah.
But
Because I was never
dope.
really a Power Ranger guy. I saw a few episodes here and there, but I was into other things like girls at the time because I was
Girls
in high
had
school.
booties when I was 5.
I was in high school
Well-
at the time, or I was actually at the end of high school, getting ready for college. But I
Yeah.
did watch a few episodes. I thought it was fun. It was fun. It was a fun show to watch.
Before I leave, I want to go on record of saying that Nick is not a dweeb. He's a very good collector, and I think he's entertaining. So
Iggy, calling someone names is one thing, but getting up here and just lying to our faces. Now this is just offensive.
He's a fucking
No, I
dude.
like
Don't
Nick.
worry about it. It's all good.
It's my friendly way of saying hi. I'll see y'all later.
All right, Biggie, have a
Go
good
ahead,
day.
Nick. Go ahead. Let Nick
No.
respond. I always jump out before people say
I
stuff. Go ahead.
don't take offensive at people calling me names because, as you can see, it's just I kind of felt it just came out of left field when I wasn't around. That's all.
Yeah, I feel you, bro. It could have. I could completely understand why you took it that way. All right, boys. Catch y'all
All right,
later.
Biggie, enjoy your day, man.
So I downloaded the book, so I'll read it today. The Crimson Cage. It's on Comixology Unlimited, so I was able to pick it up.
Yeah,
I'll
just
check
send
it
me
out.
a DM of what you think.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
No,
And
I
send
want
me a PM of what you think.
Yeah, I want to see the live review of you two on stream doing that.
You gonna take Cole's thunder there? That's Cole's work.
Cole's got
Besides, we might get hit. We don't want to do what Common
Yeah.
Journey did. You know what
Get
I'm
on
saying?
there and start reading it.
You guys reading Crimson Cage. You know how important that book is. All right, time
Y'all
for me
know
to.
how hard it is
Oh,
to find vintage
before I
wrestling
go- I have-
figures that aren't scuffed to hell.
I took a Hulk Hogan statue once and turned it into an NWO Hogan.
Nice.
Remember those rubbery wrestling figures? I
Bro,
took
that's-
one that was like there was no Hogan NWO, so I just took it with some paint and just made it into an NWO Hogan.
Oh wait, let me get this. Like, that's the cleanest one I found so far.
Wow,
I saw
that is pretty clean.
I saw that scuff on the leg, and I'm like, nah, I can find a better one. Then I went looking. I'm like, no, there is no better one. But recently, I repurchased like the one I had from my childhood, and it even has the belt with it. And it's clean. I'm like,
Yeah.
I want the other outfits and pose now. Sting is the goat.
Random question for you guys. Anybody utilizes Premiere Pro for their videos?
Is that your secret?
What, Premiere Pro?
Yeah, the editing.
Yeah, I got editing software. Yeah.
I don't edit. I think DJ uses it, doesn't he?
DJ uses it. There's this issue that I'm having now with it that's driving me crazy, and I'm trying to figure it out. I'm actually at the support community group.
Yeah, this is the wrong crowd for it right here.
Yeah. When I gotta do a major editing, that's what I use. But I'll use
I'm the only one
CapCut.
that edits here.
Yeah. But there's this big issue that when it goes to render, it's like I get the spinning wheel crap, and it's annoying.
In all seriousness, you can ask DJ. He would
Just
be
ask
like,
DJ, yeah.
he'd be
Yeah,
your
but,
go-to for that.
I'm gonna have to because I don't know if it's a update that has a bug on it or something. That's my guess.
Yeah, I'm trying to look because I know a couple months back he did an editing video for the Link Squad members. I don't know if it's still up.
I saw that video.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it didn't cover that part of it.
No, no, this is a new thing. This is something that just happened. Like for me, it happened yesterday. I'm trying to do this really cool editing video with like some statues I have, and then when I go to render it, it just gives me this wheel thing. So it's annoying the crap out of me. But it's like I can't make a video without it. You know what I mean? It's like I will have to use a completely different software to do something, and I don't want to do that. So, yeah, I'm trying to do more shorts. Just like, I hear a lot of guys doing the shorts or something, and like, yeah, shorts for me take a while because I try to be, fancy, not just put things together. I like things. I like making things look cool, transitions and all that fun stuff. That takes time though. Anyway, guys, I got to go and try to figure this out, and then I actually have to work. But it's fun seeing you guys. Nix, I'll be waiting for that shirt. Thanks for it, man.
Let's see. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Should be there soon.
Just in time. I needed a shirt for Free Comic Book Day.
Expected delivery Monday.
Okay, just in time.
It's in Jersey City now.
Oh, okay. It might end up arriving on Saturday. So who knows? If it's in Jersey City, that's not that far.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Hey, dude.
Later.
And then there were 5. So you're only hunting ASM at Heroes Con, Justin?
I say that, but I know something will pop up and I'll be like, I got to have that too.
I don't think I've ever asked Tyler. Tyler, are you searching for anything?
No, not right now.
Looking for love in all the
keys right
wrong
now.
places.
Which is good. It feels really good to not be on the search for something right now.
That's where
This
I'm
is-
at.
this
Dude.
is
I
a
haven't been
great time to
hunting
buy,
down
though.
any keys for a while, and I'm like, dude, this feels nice. I just pick up, I read, get little knickknacks here and there. It just feels great.
This is a great time to buy keys, though, in
It's
my
always a
opinion.
great time to buy keys.
Yeah, I mean, but not if I don't want any of them.
That's a terrible time to buy keys.
I got 4 of them coming today.
Keys?
Keys.
ASM?
Key, yep.
Oh.
Nah, nothing you don't have. Well, there may be one.
1, 2, 3, and 9.
No, it's actually 4 copies of 1.
That's reckless.
That is, right? Why bother?
That
Is
was
Spider-Man good?
amazing.
What?
All black costume keys.
Oh. I've got 2 black costume keys that if anyone needs them, I've 252? Is that the one?
Yep. Well, that's one of the ones.
And 300. If
You
anyone
want
needs
to
them,
deliver?
let me know.
Really?
A low grade 300.
My 300's a 7.0, but it's a newsie. I think the lowest issue number ASM I have is 48.
I would
Wow.
even trade if somebody would want to trade.
This is waiting for a Todd Father signing, though.
Oh, nice.
And honestly, with that Liefeld signing, he's got that really cool signature, but I don't want to pay $200 for it.
Yeah, if you want Biggie, if you'd want them, I'd sell them to you for a good deal or trade you if you're looking to trade anything.
And honestly, I sent them these 4 to press as well at CGC. They received them on the 17th, and they're already on the way back. Pressing hit the 14th, grading hit the 17th, and they're on their way back already.
Cool. Anybody know any good comic book pressers?
That isn't that. I think it's funny that everybody has their own preference in presser. Very much like, what is that? Something else that somebody always has their own preference in.
Oh, I just want to talk. I want to
Yeah,
talk to
pizza.
them
Let's go
about
pizza.
like
Pizza's good.
processes and stuff. Like humidity chambers are fascinating to me.
Reach out
Before
to
you press the book,
Justin on IG because he spent like 2 years playing with stuff and doing stuff before he kind of opened up. You can reach out to Dustin of Two Brothers, who has spent a long time like getting familiar with it and experimenting with processes and stuff.
who was
And
the first one?
Justin Comics with an X at the end of comic instead of a C. Justin
Is
Comics.
he on Instagram?
Yes, sir.
Justin
And you can probably watch the beginning of this video.
He does humidity chambers and all of that good stuff as well.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, hell.
Justin Hilson?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
That's him. That's my buddy. I send my stuff to a lot of people I know do. But he's like one of the world's nicest people you'll ever meet.
Also based in Houston, if you're down there, Kyle.
Kyle is actually in Houston. He pretends like he's in California, but he's not.
Yeah, I can see it.
I've done it a few times, Kyle, with a humidity chamber, and it's really no more than distilled water, boiled distilled water, inside like a closable shoebox or something big like that.
That's actually how I describe Kyle to all my friends.
A shoebox?
He's the person version of boiled distilled water.
Give me a second, I'll show you.
I would sell them, Biggie, because I don't really want them, and I'd rather buy something else with the money than have them. I just don't really care too much. Y'all should check out that Gotham Comics stuff later. I don't know what that means. I want to make a comic press. It seemed like a low-grade George Foreman grill. You should make it to where you can make a bunch of them and sell them to the community.
So kind of like this, Kyle.
What? Oh, okay, yeah.
What I do is I boil the distilled water. Put it in here. Stick the book on an elevated base. Wrap it in like a couple of stuff to take the moisture. Seal it up for a couple hours. Just leave it and then take it out. I gotta take this as my son.
Ironically enough, Take the Moisture is the title of chapter 3 of Nick's autobiography.
Nice.
I'm just like, I'm scared of basically like I've seen people press books and it cakes in the spine text. And it's just now it's even worse. And I'm not a big fan of grading companies anyways, but there's somebody who asked me to get a book.
I grade books, but it's real exclusive and you have to know the right people.
What does that mean?
Legion of Comics grading service.
Yeah, but it's... I mean, never mind. I'm not
confident you know the right people, Kyle, so it might not be a possibility.
They're pretty fair in giving out the moist ratings also.
And Nick knows the right people.
I never...
Does this go with this?
Look at it every day.
I don't think I can, baby. I don't know how to do none of this.
Oh, Rob's back.
This is crazy train. Hey, Rob.
Greetings.
42 minutes to get to Romania.
Just to get you caught up, Rob, what are your thoughts on Taking the Moisture?
I need more information.
That's how it was presented, actually.
Exactly.
Nick was telling us about how he takes the moisture and before he presses the books, because Kyle was wanting to know about the humidity stuff.
That you put, that you have to humidify the books.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I also have one of those steamers, those handheld steamers.
Right.
I can't.
I use also sometimes, but that's like
depending upon what.
I can't get it on and get it on.
I just love that we've invested so much time and effort into t-shirt pressing and adding moisture to remove moisture. It's nuts, and that's all to trick a company into thinking that a book's a higher grade,
or to improve the way the comic looks.
Then why don't we value restoration more?
That's just some people do. So, but right now it's just not the thing, right? For a long time it was a big deal. now for whatever reason, just like with cars, there's a lot of people who value putting clear coat over the patina and stuff and having a horrible looking paint job, whereas some people prefer a full blown restoration.
Interesting. So it's just taste, but then we assign
Yes.
so much monetary value to it, which is nuts.
Well, that's true with any collectible.
So why?
Because it's collectible and people put value to it. They want it.
Interesting. Is it nostalgia? Is it like I just don't
Sometimes nostalgia is
understand.
an expensive drug, but
Yeah,
sometimes it could be any number of things. Either it could be nostalgia, it could be you just like something and you want it,
it's fair.
and therefore I
'Cause, like,
want it. Therefore I will spend. How much money will you spend on it? Well, I'll spend this much, but I won't spend that much. Great. Well, what if it looked this much better? Well, then I'd spend a little bit more on it. You know,
okay.
it's just. And it comes down to the individual as to whether or not they value a restoration better. I mean, a restored book will, so depending upon the restoration and depending upon how bad the book is, restoration could improve the value of a book, right? Not as much as if it was a book that was unrestored of that same grade. But if I had like a 1.8 graded book, right, and it through with some minor restoration, it was able to get a 5. That could be worth a lot more as a restored book than say the 1.8 was unrestored. But
Yeah.
it's not going to be worth as much as a 5 graded 5 book that's not restored, right?
I guess that's fair because just quality.
Yeah.
I would pay. I would pay more. I would pay more for the unrestored version at a 5 because I figure
Right, because
I
it's
can
original
restore that
versus
5
restored.
and maybe get a
Exactly.
7.
Right.
So
And some people would still rather have the 1.8 that's unrestored rather than a restored 5. But that's just, again, it really depends upon personal preference, the age of the item in question, what's the extent of the restoration that was done, how much of it's original still. All these different things come into play, and it comes down to the individual that's collecting it and wants it, because that's where true value is. Anything, the only value that is true that exists is how, if Nick wants something I have, how much is he willing, how much does he value it, how much is he willing to spend on it. For
correct.
example,
We're
Strange
on the same
Academy
page.
#1 with the remark, right, of by Scotty Young. That's a book that Nick values it. He wants it from my collection, but I value it higher than he does because the money that I'm willing to let go of it from my collection is greater than the amount of money he's willing to spend to add it to his collection. So we have different values of the same book.
So much. He wanted so much for that book.
In a good way or a bad way?
In every way.
It's just I value it differently. That it's a different value to me. The value that I put on the book may not be what the rest of the marketplace puts on the book, but that's
valuable
fine.
to you,
I don't have
and
to
you'd pay
sell
that
it.
money for it.
Yeah, if I'm not looking to sell it, then that's fine.
Scotty's not doing remarks right now, so it's tough making me want that book. We'll see.
I don't know. Just live in a world where you don't have it.
In a world.
No, I agree. I mean, it's just collectors basically will set their own prices, and people. That's all it is. It's an exchange in the secondary market.
Yeah. Which, if you're trying to move it, well, then you have to maybe change your valuation to what the marketplace is. If you're truly looking to move something, but if you're not, then it's not as then you can have your own valuation.
Crikey.
That's fine.
I'm going to take off, guys. I'll see everybody. And
Where
Kyle.
are you taking off too? And Kyle? What does that mean?
Yeah, he doesn't.
Yeah,
he doesn't
all your
go
books.
on
Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you?
Nick, did you see? I didn't send it to you, but the other day, one of the Instagram sellers had the city of Burbank Batman Hush cover. Yeah, so I guess it's I think it might be Batman 608. They only made 25 of them, and this one came back in 9.8, and they were selling it for a shit ton of money.
Oof.
Well,
what that looks like.
Nick only values it at a half ton of shit money, as opposed to a shit ton of money.
Half
Now
ton of shit.
where does a metric ton fit in?
It's a little bit. That's a little bit less, I think, because of conversion. But
okay.
Yeah,
it's hard to. It's hard for us to be sure. That's just basically the same. It's a shit ton just over in Europe.
Let's see what it looks like.
Or Canada.
I don't like
suppose.
being introduced to all these different variants now because then I feel I got to get them.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm glad that with older books you don't have that.
I watched Only Slabs one weekend with Ben Parker Comics, and I had to get some Niagara Falls variants.
Right.
I got one coming back. Yeah, 2002. Visit Burbank variant. It's not even that nice of a cover.
Well, there's that. What was that one ASM book from where they had all these different local shops, each got their own cover or something. It was like 20 or 30 different covers.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. They'll just change the name of the shop inside the cover.
Yeah.
We had one of those for Walking Dead for the shop that I worked at.
Evil's Comics. Not chasing any mega expensive variants.
Luckily, most of the stuff that I collect anyways is like cheap. Because I'm not a big like Batman fan. I'm not a big Spider-Man fan.
Oh, that's good. There's stuff that's like weird. Like I was looking the other day. I was looking at my Mystery in Space books. There was one guy had a Mystery in Space issue 4 that I need. And his copy is like, it doesn't look too bad, but then you start reading the description, you realize it's detached at one of the staples. And I was like, okay, great. So now you know it's like maximum grade. It's a 2.5, right? And the guy's calling it like a mid-grade book, and he's asking like $400 for the book. And I didn't originally. I was like, I found it on my. I was just on my phone eBay app, and so I had just hit like so I could go look at it later on the computer monitor, right on the big, to really look at the pictures in detail. And the guy had sent me an offer, and I was like, I looked at his offer, and I replied back to him. I said, I appreciate you sent me the offer. So we're just too far apart on price. So, because it's like a $50 book maybe, and he's asking like $400 for it. Jeez, guys, really, some of these people just really, really overvalue what they think they have.
I still think it's 2021.
Well, even then, it wasn't that much of a book. I think just because a book is old, it doesn't mean it's expensive. Here's a Miles Ultimate Spider-Man 1 Secret Wars 8 variant that's usually cheaper than expected.
Oh, that's cover done by Miko Suion also.
I've seen that cover a bunch of time. I've never understood. I never even looked to see what it was or why I would want it. But
MegaCon.
Okay. I'm actually not that big of a fan of the. Excuse me. That big of a fan of the Secret 8 Wars cover. Sorry, Nick. That was my fault.
What's the significance of NYX number whatever the heck?
Number 3?
Yeah.
That's first appearance of Laura Kinney, X-23.
Okay. And sorry, last question. First appearances. When you get a book that has like a cameo, and when you get a book that has like an appearance or whatever,
he's going down the cameo route.
Yeah,
He knows what he's doing.
When what decides it? Like, what's the deciding factor? Because I like, there's just so many arguments. I don't want to tackle it. How about are you guys familiar with the Punchline?
Sure.
Hell Arisen 3 and Batman 89.
Mhm.
What would be this like defining factors of those two?
Yeah, so that's a poor example
Okay.
because right now, well, so that's a book that's changing somewhat.
Yeah.
Depending on what you're looking at, right? So, without a doubt, and this is the first and foremost thing, a cameo is an appearance.
Yes.
So the first appearance is always the first appearance. Now, it may not be a full-blown appearance, it may not be, a featured appearance or any number of other things, but a first appearance is still a first appearance. Um, First appearance of Wolverine in cameo. Yeah, it's still the first appearance,
Okay.
right? Oh, Hulk 180. So Hell Arisen 3 is the first appearance of Punchline, regardless.
Correct.
What's up to debate right now is there's been a slight shift to some degree among some people who are now considering it a cameo appearance as opposed to a full appearance, because in reality, by many definitions,
Hmm.
Punchline's appearance in Hell Risen 3 is nothing more than a cameo. She's there.
Yes.
If you remove her from the story, it would
Doesn't really
not
change
affect the
anything.
story.
No,
It's
not
a
at all.
matter of fact, she wasn't even planned to be in the book. She was kind of added as an afterthought. We find out, right?
Yeah, 89 was supposed to be the first,
Right.
and at least storyline wise.
Right. So there's some sources will cite 89 as the first appearance,
Mhm.
and there's some that are listing Hell Risen 3 as the first appearance. Some that are listing some places that list Hell Risen 3 as first appearance in cameo. It's an evolution, and that's the same thing that's happened with Venom, right?
Mhm.
I remember when I was younger, 299 was the de facto first appearance of Venom, and
Yeah.
298 was considered a cameo when all you saw was like a hand. And then that's changed to where 299 is now first appearance in cameo and 300's first appearance, right? Same thing
Okay.
with Hulk 180 used to be the first appearance, and now it's become this first appearance in cameo, but 181 is the first full appearance and first cover appearance. And by the
Yeah.
same factors, if I take one last page out of 299, ASM 299, or I take the last page of Hulk 180, does it fundamentally change the story?
Okay.
If, no, it doesn't. So that, in my mind, not necessarily everybody's, but in my mind, qualifies it as an appearance in cameo. They're not. It's not significant to that additional story. It doesn't matter whether or not they say anything. Doesn't matter whether you see their full body or they take
Yeah.
up that whole page or not. Right? It's a question: are they just an appearance, or is it something that's important to the story? If I remove them, does it fundamentally shift the story?
So let me ask you, if in
I
Hulk,
like that. I like that description, Rob. Thank you.
if in Hulk 180 you have Wolverine prancing around in the background for every single panel,
Uh-huh.
but not saying anything or doing anything, does that still hold, or are we talking
That would be
situation basis?
that there becomes a good question, right? Again, if you could fundamentally remove him, he wouldn't impact anything, but he is throughout the whole story. Then in every single panel, and because you start going, okay, well, that's not just a cameo, like in one or two panels or type of thing. So it becomes that's a good question, and that would be a finer argument. But unfortunately, I don't know that we have any characters that's an example where we have them in throughout the book
Mm.
other than perhaps the mislabeled books that label the first appearance of Gambit as a cameo when we know really what that is. That was the not a cameo, but rather the first that was the first chronological appearance
Mm.
as opposed, versus the least appearance type thing.
Yeah, I'm just asking because there was an episode of Whack Comics I was on where Kyle was in the background, right? Not really saying anything or doing anything, but I just want
It
to know.
does. Kyle, it looks like Kyle walked into a closet behind my wall of comics because it is kind of lined up. Yeah, there's a lot of examples of weird, first appearance or whatever else, and I don't know that it's that nobody will ever 100% agree on any of this stuff, and it's up to ultimately it's collectors. I mean, I still love when people sit there and go like, "Oh yeah, well, Volume 3 of ASM1 is the first appearance of Cindy Moon." Well, is it? I mean, do you ever really see all of Cindy Moon in that book? No, you see her ankle. I mean, is that really a first appearance? I mean, first appearance of her ankle. Dark side on a computer screen. Fun stuff.
Oops.
That's what it's our version of trying to compare pitchers from the 40s to pitchers from the the 80s and different heights of pitching mounds and who they play against and all these other things. There are arguments that you can have for the sake of having fun arguments, and no one's ever right or wrong.
Except people who don't have the same opinion as me. They're clearly wrong.
Well, that we know.
That's a given. Yeah, any ASM cover that's got done by JR, I'm a fan of.
What
Well,
about JRC SR?
SR, I mean, yeah.
That, yeah, definitely, yeah. We had the Bionic Spider-Man this week.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. I mean, aside from a few issues, I've been enjoying this ASM run.
I don't know. What's this? Ooh. Ends in 14 minutes. Am I going to get to... Oh, that's right. This is a book I'm not buying. I'm just watching it. This guy wants too much money for his book. I want it to not sell, and then I want to ping him afterwards and send him an offer.
I like it.
Well, he's asking $250 for a book that might be worth $200, but 250 was his starting bid. It's like, dude, again, just because your book is old doesn't mean it has high value. Do. But it is a book I need. I just don't value it that high. Anywho.
This process is taking forever.
So Justin, what book are you targeting next? Is it still one?
Yeah, I just got this. I just got this, and like I was like, man, I should probably stop. I need to slow down and just focus on saving money and selling things instead of spending that money and selling. And so I'm gonna try and stop until he does.
Impossible.
180 is interesting. Didn't go with what you were supposedly targeting.
Well, I had a 181. I figured I should get a 180, right? Makes sense to me. I keep staring at that ASM 41 that Dustin posted, and I keep thinking about it, but I'm like, no.
Which one?
He just posted an ASM 41.
Oh, okay.
I think it's a 7.0.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and I keep staring at it, and I'm like, no, I just don't.
See, so I think it's important. Like I saw those older books, like those are great. It's like if I get a raw book and I grade it and it ends up coming out that high, great. But I'm not for that for my run. I wasn't looking for anything that high for most of them. It's like because I got to get all of them, and that means sometimes I got to go a little bit lesser. Now, as I'm getting close to being done, I am looking at like a couple of my books, and I'm going like, all right, that one just doesn't fit. Like right now, like my ASM 10, when I got it, it turned out it came back a 1.8. And I was like, oh, that's disappointing. But I was fine with it. But then I look at it now and I'm like, oh, look at that. Though all the books I have around it are like between a 2.5 to a 3.5. So
Mm.
maybe I need to upgrade that book at some point down the road. Right. But for right now, let me focus. I'm not focusing on wanting to hit those upgrades on those 1 or 2 books. Instead, I'm focused on let me complete what I'm doing first. And then I can worry about upgrading a book here or there to satisfy my own OCD.
And it's amazing how quickly you go from getting something on to the next thing. I knocked out 2 out of the 3 major books that I wanted in collecting, and as soon as I got them, I'm like, all right, what's next?
Yeah, well, and once you get focused on something, how you just become like fixated, and that's why I didn't expect to pick up as many ASM books this year as I did. It just happened to be that a series of right opportunities, right price presented themselves in short order to the point where, it was the first time ever in my life where I found myself using payment plans because I fucking just wanted to secure something. I was like, I don't have the liquidity right now. I just fucking did this, and my company's stock is in the shitter. So I need help. I will pay off in less than 60 days or 30 days, but 30 days, less than 30 days on the 2 I've done. But it's like, I just let me secure it before somebody else swoops in and I will pay the price you're asking if you let me do a payment plan, give you.
I think I don't know if I've ever told you guys this, and I may have, so I apologize if you're hearing it again. But there was a good 6 months where I felt lost as a collector once I completed my X-Men run.
Oh yeah.
Like I didn't know where to go or what to do with myself. I was still buying stuff, but I didn't have a purpose or a direction.
And then you found Spider-Man.
And then I went, well, I've already got 200 up of ASM. I might as well just finish it out.
I just got done with a super expensive run. Let me start on another one. But knowing that when I'm done, I will own 2/3 of the most expensive books in Marvel Comics. Now, after that, will come Justin's Fantastic Four run.
I'm gonna put that off as long as possible.
Just the first 50.
And I keep seeing the price of Daredevil ones, and I'm like, oh man, it's so tempting.
Well, the nice thing about Daredevil is once you get that first one, the rest of them are cheap.
First appearance of Stiltman is there too, no?
You compare it to like Spider-Man or X-Men or something. Daredevils are cheap. Come on.
Same thing with the Namor run.
That's why I've had a lot of fun working on my Invaders run. It's just been a fun. Although I'm hung up on the last couple of books actually, which has been annoying. Did you find anything back there in my Kyle? Did you find anything back there in my storeroom?
No, I was brushing my hair.
In my storeroom?
No. Is that what the joke was? I was lost. I didn't understand.
Your doorway goes into my comic wall. So it's a storeroom for all my comics back there. Yeah.
That's freaking cool. Yeah, it looks like that because it's the same kind of wall. Like, hey, how's it going? Let me just pull this off the wall. There we go. No, then in that case, yeah, I got you got your heir to the empire.
Oh, nice. I appreciate you sending that to me.
Perfect. Would you like the other
These are
6?
copies? Yeah.
No. The 2
The rest of
through
the story.
6. Yeah.
Of course. Who wouldn't?
I actually really like Theron as a character, to be honest.
Yeah. I liked that story when I read it in book form.
Yeah, I think I'm going to read the old one.
As opposed to
Well, it was originally a novel.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, a lot of that stuff got adapted. Even oh, that's true. I was talking with the writer, and she was a big fan of the novels, and we just nerded out for like 20 minutes.
But
Not of Heir to the Empire, but of the Thrawn miniseries.
actually, it was nice that Old Republic book, that Old Republic #1.
Uh huh.
I sold that.
Oh, cool.
It was $275.
Dope. That paid for more than what you initially gave me.
Yeah, and it contributed greatly towards the new book that's on its way to me.
Cool. Yeah, I had like 5 copies of that book.
Well, there you go. Now you need to go have them graded, have them come back 9/8, and you can sell them for $275 to $300 a pop.
Yeah, I'm just not interested in that.
It was listed on Shortbox for less than a week.
That's dope. Yeah, I've
What
gone
was
back and
ironic
forth.
was I had 2 people that were watching it, and I sent them offers for $250, and then
Mhm.
somebody else came in and bought it at the full $275. I
Nice.
had it listed at, and I was like, oh, nice.
Isn't that a great
Yeah.
feeling? I love it when that happens.
It was because I knew I priced it. Previous sale was 300. I intentionally priced it below that because I wanted to move it quick because I was trying to get finalize the last amount of money I needed to pay off that big book I had ordered on the layaway.
Well, and you didn't really have much invested into it, anyways.
No, I liked it, and I wouldn't have minded hanging on to it because I do play that video game that book was made off of.
Well, just buy my other copy.
But it was I needed I had to make some decisions on certain things to make liquidity for something I really, really wanted.
I sent you my second nicest copy, and it came back at 9.8. So
yeah, there you go. The that's why I did the mystery boxes too. That were the 3 slabs for $100. It was like I just need to move some money.
That's literally the same point. Like I have no problem selling people stuff for them to make money because that's like the whole point.
Oh, the whole
my
point for me
opinion.
usually is to collect it and hold on to it, but I don't like to sell stuff. But sometimes I have to.
Scott doesn't sell much either.
Yeah, I mean, I prefer not to oftentimes. So, but yeah, it's like, but in some cases, it's like just a matter of, okay, what do I want? I'm starting to get a little bit better at going, okay, but yes, I might like this, but how much do I like it compared to what I really want? And if it can help me get what I really want, then, do I need to hang on? Do I need 1,000 slabs, or can I live with 950 slabs?
That's fair.
I could probably find 50 slabs that I don't need, and I can move on from.
I probably have like 15,000 books.
What's that, Nick?
That's a real number too, isn't it? Or is that more?
I actually have less than that, but it was rounding up for illustrative purposes. I think right now I'm down to like just under 900 slabs.
You should do more mystery boxes.
I only did the 5 because I knew it was a quick, easy number to move and not have them sit there. I didn't have to sit there and play.
What is going on, Esteban?
After day.
I like doing the mystery boxes.
I
They're
did
stressful, though.
just get done inventorying all my slabs, so I should have a good count actually if I just went and looked at the app. And
here's a book that you guys might be interested in that I picked up. I just opened it. Saga #1.
Ooh, nice first print.
Yeah.
Very cool. Oh wow.
Shipped with the dryer sheet.
My short got a little bit of traction. I'm now 1 subscriber away from 2,500.
Want me to subscribe on my other channels?
Please don't. I'm not saying that in like a non-thankful kind of way, but no, I'm just trying to catch that one new person.
I can be new.
I know.
could be
and
brown,
the
I
name,
could be
and the
blue, I
name,
could be
whatever I want
violet
to do.
sky. The bag ripped on it.
Yeah, Nick, I'm down right now. I'm at 874.
Mm.
Yeah, they're really trying to push the shorts hard. They're trying to incentivize people. Well, I think there's a couple reasons. They want to incentivize people to put the content on their platform so that they can have their competition with other platforms with the same format, like TikTok. And then on top of that, the pond is still really small compared to other things like TikTok or Instagram. So if people are getting into shorts now, you have a far better chance of them being beneficial to your growth than later. Every day you wait, there's more people starting it.
Way to spread the fear.
I picked up another Marvel Mega Hit Pack that features Spider-Man 2099 #1, X-Men 2099 #1, Punisher 2099 #1, Ravage 2099 #1, and
Did you get the gold foil yet?
no, I didn't.
Can you explain what 2099 means?
But anyways, it's like 5 of the number ones. I picked it up for $45.
That's a great deal.
And it's in the master pack still.
Oh, cool.
And Mark, speaking of which, are you selling or is that gold foil XO part of the appreciations for the channel?
I don't appreciate you that much, Nick. No, that was for the PC. I got that I said it in the video. I'm like, I picked up XO #1 for the PC because one of the first things that went up on Pop Static was XO. And it got picked up fast. And so I rebought that XO. And then I got the gold foil for myself. And then I picked up the standard ivory arrow, whatever, at the flea market. So I wanted those for myself, having, like, I've talked about it before, but my biggest exposure as a kid to XO because of the time era with Valiant was the video game XO Iron Man that came out in the 90s, which was super cool. I still have my copy for my Sega Game Gear and all that stuff. So I just thought XO was cool in that sense. I'm really just getting to dive into the character in like an adult level at this point, dude. I'm like kind of I'm in the fandom of it all right now. You know, I'm trying to look at other stuff out there and pick stuff up.
That miniseries you have, Heavy Metal. They did a 2-issue miniseries. They did one from Marvel and one from Valiant, Iron Man and XO.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the time
Heavy Metal.
That was the most I've ever spent on a comic book. Was the number 5 of that run. It was a Barry Windsor Smith cover that I loved. I had to have it. It was $18 at the time. Was the most money comic book.
Bled you dry. Absolutely bled you dry.
This was like 94, I think it was. 93, 94.
This guy really misrepresented the condition of this book.
Was the guy's
That
name?
never
Kyle?
happens.
What?
Was the guy's name Kyle?
No. I'm going to send him a message. He was also supposed to send me a bunch of indie books, too. Because he's like, oh, I noticed while I was packing that it has a spine tick. And I was like, oh, no problem. Just send me some cool books. And then he only sent me this, and it has way more than the spine tick.
No, not yet, C-Bizzle. I will actually be at Collecticon in Fort Worth in May.
All right, I'm going to send him a message. This is not cool.
But I'll be working, not
What
shopping.
is it, Kyle?
What was that?
What book is it?
Saga, #1.
Oh, it didn't come in as it should have.
Not as he represented it.
Is it better than he represented or worse than he represented?
Way worse. He said that there's nothing wrong with it. It's a 9.8. And then he messaged me and he goes, oh, it has a spine tick. And I just took a picture of like 6 spine ticks on it. So we're going to send a nice little message.
Random batch.
Kyle's that douchebag that orders a nice copy of a book, then messages me and telling me it's fucked up and sends me back his copy and keeps my copy.
Oh, not cool.
No,
Damn
I'm not even a stickler for grade though. If it was just
the
represented
dishonest
properly. Yeah. it could be like missing like anything. I don't care. I just wanted the book. What? Things are so simple. Why can't you just be honest? Like, I've gone through so much shit, and I'm still open and honest with everybody about it.
You
To
already,
confirm Kyle's openness, I can definitely confirm that man stays open for business.
you already have an offer for that Saga one, Kyle.
I'll
Evil
buy
Fifty.
that Spine Ticking Saga #1. It's not about the condition though. Like, Mike, I completely understand. It's just about like.
Kyle, do you mind me asking what that book FMV's? Not what you paid, but just what it
I don't
FMV's
know.
for that raw copy
Probably
of Saga.
in a good quality, like 200 to 250 is reasonable.
So it's worth sending a conversation starter over.
Yeah.
It's not like a $5 book kind of thing.
No, I actually he was asking 300 for it. And I said, you know what? Or no, he was asking 250. And I said, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna send you. This is the first trade I've ever done. I'm gonna send you $300 in books.
Wow, that's weird.
Is what I did. And then he sent me this book, and he was supposed to send me like some cool independent books, and we had like talked about it. Like, I don't know. I'm just upset. I'm gonna be kind of nice with the first message. Oh, look, I already had a pre-typed message on it.
Your phone knows you like to bitch.
Yeah. Wow, this message is already mean, and now I'm even more heated. Let's just erase it.
Rob, I forgot to send it to you, but a couple weeks ago when I passed 2,000 subscribers, I managed to look and caught a screen grab of when I was at 2099. I'm like, I only know one person that'll appreciate this with me, and then I forgot to send it to you.
Legion of Comics 2099.
Exactly. Yeah, Rob is the only other person that appreciates with me.
That's awesome. You know what's been really odd is I have been like lately because my most recent Hulk 2099 came back a 9.4.
Dude, that's so hard to find that specific one.
That's what I'm saying.
Because you remember I got mine. Mine's graded one isn't a 9.4.
Right.
I had to buy it like that because like I'd looked for a while. I have his first appearance.
Right. First
in a
appearance in a
9.8.
9.8.
No problem.
All day long you can find them.
But his number one?
No, it's
Insane.
like everything's 9.4, 9.2, 9.0.
I think that has to be something on the printing side of things.
I have found one 9.8 and it's a CBCS slab.
What does the CGC census say about it?
I haven't even looked.
I'd be curious to know how overwhelming the not 9.8 numbers
because
are.
I found one CBCS slab, but the person just wants way too much for a fucking Hulk 2099.
And he can ask it. It feels like he's got the market cornered.
Right. I mean, it's like
we might have to reach out and ask Legion of Comics to grade one for us.
Biggie was probably 400, not
36.
Out of 120, there are 36 9.8s.
There's only 120 graded copies of that book.
120 on the census.
That right there tells you something, and then only 36 out there. That's insane.
So one out of every four is roughly a 9.8.
I can't imagine it's a low print run, right?
Well, but it's also just not a valuable book, so it's only who's getting it graded. Just schmucks like us.
Yeah, just us. There's about 130 people that were thinking about the two of us, and out of the 130 people, only a quarter of them got lucky.
I don't think I've ever seen you without a hat.
I don't normally go without a hat, which is weird because like the whole events of today and everything. Like I've just been letting my hair grow out indiscriminately. Like the cut that I have, like the haircut I have, is a short haircut that's just grown out. So there's no rhyme or reason to it. So I had to figure out just what to even do with my hair to not look like a hobo.
Mine's all right here.
Yeah, mine's not long enough to do that. So I do have product and stuff because when I keep my hair short, I'll have the ability to do something with the top of it, So I just, same thing I do in my head, I just push it back right now. So that's what I'm going with.
So Rob, how's the weather in California today, huh? While these other two discuss hair.
Right. Today temperature in Northern California.
You guys both have facial
I
hair.
will hit a nice 75 degrees today and sunny.
Dr. Squatch.
Perfect weather.
A lot of 2099 characters coming out soon, though. Aren't there two
I'm
more?
not into the new ones.
You know what? Even I'm getting burnt out with their little things that they're doing with that, and I'm going like,
They're just playing the whole like, as long as we create new people, enough people will buy it to validate it thing. I'm just more interested.
they're not
in
giving me a real series. So
yeah, you're not putting any stank on it. You got to put some stank on it.
Stank.
Yeah, give the characters agency.
But
you look like a country
so
boy
I'm
when he
hoping
takes off his cowboy hat. Yeehaw, Esteban!
I'm hoping what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to crack open at least one of these 2 master packs I have now for these 2099s and see what kind of condition they're in. See if we can't get some more 9/8s.
That's the tough thing too. Aren't they considered more valuable if you keep them in the pack? Are they unopened?
They're unopened. It's an unopened pack, but like I said, I just bought it for $45 for 5 number 1s. No, the Spider-Man 2099 alone is in there. If it comes back at 9/6 or higher, is worth more than that. Granted, the Ravage won't be even as a 9/8 practically, but the rest of them, they got some value.
All of these books took a
But
hit.
if they come back like 9/6s and stuff on them, if I don't keep them for myself anyways, it's just stuff that I can throw into the C3 pile.
So I'm not doing like all the brushing, I'm just brushing it to put your bow in.
I think I'm gonna be done buying books. I'm upset with this other order I got too.
I've acquired a couple things just for I found that we're just so cheap that it was like, okay, we're just picking this up for the sole purpose of comic cancer.
What?
Daddy, can I have a remote?
No, that's for the light that Chip sent us.
Why?
Because he's awesome.
Why?
Why did it
Because.
Why did it do that?
Mark
Because the light
with a pink princess brush just made my entire day.
Oh man, I should probably learn how to do that. I'm gonna just
brush
let me
hair.
tell you a secret. I don't know what I'm doing.
It's just like a dog.
Well, that's funny you said.
Oh, okay,
That's
yeah.
what I think. Hair is hair, right?
That's right.
And if that's the case, like she's kind of a lot easier to do because she can understand the English language.
She doesn't. She's less bitey.
Yeah. I did a big Saint Bernard yesterday. It's like one of my best friends at my job. Like he's awesome. And he weighs about 130 pounds and he gets clipped down twice a year.
Wow.
And he's got a brother that is gotta have been Stephen King's inspiration for his book. And he's just like, and he's so scary because he's quiet, like he's super quiet, and he'll just sit there and let me work on him. Then he's just done, and he'll just casually turn around and no sign of aggression, no nothing, but he'll just turn around and just that mouth will come open and at my face. I'm like, and he's too big. He's not restrained, like you can't restrain him. You just have to like jump back out of the way, like we're done. We're done. You're going home with like that.
You're going home with an emo cat.
And his owner was asking me, like, he's like, hey, can you please can you try him again? And I'll bring some medicine. I'm like, well, to be honest with you, the medicine ain't going to do nothing because there's no edge. That's to take the edge off. This dog has no edge. He's making a calculated decision calmly that he's done. And that's how he's just that kind of dog. I'm like, dude, there's the only dog that I've ever told a customer, no, good. But his mouth when he opens is bigger than my face is tall. Like, it ain't worth it. One time with him being quicker than me, and like I'm down and out for months.
No, Justin, that's why the easy one was the ones you've always seen where the dad puts the scrunchie on the shop vac handle and then sucks the hair, and then that was my speed. That was my speed.
I don't even do that. I'm at this point. I'm just like put a hat on.
Well, usually I would go see your mother, but
yeah.
If you want your hair to look like me, I can help you. If you want your hair to look anything else, go see your mom. I still think it was hilarious. I think my son was home not long ago for some break or something, and we were getting ready to go somewhere, and he goes, I asked mom if she could help him with his hair. I'm like, oh, you're fucking 21 years old, dude. Go get in there and fucking figure out how to fucking manage your hair on your own. Put a hat on or get a fucking haircut. I mean, I understand he has like one of the worst cowlicks that has ever been cowlicked, but my goodness gracious, don't come out at 21 years of age and ask your mom to help you with your hair.
I don't see the problem.
Kyle still does that.
No, I'm just like, there's some things that's like hard. I can't see behind my head, even when I like use like a mirror on mirror.
Say he needed to trim his own hair. Although I shave my head every day, no problem.
You do it every day?
Why? Well, of course.
Oh, okay. That's a commitment.
If I had hair, I'd comb it every day.
I don't comb it every day. Maybe every other.
That's the difference.
I would say 3 times a week.
All right, work is finally calling.
I think that explains a lot. All right, take it easy.
Work is calling.
Fortunately, my work's been very calm. How about you, Justin? Are you lettering away?
I am, but my heart's not in it. So
well, fortunately, it doesn't have to be.
It makes it easier when it is.
This is true. Otherwise, because then it's not really work. It's something fun to do. But now it's like work because you don't want to do it.
Don't.
You want to be building Legos or searching the internet for cheap ASM books.
Yeah.
Or contemplating why Remy is just so amazing.
Well, I do that all of the time, regardless.
Oh, shoot. I wonder why and how this jackass is who he is.
It could be the chickens. It could be the Nerf guns.
Possibly. We got some more chickens.
Nice.
They're little chicks.
So that brings you up to 4?
Yes. It brings us to a total of 5. So if anybody asks you, we have 5.
To whatever the limit is?
Yes. Correct. You are 100%, sir.
Phenomenal.
Because the last time I was questioned that, and somebody asked to go in the backyard, I said, absolutely not. Where's your warrant, please?
That's right.
What is?
With all due respect. With all due respect. Are you telling me that you're coming back here because you have a warrant? Or are you asking me to give up my constitutional right to unreasonable search and seizures?
When I was in the town over, I had somebody call about we had a building and there was some ivy or something that was on it, and they had complained about it, and there was a lady that insisted that she could go in the backyard and take pictures. And I was like, that's not going to happen.
If you can see it from the public easement,
it's at a
then yes,
very close to the.
But if it's blocked by a fence or something else, and you can't see from public easement, then
I even presented the idea. I was like, if you came here and I had a gun, would we be having a different conversation? She said, absolutely. And I said, well, there you go right there. I was like, so I haven't drawn a weapon yet, but.
Well, apparently these days, all you have to do is just pull into your driveway or knock on the wrong door or anything else, and people do that. So,
yeah.
Or was it the latest one was have a basketball bounce into your yard?
You know, we actually a few months ago, I had 2 officers come to the door and ask if they could come in, and I told them no.
Why? Did
Ask
Angel invite you?
Can you show me your ID, officer? Oh, this isn't your address, so no, you may not come inside.
Yeah, there were some people yelling, and they came by the house because they said there was a complaint, and they said, well, can we come in to just make sure there aren't any bodies or anything? And I was like, No, I'll be honest with you. No, you can't come in. The front porch is as far as you get here. Like, but it was one of those things. I was like, man, I wonder how many people will just let police officers into your house.
A
Just
lot of people
willy-nilly,
will,
like,
because they're
They don't know differently.
I know. Well,
I'll be
it's
happy to
weird.
I'll be happy to talk to you right here. But as a matter of fact, let me close my screen door. I don't know why why are we letting the bugs in? Well,
It's
back
it's
up,
like
sir.
I watch. I've got this obsession with like police investigations and stuff,
Mhm.
especially on YouTube, and it baffles me how people just talk to them about anything, and it's like whether you did it or not, it just seems like common knowledge. You don't say anything to the police, like even if
well,
you did nothing, you don't
people
say
think that
anything.
because they did nothing that they have nothing to hide, or they think that by not doing it they're hiding something and become suspicious, and they're trying
And they
to
also think if I talk
assuage.
to him now, I'm done. It'll be over with.
I already warned Angel. I was like, in the event that you go missing, even if you're kidnapped and there's immediate danger, I'm not saying a damn thing. I was like, I'm sorry, you'll have to wait. Like, I'm not gonna tell them any information that I had because I'm suspect number one off the rip.
Tell Angel never to leave the house without a bottle of water, because if you get kidnapped, you might get thirsty while you're waiting.
Yeah.
Man, these books took a huge hit. Every single one of them is dinged on the corner.
All right. Well, guys, Rob, you good? I'm about to, me and Monkey about to head out. Gotta
Go ahead. We'll
come
probably
over
shut
to
down
pop
here
off
shortly,
some
anyways,
food.
because I'm sure at some point here work's gonna ask me to do stuff, but I can. Yeah, go ahead. Do what you got to do, brother.
Appreciate everybody coming and hanging out today. It's definitely a fun one. And keep Paul and everybody at the Augusta Book Exchange in your thoughts.
Absolutely.
100%, sir.
Leave studio. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the broadcast, not end it.
Bang.
I have ended it before by accident.
I
have.
And we're done.
In which case, you're just hanging out backstage.
All right, guys, I'll see you later. Just click that off button. I was like, oh, sorry about that.
Oh, yeah.
Who you got coming on this weekend, Rob?
Cole's Comic Claims on tomorrow on Only
Nice.
Slabs.
And
then next Monday will be a much less exciting episode of Mail Call.
I know you've been ramping up these mail calls. It's like now you gotta reset.
They can't always be double
like
banger.
Yeah, I mean, don't. But you can't leave us just bare bones. You got to have a little meat on there.
Oh, don't worry. I mean, it's still. I think that this mail call for Monday still has some cool stuff in it, but it's not ASM 6 and ASM 13 cool all in one mail call, right? I mean, it's not ASM.
It was
15.
like, hey, we've got this banger mail call, and then the next week it was like, this one's even better than the last one. It was like, now it's like, all right,
come
guys,
on, I saw that first one. That's not possible. It's like, oh shit, I guess it is.
Just come out and like
is regular. Sorry,
Rob, just buy a bunch of coloring books and then just say, all right, well, here's our mail call. I got connect the
Today
dots.
I'll be opening my water bill.
We can all just start sending you our like major keys, and then you could
just to borrow.
Yeah, just for video recording purposes.
Listen, I already gave you your Hot Toys borrowing exchange idea. Okay, it was perfect. I was going to rent them temporarily, send them back in perfect condition, and just use it for content. And you ixnayed that immediately.
And Remy has already sent me banger key slab in Captain Midnight #1 in a nice
That's
way.
right. I believe it was the 2012 version.
That's right.
And that was so funny when that came up. I was like, Captain Midnight? I don't know anybody who's collecting Captain Midnight. Like, I just happened upon it. I was like, yeah, we're sending this to Rob. If anybody else gets that, they're going to be like, who the hell's Captain Midnight? hanging on a ship or on a plane.
Yep. Oh man, I got some stuff still. I still got. It's amazing how like you never quite get through. There's always boxes stacked. I used to be where I could not leave stuff boxed stacked up. It would drive me crazy.
Yeah.
I had to open it right away. But now it's like all the time. I'm like, oh, maybe I won't open that one until I'm in my mind like trying to like space it out so I don't feel like I'm running. I always have content in the queue or stacked up. You know.
This package was sent to me on July 25th, 2022. I haven't opened it yet.
I don't think I have anything that's that bad.
This one is okay. So this one's October 8th, but yeah, July, October. I have these two. I've got the eBay one that was the worst, or I guess the second worst mystery box. DJ did the first, and then I ordered the second one. I've had that for a couple months. So
Yeah, I'm not
Nick
that
sent
bad.
me a box, and I've had it for about 3 days, and I actually think I'm probably going to open it once we cut this thing off. 'Cause
Let's
I
see.
know he's been waiting for that.
The oldest one I have sitting here is February 2023. So only 2 months. Of course, it's not for me. It's for some guy named Rob Morris. I don't know who this Morris guy is, but it's not me.
He's
Somebody
more,
else's mail.
He's more is than you.
I'll open up his mail anyways.
Yeah, well. Hey, last Father's Day, I got a card from my boys that said Remy Q, baby. And I was like, oh, crap.
Yo, really?
It said Remy Q, baby. And then they drew a picture of me. And this was my indication I'm a terrible father. They drew a picture of me sitting in my gaming chair playing Xbox. And I was like, oh, shit. That's my boy's memory of me ignoring them.
But here's the real
ganging it up.
question. Did you have your shirt on in that picture that they drew?
I don't know. I have to pull it out. I don't know.
Here's a picture I drew of you, Dad, sitting in your gaming chair in your boxers playing video games.
With like Dorito dust on your chest.
And a fucking and a trident. And a trident sitting there next to you.
Thou shalt not pass. Happy
Worst
Father's
got a
Day.
red
man
shield. You need to
ever.
leave me alone.
They get close to you, you pull out the trident and say, back off.
Hey, Kyle, are you still hitting up Apex, man?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I actually just started getting back into it. There's a lot of new characters though. I'm like 5 characters behind.
Yeah, I took a break for a couple months and jumped
Yeah.
back into it.
Okay, yeah. I'm playing it on my PC now, but it's still cross console, so we should be fine.
Yeah.
I think Nick's still doing it as far as I know.
I know I wasn't able to find anybody when we everybody exchanged gamer tags. I wasn't able to find anybody.
22 comics. It's shirtless in a beanbag chair with a bag of Cheetos. So forget your gaming chair. You gotta sit there in the beanbag.
Yeah.
The one book that didn't get damaged is the Star Wars book. That's cool.
I'll see if I can find you, E-Man. I'm
Yeah,
easy to
just,
look for. It's Remy Q. That's it. There's no underscores. Old school. Had that name for
no baby.
no. Remy Q. I've had it for like 20 years. Like there's no
I changed mine
numbers or
to
anything. So.
I changed my name to BoobTube, by the way. BUBETUBE.
I know you were like sweaty nuts or something. I could.
I was D's sweaty balls.
Yeah, I could never find it. I looked it up. I couldn't find it.
I changed it to BoobTube. I'll send a message.
I found Gary, whatever he was. I found a name that matched his. I don't know if it's him or not, but he was the only person I could ever find on that game. So.
Yeah, I don't know. Peanut GT. Uh,
So just REMYQ
REMY space Q.
space Q.
see, Perry says he's playing Apex right now.
Dude, freaking add us.
That's the thing. I don't know. I'm either gonna do my unboxing
I don't know what the game
or gonna
is.
jump on the sticks for a little bit. I figured it out. This is a good season.
A free-to-play battle royale hero shooter game.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not bad. It's quick matches if you're bad.
No, so mine would be really short. Got it.
Switch games are the best.
I need to get some Switch games. I have a Switch, but 0 games.
I have no
Never
Switch
played
and no
Switch.
games. How's that?
Yeah, I've never played Switch.
I have some games. I have Operation and Monopoly and
Do you have the Game of
Clue.
Life?
Not in this room because
Candyland?
this room only has Nightmare Before Christmas variants of the games, and they
Gotcha.
haven't done a Nightmare Before Christmas variant of Life. But
See-
Operation, Monopoly, Clue, Yahtzee, the Trivial Pursuit.
We want to be a board game family, and it just
Octopath
never
Traveler?
come through.
You know, we
Okay.
have a whole room full of different games. Like where we were like, for a while we were watching. Will Wheaton did a show called Tabletop on YouTube, and which I found phenomenal. It was like it took a mixture of like celebrity poker and mixed it with some board games because he'd have like 3 C-list or D-list celebrities, friends of his, come on and they'd they'd have a different board game each week and they'd talk about and explain how the game was done, and it was edited and stuff, so it wasn't like long and boring, but it was just kind of speed along. It was fun to watch, and you could learn how the game played and see, that looks like something I'd love to play. Well, that's
Oh,
not
you
a
have a
game I'd
bunch
like
of
to play.
games. Jesus.
And because there was like some games where I'm watching and like, oh wow, that's pretty interesting. He did a game called like Grand Prix, which is like a race car themed game. Well, that's interesting, but that's not a game I would want to play unless I was like totally into Formula One. But then there were other games that we got into where like, oh hey, let's pick this one up, let's pick this up. And we added so many games, and for a while we did have we would make a point of doing a weekly tabletop game night for the family.
Yeah.
And then we started having friends that were really into it, and we started having definitely fellow contemporaries coming over and hanging out in different people's houses once a month or something, and bringing some different games and playing stuff. It was kind of fun.
That's the dream. It just hasn't come yet. So.
Yeah, but no, the kids loved. The kids really got into Munchkin and Settlers of Catan and Small World. And then we have a bunch of games that we do with certain people that like, just when we get new people that are easy games to do, like you'd play like Dixit, or there's like some different, Say Anything, and some other different games that are super easy. They don't require hardly any rules to explain, and they're so simple that, like my mom will pick up real easy. She's like, oh, okay, we'll play that.
Yeah.
Or
there's a cool game called Once Upon a Time, which it's like a storytelling game.
Yeah.
But you have like card prompts that go with it.
We do Gloom.
Gloom
is also is a card game that's a storytelling game, but basically it's around a family where a lot of misery, and you're trying to, and you get positive points or negative points, and you're actually trying to accumulate negative points. The most negative points is what you're trying to accumulate. And along the way, you're telling these stories about these characters as you're playing these different cards, and people would play happiness cards on your character and add to your story or something else, and you're trying to play negative stuff. It's kind of a fun game.
Gloom. That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Joe says characters look like European trash 90s techno. Yeah, this season that's what a lot of the skins are for the people. They're like these really crazy. techno rave suits.
Boom, boom,
Well,
boom, boom, boom,
I think I
boom,
need to
boom,
run off to do some
boom,
work.
boom, boom,
It is
boom,
now
boom, 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 boom,
3
boom,
hours into my
boom,
shift.
boom, boom, boom,
Mm.
boom, boom,
About time you jumped on.
Well, I did have a meeting
You
with
snuck
Romania.
off to Romania briefly, and then
That's right. I think a lot of people are taking the day off because I
you're
don't
pacing yourself. It's Friday.
look. My work is as it comes in. It's not like I'm avoiding doing work. There just
I got
hasn't
you.
been anything coming in, so I think a lot of people are taking the day off or something.
Mm.
But I did have one of my employees ping me and ask if when I was available to please let them know. That was like 2 minutes ago, so I should probably do that. So
2 minutes. That's
okay, fine,
prompt.
whatever. You know what, Kyle?
I wasn't it. It wasn't an insult.
Well, as we always like to do here on this channel, want to
Sponsor.
thank our sponsor, Bam, that join,
This one.
BTC, all
Look at
that fun
that
stuff.
one.
BTC, yeah, them. We love them, and there we are. So, everybody, make sure you check out these fancy gentlemen. Remy Q, what's going on with you tonight? Are you going to be
I
over
should be on in the
on
mix.
in the mix? There you
Yep,
go.
DJ
What else?
Links.
What else is happening?
Again,
Coming
I
up.
might have an unboxing, or I might be playing Apex. I haven't decided yet.
That's outstanding. Justin Birch, where will you be selling stuff or signing stuff or appearing next?
I have no idea.
Got it.
Good.
Anything planned for your fascinating YouTube channel?
Yeah,
Riveting.
I might.
Oh.
I might. No, I don't got anything to show off.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's phenomenal.
Close.
And Kyle,
I
are you flying to London?
I'm flapping my wings. I'm out of here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we love you. There you go. Bye bye.
Jesus
Bye.
Christ.